Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. BNHA. Spiritual Aura Part 4139 Chapter 91. Things will be complicated. Shortly after, All Might landed near Aizawa after checking on the student's condition. He then asked in a serious tone, while gazing into the distance with deep eyes at the black-haired boy who was now casually sitting atop the villain. Have you been able to communicate to ask for help? Number 13 sustained serious injuries, although the students are fine. Communications were blocked until a moment ago, but I managed to call for help now. Assistance shouldn't be delayed. Aizawa commented grimly as he finished tying up the hand-crazed maniac, now unconscious. That's good. All Might nodded, somewhat relieved and somewhat bitter at the same time, since present there was possibly the best doctor in the world. But he quickly shook his head to put those thoughts aside for the moment and commented in a dark tone. I can't believe they infiltrated UA. Yes, we need to start a thorough investigation into this. Aizawa said solemnly, an equally grim expression on his face, but he quickly added seriously. I'll help Saito secure the villain. I'll join you. All Might commented casually, to which Aizawa nodded without giving it much importance. After ensuring that the hand-crazed maniac was truly incapacitated, the pair of heroes walked over to where Kai was. Upon arrival, Aizawa commented in a serious tone while activating his quirk, looking at the villain beneath the boy, causing his hair to rise into the air. Saito, let me secure the villain. Sure. Without giving it much importance, Kai nodded casually and then got up from the portal guy. After all, the Alcatraz mark had already been set. So Aizawa proceeded to restrain the villain with his bandages, but just at that moment, a black mist lunged at him at high speed. Immediately, Aizawa felt himself being pulled back rapidly, at the same time seeing a flying slash shoot towards the mist, which was sent flying at high speed through the air, only to then disappear into nothingness. Damn it, they escaped. Noticing that the hand-crazed maniac was no longer there, Aizawa commented with a grim expression, while All Might opened and closed his fist with a similar expression. After all, his hand had hit the back of his own head thanks to a strange black portal that appeared in front of him when he tried to grab the villain at the moment he saw the black mist envelop him. Isn't your quirk supposed to disable other quirks? Kai asked in a serious tone while releasing Aizawa, who responded grimly as he removed his goggles. Yes, but I don't know what happened. Somehow he managed to circumvent my quirk. Well, at least we have the monster that Salem is playing with, and also the one All Might sent flying, although we'll have to find it first. After a sigh, Kai commented while pointing at the enormous panther that was fiercely shaking the monster in its jaws. After all, the massive cat was really indignant because not only did it taste awful, but it no longer magically grew more flesh, which had previously really excited it to the point of being willing to ignore its horrible taste. Which was 1,000 times worse than the premium meat it was given at home. And Salem, if you stop electrocuting it, it'll regenerate. Then, Kai spoke to the enormous panther while rolling his eyes, imagining what was in its stupid head. Salem quickly stopped emitting electricity and released the Nomu, then held it down against the ground with one of its huge claws, while staring at it intently, waiting for the flesh to reappear. Kai Shonen, what exactly is your pet? Staring intently at Kai, All Might asked in a serious tone. After all, he had seen that cat a couple of times, but never imagined it would have the power to easily defeat the monster that was causing him trouble, to which the blue-eyed young man responded casually. It's a normal cat, or well, it was, but a few years ago it somehow awakened a quirk and became quite terrifying as you can see. That's why the principal let me bring it, it's like my assistant's animal. Although Aizawa looked surprised at the enormous panther that roared happily upon seeing the monster's flesh regrow, All Might, for his part, looked at Kai full of suspicion. After all, that electricity seemed too familiar. It was too much of a coincidence that both the master and the pet could do such similar things, to which the black-haired, blue-eyed boy just smiled amusedly without the slightest intention of explaining. The reality behind Salem's impressive strength was somewhat complicated, as it was due to a combination of factors. First, the ability that the black cat's accomplice developed turned out to be quite similar to Kai's lightning mantle, although much weaker, since it could only use two aura categories: enhancement and transmutation. But that ability alone didn't make him so outrageously strong and fast. The final ingredient was that Salem was the only one to whom Kai had updated the accomplice to add his most recent ability, which Kai and Sage had taken almost a year to decipher, using practically 90% of their computational capacity in extensive tests on lab rats, which almost cost them their lives, although he eventually managed to save them. The ability ended up being named Vital Reactor, which gradually allowed adding a mutation to the genetic code similar to what One for All added to turn its user into practically a bioenergy reactor. And although it was quite complicated to do at first and the final result was much weaker than that of One for All, the real benefit was immense. First, the user's base quirk power was greatly enhanced, as the greater amount of energy increased its capacity. Additionally, like All Might, they had super strength, super speed, enhanced reflexes, etc. But an unexpected surprise was that the abilities of the accomplices were also enhanced, as they could feed on more energy, as was the case with Salem, whose strength increased several times with his version of Lightning Mantle. But although it had such good results and Salem and Kai had tested it with lab rats and himself for a good while, the blue-eyed boy had no intention of updating the other's accomplices in the short term. Since it was too important and experimental a change, he hoped to gather much more data before doing so. Shortly thereafter, the UA Hero faculty squad rushed into the USJ, ready for battle. Among them was Nomori, who had an expression full of rage as she looked around erratically, quickly finding Momo dressed in her armor, at which point she ran towards her at superhuman speed. Although it was hard to say that the girls possessed super strength, the years of continuous massages from Kai and his specialized training methods had ended up improving the strength, skill, reflexes, and speed of everyone in the family to a superhuman level, even those who hardly trained like Yumiko and Keiko. Although in their case, it was hard to say if they were really superhuman or just very good. "Are you okay, Momo?" Visibly worried, Nomori quickly asked the girl who was still wearing her full body armor, who responded with a serious voice, befitting a heroine in training like herself, although a hint of enthusiasm could be glimpsed in her tone. "I'm fine, Oni-chan. All Might, Sensei, and Kai took care of the dangerous ones. We only dealt with the weak ones." "That's a relief." Nomori let out a sigh of relief, at which point Kai returned with Salem on his shoulder and commented in a joking tone. "How sad, nobody worries about me anymore, Kai." Upon hearing his voice, Momo and Nomori exclaimed excitedly, at which point Momo jumped to hug the blue-eyed young man, throwing her facade of a heroine in training out the window. Meanwhile, Nomori bit her lips trying to restrain herself, as she didn't want to arouse suspicion from her colleagues or the other students. After all, she knew that if she hugged him, it would be very difficult to stop herself from doing something more. After a while, the police and medical assistants arrived, who took all the villains into custody and helped number 13, the only one seriously injured. All while All Might sent accusatory glances at Kai, who didn't lift a finger to help her and ignored him completely while lying in Momo's lap under a nearby tree, as she gently stroked the blue-eyed boy's hair. "It's truly a shame that someone with so many wonderful abilities is so indifferent to people." In a distant corner, All Might commented with a disappointed tone, to which the principal, who had arrived at the scene along with the other teachers, responded with a casual smile on his face. "Well, it's true that he's not the most willing to save lives, but I think this case is a small victory." "What do you mean, Principal?" All Might asked somewhat confused, to which the curious animal responded with a wicked smile on his face. "Well, today Kai-kun fought against the villains on his own and even saved Aizawa-san, so if you look at it from a certain perspective, he was the hero today, albeit in his own way." "Although you may be right, Principal, I don't think those were Kai Shonen's intentions for doing what he did." All Might replied while looking off into the distance at his proud successor, who was talking with his good friend, Detective Naomasa Tsukachi. Although the boy hadn't played a major role in today's incident, All Might felt he couldn't have made a better decision in choosing him as his successor instead of someone like Kai. After all, his actions showed that his intentions were always in the right place, and combat ability was something they could work on in the future. The most important thing was the foundation. That's quite likely the case, but does that really matter now? The results were the best. No students were injured, and only one teacher was seriously hurt, but those injuries aren't life-threatening, and in a couple of months, she'll be back in service. Now imagine what could have happened if he hadn't been there. Although you might have eventually solved the case, how sure are you that no one would have been hurt in your current state? For his part, Principal Nezu commented in a serious tone while looking at the blue-eyed young man. He preferred 1,000 times to work with someone like Kai than with someone like All Might. After all, although those like All Might were a great asset on the side of good, the reality was that they were easy to manipulate, especially by villains. And there was only one almighty symbol of peace who could emerge unscathed from any situation. Others weren't doing so well on that path. Meanwhile, those who were like Kai were much more stable. As long as they were offered remuneration they found acceptable, they would accept the job and carry it out without being influenced by outsiders. And although he hadn't yet been able to determine how loyal the young man was to his word, at least so far the boy had shown that he had professional ethics. After all, he had healed All Might without tricks and had brought him to his peak, just as he had promised. Even the first thing he did in his new workshop was accept a request from the academy for one of the third-year students, instead of starting to use it for his own purposes. And from the blueprints he had sent for approval, he was doing an impressive job, earning several praises from Powerloader. Well, it's hard to speculate about something that didn't happen, but it certainly would have been complicated for me. Those Nomus's quirks seemed to have been specifically selected to deal with me. Both had impressive strength and speed, and their combination at close and long range was too good. Additionally, they had super regeneration, and one could nullify my shockwaves. All Might explained with a grim expression, to which the principal couldn't help but ask with a similar expression. "Do you think he is behind this?" "Most likely. The way the attack occurred, the monsters that seemed to have multiple quirks, and more importantly, my instincts screamed that it was him. This is very much his style. I feel this was a kind of greeting from him." All Might replied with a grave and grim expression, to which the principal couldn't help but comment solemnly. "So he's really not dead. Things will be complicated from now on." In the end, the event was resolved without many more complications, although UA would close its doors for a day to conduct an internal investigation and make improvements to the security system. So Kai returned home in the company of Momo and Nomori, without paying much more attention to the matter, his mind wandering on the best way to hunt the rats he had detected. You really were the hero today, Kai, I'm so proud. In the middle of the main room of the safe house, sitting next to Kai while hugging him intimately, Ryuko commented with a huge smile on her face, full of genuine happiness and pride. Shino, who was sitting on the other side of the blue-eyed boy, added with an expression full of fascination. Yes, you saved all the students with your actions. I really would have loved to see you. Fu, you should have just seen the expressions everyone had, that was the best part. While straddling Kai's lap and hugging him tightly, burying her face in his neck, Nomori commented with a small happy smile. After all, although it was true that Kai hadn't wanted to do anything for the injured number 13, the fact that he had fought for the students' safety was a great first step. Besides, they also understood that revealing Kai's medical abilities would bring endless problems, and No 13's injuries weren't serious enough to warrant taking that risk. It wasn't that much, I just hit the portal guy and in the end, he ended up escaping, although sooner or later, I'll find him. Kai said casually, not giving much importance to the matter. Darling, it might not have been much for you, but your actions meant a lot to others. Also, you shouldn't worry too much because the villain escaped. Teleportation quirks are so rare that even All Might couldn't prevent his escape. Ryuko commented in a more serious tone, to which Nomori added as she pulled away a bit from Kai to look him in the eyes. Ryuko is right. Teleportation quirks are incredibly rare, to the point that no professional hero is known to have one, so it's a shame it has fallen into the hands of villains. Certainly, such an ability in the hands of heroes would greatly facilitate work in so many situations. Shino nodded while commenting with a bit of regret in her voice. At this point, Kai decided to change the conversation and commented with a smile. Well, putting that aside, we have a date this weekend, Shino. Where will we go? Fu, that's right. What do you want to do, Shino? Completely drawn to the topic, Nomori quickly asked with a big smile while looking at Shino, to which Ryuko added in a cheerful tone. Yes, tell us, so I can think of something different for my turn. It will be a surprise, you'll find out later, Shino replied with a shy smile on her face, which made everyone present smile. 139 Chapter 92. Move Friday soon arrived, so once again Kai was in his seat in the classroom. There was always a brief daily session with the homeroom teacher before classes began, and for some reason, Nezu hadn't allowed him to skip that nuisance. According to Nezu, it was important because that's when significant announcements and the like were made. After a while, Aizawa entered the classroom. All the students fell silent and sat properly in their seats, except for Kai, who simply remained sprawled over his desk as always, something the teacher ignored, as usual. Once he was behind his own desk, Aizawa began to speak. The UA Sports Festival will be held soon. With an unusually serious tone, Aizawa announced as he looked sternly at the students, who quickly became excited. Several couldn't help but stand up from their seats and exclaim with enthusiasm. It's finally here, but as they reacted in their excitement, they abruptly stopped and turned almost robotically to look at Kai. He had lifted his head and wore a dark expression on his face. Likely because the class representative, Momo, was staring at him sharply without blinking, the terrifying young man refrained from making people faint. Seeing this, a couple of students couldn't help but sigh in relief, congratulating themselves for having made the right decision in voting for Momo as class representative. She was the only one who could restrain the frightening boy whom even Aizawa, for some reason, pretended didn't exist despite all he did. Is it really okay to hold the sports festival right after villains infiltrated the school? The tense moment dissipated when one of the students, a girl with short black hair and what appeared to be two sound cables extending from her earlobes, asked in a somewhat worried tone while looking at Aizawa. He replied in his tired voice. On the contrary, continuing with the festival means the school is confident everything is under control regarding crisis management. For example, I've heard that police presence will be 5 times greater than normal. What you should be thinking about is, the Academy's sports festival presents a great opportunity for all of you. This event won't be brought down by something like villains. Aizawa paused briefly to look at the students, then added in a much more serious tone, a hint of pride seeping into his weary voice. Our sports festival is one of the biggest events in Japan. In the past, the Olympics were the sporting festival that stirred the nation's enthusiasm, but now, as you know, its scope and participation have diminished, and it's lost much influence, so what's taken the place of the Olympics in Japan is the UA Sports Festival. The country's top heroes will surely be watching us, scouting us for recruitment, Momo commented, clenching a fist in front of her, to which Kai could only roll his eyes, as if she would ever lack a hero agency eager to recruit her. I think I'll follow the tactic of being an assistant to a professional hero after graduation. One of the students, blonde-haired with a curious black lightning-shaped streak, said cheerfully, looking at the classmate next to him. The girl with the earphone jacks. She retorted with a sarcastic comment. But many people get stuck as assistants and lose the chance to become heroes themselves forever. You seem just that kind of idiot, Kaminari. As young Kaminari huffed in annoyance, Aizawa spoke up loudly again, immediately capturing the students' attention. They looked at him with serious expressions. Naturally, joining the team of a famous hero will give you high status and more experience, but remember, Time is limited. If you're noticed by a professional, it puts you in a position to have a brilliant future. This is an opportunity you have once a year, for a total of 3 chances. If you aspire to be heroes, this is an event you can't overlook. After the grand announcement, there were a couple more notices until the session with the homeroom teacher ended. Kai, after bidding farewell to Momo, casually began walking toward the exit behind Aizawa, determined to make quick progress on the commissioned project he was working on. He wanted to finish it as soon as possible to focus on his own goals. At lunchtime and after a shower, Kai welcomed the girls who had come to eat, these being Momo, Nomori, Nijire, and Mina, the latter now being a regular visitor. After a casual greeting, everyone began to eat. Hado, since you've experienced it before, what are the sports festivals like? An excited Mina asked in the middle of the meal, looking at Nijire. After thinking for a moment, Nijire replied with a smile. They're fun. Plus, they're a good opportunity to receive invitations for apprenticeships and internships. That's how I met Ryukyu. Well, I guess for the current champion they must be fun, Mina commented with an ironic smile at Nijire's sweet expression. At that moment, Nomori added with a small grin. You don't have to worry so much about it. Although they're a good opportunity, you don't necessarily have to win to get noticed. It's better to show what you're capable of, and there will be heroes interested in you. And even if you don't catch attention this time, you still have 2 more chances to do so. For example, there's a third-year student who only managed to attract a hero's attention in his second year and is now considered a strong contender against Nijire for the championship. You mean Tagada-san, Oni-chan? Momo asked with a slight smile, to which Nomori nodded while bringing her chopsticks to her mouth. Nijire added cheerfully. Tagada has become really strong lately, but he's still not my match, fufufu. It's not like I have illusions of winning. After all, the star this year will be Saito. There's no one in our class, and I highly doubt there's anyone in the entire academy who can stand up to him. Mina commented with a small smile, looking at the gluttonous Kai, who was battling with Salem over a piece of meat the cunning cat wanted to steal. Me, don't worry about that. Although I have to participate, I have no intention of standing out. I'll find some random excuse to get out of it as soon as possible. Kai commented casually while staring down Salem, who was showing his belly in submission. This greatly surprised Mina, who quickly asked. Why would you do something like that? It's a great opportunity, and there's no one who can beat you in the first year. Because it's a damn nuisance, I like being anonymous. Without giving it much importance, Kai replied casually while shooing Salem away to eat his own meat. This greatly surprised Mina, who turned to look at the other girls, discovering that they all had sly little smiles on their faces. She then looked back at Kai, who had started to turn his back on them. As Kai ignored the girls, determined not to fall into any of their plans, lunch passed quietly amid casual conversations, mainly focusing on Nijire's experiences in previous sports festivals. When lunchtime ended, after saying their goodbyes, Kai, Momo, Mina, and Nomori walked to the classroom, as Nomori would be teaching the class today. When the class ended, Kai stretched casually while the other students left the room. Suddenly, a crowd formed at the entrance as Uraraka was about to exit, which greatly surprised the curious girl. She couldn't help but exclaim loudly. What's happening? Noticing the hustle and bustle, Momo, as the class representative that she was, quickly walked to the door to understand what was going on. She was a little surprised by the large crowd, but she quickly composed herself and asked with a serious and elegant tone. Excuse me, but do you need something from our class 1A? They came to observe the enemy. They want to see the ones who survived the villain's ambush. They're examining us before the big battle. In response came Bakugo's voice, who commented in a rather calm tone. He didn't dare get too worked up with the representative, or the watchdog might jump at his throat before he realized what was happening. And even if that didn't happen, he wasn't in the mood to be knocked out today. But since he still had some bite to show, upon reaching the crowd, he added in a much more aggressive tone. There's no point in trying, so why don't you all just get the hell out of here, damn rabble. Bakugo-san, don't call the other students, rabble. In response came Momo's voice, who spoke in a reproachful tone with her arms crossed, causing Bakugo to look at her for a moment, then comment with annoyance in his tone. Whatever. I came to see what you're made of, but I didn't think you'd be this arrogant. Are all those enrolled in the hero course like this? Suddenly, from the back of the crowd, a young man with indigo hair stepped forward, quickly standing in front of Bakugo. Bakugo glared down at him as veins began to throb on his forehead, letting out an irritated grunt. I'm a bit disappointed. So that's all you are, huh? The indigo-haired youth remarked cynically as he looked at the gathered Class 1A students. He then added in a more serious tone. There are a lot of people who are in the general education department or other departments because they failed to access the hero course. Did you know that? And, based on the results of the sports festival, they can even enter review to be transferred to the hero course, and the opposite can also happen. The young man's words caused a nervous expression on Midoriya's face, something he quickly noticed. He began to look at all the other students, then added with a slightly arrogant tone, having a defiant grin on his face. Spying on the competition? At least I, from general studies, will wipe the floor with you if you take it lightly. Consider this a declaration of war. Just then, Kai, with a sleeping Salem on his shoulder, arrived next to Momo. Kai handed Momo her suitcase, while extending his hook arm for her to take it, which she did with a small smile, then walking together to the exit. At which point, Kai commented in a casual tone as his conqueror's haki began to emerge from him. Move. Feeling an overwhelming terror, the students began to visibly tremble, then quickly walked away from the place. At which point Kai nodded in satisfaction, then deactivated his conqueror's haki while Momo pinched his arm and looked at him with accusatory eyes, something he ignored completely as he continued walking casually. Meanwhile, several students who didn't run away, such as the indigo-haired boy and another with silver hair, without eyebrows and with strange yellow eyelashes surrounding his eyes like a mask, looked with serious expressions at the young man who walked calmly. The indigo-haired boy wanted to speak but, after a moment, decided to remain silent and instead walked away while several Class A students stifled their laughter and gave thumbs up to the terrifying blue-eyed boy. 139 Chapter 93, Beach Date R18. In the middle of a secluded beach with white sand and a crystal-clear sea that revealed the ocean floor, there was a solitary couple on a delicate red blanket. They chatted cheerfully with each other while eating some appetizing sandwiches under a large umbrella that shielded them from the sun. This beach is truly beautiful. Kai, who was wearing a casual outfit of black shorts and a white sweater, commented while holding one of the sandwiches prepared by his adorable date. Yes, it really is. It's my favorite place in the world, and I wanted you to see it. Shino, who was dressed in a beautiful white summer dress accompanied by an elegant wide-brimmed straw hat, replied with a slight smile on her face as she looked at the sea. Thank you for that. I'll make sure to keep this place safe from now on, Kai said in a tone that greatly broadened Shino's smile, who responded in a light and cheerful tone. Thank you, I know you will. But you know, I imagined the date would be at a place like a cat shelter or something. This was really unexpected. Kai commented somewhat amused, to which Shino nodded happily before explaining with a smile. I actually thought about it, but this place is more special to me. Besides, Salem might get jealous if you come back smelling like other cats. Haha, you're right, Salem is a drama queen. Kai couldn't help but say with a laugh while imagining the fuss the lazy cat would make about it. But at that moment, Shino asked in a somewhat uncertain tone. Kai, I really appreciate you giving me this chance, but are you really sure you want to be with me? Not too surprised by the sudden question, Kai remained silent and instead stood up from his spot. He approached the beautiful woman who had been working for years on her severe self-esteem issues and sat next to her, guiding her to rest her head on his lap, leaving her hat aside. You know, Shino, you are a magnificent woman, and believe me, I'm the only one winning here. Not only are you incredibly beautiful, but you're also serious, diligent, understanding, and caring. You have the complete package, and I assure you any man would go crazy for the mere chance to be by your side. As he affectionately stroked Shino's silky and carefully groomed hair, Kai spoke with a voice that expressed his sincerity, which deeply moved the beautiful heroine. With a low and choked voice, she shared her fears and insecurities with the man she loved. Kai, I really don't feel worthy of being by your side. You are so incredible, so young, so strong, so capable, and I'm just a simple hero. Moreover, my beauty and even my quirk are things in which you have a lot to do, so I have nothing valuable to offer you. Listen, Shino, the truth is that even without me, you would still be incredibly beautiful and a great hero. You have everything needed to stand out in the world on your own merit. I just added a little cherry on top. And you say you have nothing valuable to offer me? I couldn't disagree more with that. You are a very valuable woman, Shino. Women like you, especially in today's world, are incredibly rare. You're conscious, respectful, and know how to make yourself respected. Plus, you care greatly about me and everyone fortunate enough to be around you. And if you don't believe me, ask anyone. You're a fundamental part of our family. While looking at the sea, Kai spoke in a firm and calm tone while stroking Shino's hair. She couldn't contain her tears and began to cry silently, her heart filled with infinite happiness at hearing those words from the most important person to her. She thanked him with a moved voice. Thank you, Kai. You don't know how important it is for me to hear you say that. You have nothing to thank me for, I just told the truth. You're a valuable woman, and I truly appreciate that you want to give me the chance to be by your side. Kai spoke warmly as he wiped away Shino's tears. She smiled happily, and the blue-eyed boy added with a grin. But we're on a date at the beach, we had to have fun. Hee, you're right. Forgive me for my outburst, Shino said with a beautiful smile on her face. Kai quickly shook his head, then looked her directly in the eyes and spoke in a serious tone. There's nothing to forgive. Now that we're in a relationship, the first thing we need to work on is trust. So you can trust me and seek my support even for the most insignificant thing that comes to mind. I will always be there to support you and help in any way I can, and for what I can't, I'll find a way to do it. Feeling her cheeks blush and her heart wanting to leap out of her chest, Shino lowered her head shyly, then thanked him in a low voice, which somehow made her look incredibly adorable. Thank you, I will. That's what I hope. Now, let's have fun, Kai said with a smile as he stood up and extended his hand to Shino, who took it timidly and rose from the ground. What do you think about swimming a bit? After helping Shino up, Kai asked with a smile, to which the beautiful woman nodded with a small grin. I like the idea. With a slight blush on her face, Shino took the hem of her dress and quickly removed it, revealing an elegant red bikini that showcased her impressive figure. She had large breasts, almost on par with Nomori, a slim waist, and a toned stomach, leading to a pair of long, slender legs ending in small and delicate feet. For his part, Kai couldn't help but carefully observe his girlfriend's dreamlike body, absolutely tempted to have a taste. This made Shino blush deeply, while simultaneously giving her a boost of confidence in her attractiveness like she'd never felt before. "Do you like it, between shy and happy?" Shino asked in a low voice while straightening her back, so her beloved could appreciate her in every detail. "You're gorgeous." Looking Shino up and down, Kai commented in a low voice that revealed his desires, which made Shino smile joyfully. She quickly approached him, pressing her generous bust against his chest, then whispered in a seductive voice near the ear of his beloved. "Now I'm all yours to do whatever you want. Don't tempt the devil, woman. You don't know the terror of doing that." Kai replied with a wicked smile while firmly squeezing Shino's slender waist. The beautiful woman smiled amusedly and tried to sound scared, though not very convincingly. "Oh no, could it be that this big bad wolf wants to devour me?" "Hee hee, that's right, Little Red Riding Hood, this big bad wolf wants to devour you whole." Playing along, Kai spoke in a deep voice, trying to sound menacing, which made Shino smile brightly. After giving her beloved a light kiss on the lips, she ran laughing toward the sea, pretending to be scared. "Oh no, a big bad wolf is going to eat me, help." Equally amused, Kai took off his shirt and followed closely behind Shino, entering the sea with her. They began to swim and play cheerfully, chasing each other amid laughter, until after some time, Kai finally caught her in his arms. "Oh no, the big bad wolf caught me. What will become of me?" Shino said in a playful tone while lovingly hugging her beloved's neck. Kai smiled and replied, "You're going to be completely devoured, Little Red Riding Hood, surrender." Hee hee. Shino giggled, then initiated a loving kiss with her beloved, which quickened her heart as she began to feel her body rapidly heating up. Soon, the kiss transitioned from being soft and affectionate to passionate and full of desire, igniting Shino's repressed desires completely. She wrapped her legs around her beloved while clinging to his head with her arms, as if wanting to be as close as possible to him. At the same time, Kai began to walk out of the sea carrying Shino, never breaking the passionate kiss. They quickly returned to the umbrella, where he gently laid her down, then started exploring her magnificent body with his hands, causing an overwhelming lust to fill the beautiful woman. Consumed by lust and desire, Shino stopped the kiss, then looked directly into Kai's eyes with pleading, at the same time moving her small bikini with her right hand, revealing to the world her delicate pussy, which throbbed with passion. It had as its only adornment a seductive transparent liquid that made it shine slightly, being completely shaved. "Please, I desire you." At the sound of Shino's desire-filled voice, Kai quickly lowered his shorts, revealing his erect manhood. The sight made the beautiful brown-haired woman swallow hard as she opened her legs wider in invitation, one that the blue-eyed boy quickly accepted, inserting his penis into his spectacular girlfriend's pink, pristine pussy. The moment Shino felt her pack's masculinity passing through her, a deep happiness, mixed in equal parts with an unparalleled pleasure, went through her body, but her delight did not end there. Immediately after, her beloved tore her little bikini from her chest and then began to suck on her tiny, erect nipples. For his part, Kai couldn't help but marvel at Shino's small nipples and tiny areolas, which looked unusually attractive on her enormous breasts, as he firmly thrust into her interior, causing a cascade of love juices to pour out of the beautiful woman. "Kai, harder!" Amidst seductive moans, Shino begged with a voice full of desire, so Kai quickly increased the pace of his thrusts, causing the beautiful woman's moans to increase in volume. She clung with her legs to her lover's waist, not wanting him to separate from her. "Kai, your cock is delicious. My pussy feels like it's in heaven." Amid her passionate moans, Shino began to shout, filled with ecstasy, which greatly surprised Kai. It didn't match her usual serious demeanor, yet it was incredibly sexy to hear the typically reserved Shino talking dirty, prompting him to tease her even more. "How much do you like it?" With a mischievous smile and a seductive voice, Kai asked while thrusting even harder. Shino quickly responded, overwhelmed by pleasure. "I love it, your cock is exquisite. I've never felt so much pleasure in my life. I love you, I love your cock." "So you love my cock more than me?" Both amused and excited, Kai asked while firmly pinching one of Shino's tiny nipples. She shouted her response. I love you more, your cock just makes you even better." That didn't sound very convincing. "Seems I'll have to punish this lustful Little Red Riding Hood," Kai commented in a playful voice. To his surprise, Shino hugged him tightly and exclaimed with desire. "Yes, punish me, I've been very bad, punish me." Inadvertently discovering a secret of his sensual girlfriend, Kai could not help but smile wickedly. He then separated from her for a moment and put her on all fours, immediately after inserting his penis again deep inside her warm interior, causing a beastly moan to come out of Shino's delicate pink lips, while she arched her back like a cat and a jet of love juice came out of her pussy. "Yes, punish me more, spank me, I've been very bad." Following the wishes of his unbridled girlfriend, Kai quickly spanked her round and sensual ass, which caused an orgasm to run through Shino's body. She couldn't help but scream out loud as she moved her hips to the rhythm of her lover. "Yes, punish me more." Measuring his strength, Kai spanked the crazed and sensual Shino, causing an endless number of intense orgasms to run through the beautiful hero's body. This made her mind clouded by pleasure and unable to think of anything other than furious and aggressive sex. At one point, however, her lover grabbed her by the neck to lift her up and whisper in her ear. "I'm going to come. Where do you want it? Inside? I want it all inside me," Shino quickly commented in ecstasy, her expression warped with pleasure, at which point Kai ordered in an arrogant and dismissive tone. "Then beg for it properly. Please, I beg you, come in my dirty pussy, bless me with your semen." Lost in desire, Shino begged without the slightest concern for her appearance or dignity, feeling the greatest pleasure she had ever experienced in her entire life, to which Kai responded with a small arrogant giggle. "Well done. Here's your reward." When she felt her lover's warm semen filling her inside, Shino's vision became blurred. At the same time, her whole body felt like it was being brutally electrocuted by the excessive orgasm she was feeling, which deformed her face, with her eyes rolled back while her tongue sensually came out of her mouth. He, so you can do an aigao." Seeing Shino's face, Kai couldn't help but comment full of desire, but when he noticed that the beautiful woman had lost consciousness, he quickly let her rest under the umbrella. Then he took a blanket from the bag they had brought, with which he covered the spectacular naked body of his girlfriend. 139 Chapter 94. Did you have a good time? After some time, Shino slowly opened her eyes, only to find herself naked in the middle of the night with just a blanket to cover herself, which filled her with unimaginable terror. But shortly after, the memories of what had happened returned to her, allowing her to let out a sigh of relief, while a deep blush spread across her face. Filled with shame and a bit of fear because Kai was not by her side, Shino timidly began to look for him, only to find him approaching with 2 roasted fish on a stick, a warm smile adorning his attractive face. This greatly quickened the already racing heart of the beautiful heroine. "You're finally awake. I caught some fish and cooked them with a bit of the salt we brought. I hope you like them." With a smile on his face, Kai spoke calmly as he sat next to Shino, who was timidly covering her naked body with the blanket. He then offered her one of the fish in his hands, which Shino accepted with a small smile, thanking him in a low, moved voice. "Thank you. I hope you like it." Kai smiled casually before taking a bite of his fish, something Shino quickly imitated. As she took the first bite of the fish, Shino felt as if she were tasting the most delicious food she'd ever had in her life. Its flavor was so memorable. Despite having just a bit of salt, the meaning behind this small gesture from her beloved was the only seasoning she needed, to the point that she would have eaten it with the same pleasure even if it were still raw. "It's delicious," Shino commented in a soft and melodious voice, to which Kai responded with a joyful smile. Glad you like it." After finishing the fish, Kai and Shino buried the sticks in the sand. Kai then gently embraced Shino and lay down with her on the sand while they silently watched the stars, feeling each other's warmth. This made them feel calm and happy, as they sensed their relationship strengthening in real time. After a while resting her head on her beloved's sturdy chest, Shino spoke in a low voice, feeling embarrassed and somewhat nervous that she might have left a bad impression on Kai, something that terrified her and compelled her to explain herself. "Kai, I'm sorry for my outburst. I lost control for a moment, but I'm not a lustful or easy woman. Actually, this is the first time I've been with a man." Kai couldn't help but open his eyes, genuinely surprised, since given their age, he never expected this from any of the girls. To prevent his possessive tendencies from flaring up, he avoided even asking, as it was better not to know. This immediately led him to tighten his arm around Shino while asking in a serious tone. "Are you serious, Shino?" "Yes, that was my first time." With a voice barely above a whisper, Shino nodded embarrassedly while hiding her flushed face in her beloved's chest. This caused a furious storm of feelings to sweep through Kai's mind, who couldn't help but speak with a bit of guilt in his tone. "I'm sorry, I should have been more careful. You have nothing to apologize for. It was the best moment of my life, and I'm extremely happy that my first time was with the man I love, even at this age, foo. Feeling the genuine concern from her beloved, Shino's heart filled with warmth as she hugged him tightly. Kai could only begin to caress one of his beautiful girlfriend's shoulders before speaking in a tone full of emotion. "You're truly a wonderful woman, Shino. You don't know how happy it makes me that you decided to give me something so important. I feel like I don't deserve it." "Don't say that. For many years, it was my dream that you would be my first man, and I couldn't be happier that it finally came true." Filled with happiness, Shino looked directly into her beloved's blue eyes and expressed her deepest feelings with a soft and warm voice. Kai responded by initiating a loving kiss that filled the beautiful heroine's heart with love and warmth, which was followed by a deep desire that culminated in a passionate night of love that ended with the first rays of morning light. After putting on her dress, completely naked underneath since her bikini had disappeared at some point, and they couldn't find it, Shino intimately took Kai's hand and led him to her discreet cabin not far from the beach, which was the inheritance left by her mother. Upon arriving at the cabin, Shino entered the bathroom with Kai, where they bathed together amid warm kisses and caresses, which ended in one more quick round before going out to change. At that point, Kai couldn't help but notice that his beautiful girlfriend was limping slightly, so he quickly activated his mystical palm. "Let me heal you." "Thank you," Shino said with a cheerful smile, so Kai quickly healed her, leaving her as good as new and resolving her slight limp. Still in her underwear, Shino gave her beloved a grateful kiss before putting on a fresh light blue summer dress, while Kai donned a white shirt and black jeans. Afterwards, they went out hand in hand to enjoy a small date in the city before returning home. Upon returning home using a company, the couple was greeted by Nemori and Ryuko, who had excited smiles on their faces and came running to hug them the moment the translucent light barrier disappeared. The beautiful woman with golden hair then asked excitedly, "How was it? Did you have a good time?" "Yes," Shino replied, a deep blush on her cheeks, causing Ryuko and Nemori to smile. They exchanged a glance before quickly dragging them into the living room. "Well, it seems you had quite a bit of fun." Sitting next to Kai, Nemori commented with a smile that tried to hide the excitement coursing through her, while hugging his arm tightly and pressing it into her ample bust. Kai could only respond a bit uncomfortably, as he still wasn't fully accustomed to the strange relationship the four of them had. "Well, yes, it was memorable. Fufufu, I can imagine. Now I can't wait for my turn," Ryuko said while sitting on Kai's lap like a pampered cat, which didn't please Salem much. The lazy cat could only snort in annoyance before jumping onto his master's shoulder. "But now that I think about it, Kai, you were really surprised when I told you it was my first time. Didn't Nemori tell you that none of us had been in a relationship before?" Suddenly, Shino asked curiously while intimately hugging Kai's left arm. He opened his eyes, absolutely stunned, then turned to look incredulously at Nemori, who looked equally surprised before asking, "You thought I'd been with someone before, Kai?" Knowing that he was in huge trouble, Kai chose to remain silent and suffer the punishment. At the same time, a small smile couldn't help but form on his face. Nemori stood up and began to reprimand him indignantly while pacing back and forth in the living room. "I can't believe it, you've known me all my life. You know I've always been single and only by your side. I spent almost 10 years with you 24 hours a day. How could you believe that I'd been with someone before?" "Sorry," Kai apologized in a low voice, but just as Nemori was about to continue her scolding, Ryuko hugged Kai protectively and protested. "Nemori, don't blame Kai. It's understandable that he might have thought so. We're at an age where it's normal to assume we might have had relationships at some point. But I feel offended by that assumption. Somehow, I feel like Kai was doubting my love, and I don't like it," Nemori replied angrily. Ryuko quickly got up from Kai's lap to hug Nemori, speaking in a softer tone. There, I understand, but you don't have to feel that way. Kai loves you, and you know it. He just didn't ask because he wanted to avoid problems." "I know, but," looking genuinely sad, Nemori replied with watery eyes. Kai quickly stood up and went to the beautiful woman with dark blue hair, giving her a deep kiss that caught her off guard. He then spoke in a serious tone while looking directly into her eyes. "Forgive me, Nemori. I know it was my fault. I didn't ask because I didn't want my possessiveness to create problems between us, but now I feel immensely fortunate and happier than ever. Do you forgive me?" "HMPH, dummy." With an annoyed pout, Nemori huffed while lightly hitting Kai's chest. He quickly lifted her and sat down with her on his lap, which made Ryuko and Shino smile amusedly. They sat on either side of him, resting their heads on his shoulders, and began a casual conversation about their plans to make the most of the 1 week they'd have alone, since Keiko was officially retiring, and it wouldn't be so easy afterward. "By the way, how is it that such beautiful women like you never had a relationship before?" Kai suddenly asked, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. Shino replied in a serious voice. "Well, in our case, it was a combination of factors. First, it's not good for a young heroine's popularity to be involved in a relationship, so it's very common for them to remain single, at least publicly. Also, Chitora's transformation was quite complex and costly, which prevented all of us from trying our luck in love. Not to mention that those who didn't know about Chitora's transformation had the wrong ideas about our relationship, which somehow acted as a shield. And those who found out couldn't accept it easily, let alone our sisterhood, which was basically a giant red flag for us. Yes, things were quite complicated in our youth, and when everything finally stabilized, we met you and stopped looking altogether. Although, avoid mentioning it in front of Chitora. He really feels guilty about it," Ryuko added cheerfully while moving her head against Kai's shoulder, annoying Salem, who was forced to find a new spot. "I understand, and I won't mention it. Don't worry, I was just a bit curious." "We know." The pair of beautiful heroines with golden and brown hair responded in unison, then laughed at their synchronization. "As for me, although the popularity aspect played a role, the main reason was that when I was younger, I was too extroverted, and that scared away all the good men and only attracted trash, with whom I never wanted anything to do. Then I focused completely on you and didn't think about anyone else until today." While resting her head on Kai's chest, Nemori replied in a casual voice, which made Shino and Ryuko smile mischievously. They quickly commented in teasing voices. "I didn't know that extroverted is now a synonym for perverted," Ryuko said while covering her mouth with one hand, looking like a playful cat. Shino added slyly. "The great R18 pervert now calls herself extroverted. Love really transforms people, fufufu. Do you two want to fight me or what?" With an angry expression, Nemori asked aloud while glancing between Shino and Ryuko, who simply laughed teasingly, almost starting a fight. But at that moment, Kai gently stroked Nemori's hair and managed to calm her, initiating a warm and peaceful conversation. 139 Chapter 95. A smash. The following Monday, Kai finished the final adjustments of the order placed by Ua, then sent it off for review, allowing him to stretch and relax. He now had the rest of the month to take care of his own business. After a quick shower, Kai put on his uniform again and waited for the girls to arrive while tweaking the document for his next project. After a while, Sage informed Kai that the girls were approaching, so he put everything away and closed his laptop. But at that moment, he noticed something strange with his observation Haki. There was a voice he didn't much like among the approaching group, one that seemed a strange amalgam of other voices, and it seemed to worsen over time. "We're here," Mina exclaimed excitedly upon arriving, then confidently jumped onto one of the comfy sofas, while Momo stayed near an annoyed bundle of nerves with green hair. "Kai, let me introduce you to Midoriya Izuku, a classmate of ours," Momo presented with a slightly awkward smile on her face, to which the human-shaped bundle of nerves quickly bowed respectfully and spoke. "And nice to meet you, Saito-kun. Well, I suppose you know I don't like you very much, so if you came, it must be for something. What do you want?" Kai asked, not being particularly friendly, which brought an ironic smile to Mina's face. Generally, the blue-eyed boy was quite amiable in his workshop, and Midoriya wasn't a bad guy, so she couldn't understand why Kai disliked him so much. "It's about the sports festival. I want you to give me some advice since our quirks are so similar." Without rising from his bowed position, Midoriya exclaimed loudly and nervously, to which Kai remained silent while staring fixedly at the green-haired youth. "I suppose All Might didn't tell you anything useful." After a while, Kai commented with a slightly annoyed tone, which made the green-haired youth visibly tremble. He stood up with a panicked expression, which only caused the blue-eyed boy to let out an exasperated sigh. He really couldn't understand what All Might saw in him. "Seriously, I don't know which of you is worse," Kai remarked somewhat exasperated, feeling that Midoriya's true quirk was to irritate him. His mere presence got under his skin. But at that moment, Momo spoke up in a somewhat complicated tone. "Kai, couldn't you give Midoriya-san a little advice? The sports festival is a very important opportunity to catch the recruiter's attention." With a serious look, Kai gazed directly into Momo's eyes, who, although she looked a bit embarrassed, held his gaze. So the blue-eyed boy could only let out an exasperated sigh before getting up from his sofa, all under the surprised and confused gaze of Mina, who didn't understand what All Might had to do with the whole matter. "Well, this is only because Momo asks me, so pay close attention and don't make it a habit, understood?" Kai spoke in an annoyed and authoritative tone, to which Midoriya instinctively straightened his posture and responded like a soldier. "Yes, sir, alright then. First of all, you're right. Our quirks are somewhat similar, and that's why I can say that the way you use yours is very stupid. You think of your strength as if it were some kind of final blow or something, and it's not like that. Your strength is part of you, so the most logical thing is to distribute it evenly throughout your body." After explaining in a serious tone, Kai moved at great speed around the room, appearing and disappearing from the girl's sight, then ended up in front of Midoriya and asked with a serious tone. "You should be able to move like that, why don't you?" Because my body can't handle it," Midoriya responded quickly, both surprised and nervous, to which Kai could only shake his head before explaining, somewhat irritated. "No, idiot, it's because you don't know how to use your quirk. Your body isn't damaged by using your quirk per se. It gets damaged because you lack the training to withstand the consequences of using it. Pure action and reaction. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Look." Casually, Kai threw a punch toward Midoriya's face, stopping just before making contact, causing a large amount of air to slam into the freckled boy's face, distorting it, while Mina exclaimed in surprise. "A smash. Something like that, but the point I want to highlight is that All Might's punches aren't exclusive to him, nor to you, Midoriya. It's something that anyone with a certain level of strength, speed and good technique should be able to do. And as you can see, my arm is in perfect condition." Kai explained while clenching and unclenching his fist, then continued as he walked to his laptop. "So you need to condition your body to withstand the reaction of using your power, so the solution is simple. Don't use all of it. Or do you think All Might and I are using all our power 24 hours a day? If that were the case, we'd be walking calamities. Therefore, you could copy a bit of how I use my force control, which, by the way, was developed by my father." After finishing typing on his computer while explaining, a holographic screen appeared in the center of the room, displaying a representation of a human surrounded by an aura. Kai began to move his arms, which the hologram emulated in real time. "Well, look carefully at the screen, it's a graphical representation of how it works." After saying that, Kai walked to the center of the room, then took a basic karate stance, movement followed by the figure on the holographic screen while the aura around him intensified greatly. The first thing would be to use your power throughout your body. In your case, it would be to use an amount of power you can handle without placing any strain on your body. Then, just at the moment you strike, increase the power only in that area to a level that's a small load but not enough to cause damage, like this. With impressive skill, born from years of training and monstrous natural talent, Kai sent a classic karate punch forward, releasing a powerful gust of wind that tousled everyone's hair. The aura of the figure on the holographic screen showed how the aura around the fist intensified greatly, standing out from that surrounding the whole body. Additionally, you should start a training routine that allows you to improve the way you control your power and at the same time adapts your body so you can gradually increase the amount of power you can use. While explaining, Kai dropped the stance, then casually walked to a printer in the room, from which he took a stack of sheets containing a training routine for both the body and the quirk, developed by his father, although it was only a basic version, something he used when he was in high school. This is a routine my father created. Use it as a reference or ask All Might for advice. In any case, that's all the advice I have for you, thanks for coming. Quickly, Kai handed the stack of sheets to the stupefied Midoriya, then walked to the door and pointed at it, so the green-haired boy could only nod almost robotically. Then leave the room with a blank expression, his mind trying to process what he had seen. After closing the door, Kai dropped onto his sofa, evidently annoyed, then looked at Momo and asked with an unfriendly expression. Happy now? Kai, don't be like that. Midoriya is a good person, and his quirk is really powerful, so it would be a shame if agencies weren't interested in him because of the self-destructive way he fights. Your advice is really valuable to him, and as class representative, I must look out for the well-being of my classmates. Besides, you like to compete with talented people. You even help Tagata-san from time to time. This isn't very different. With a guilty expression, Momo sat next to Kai and hugged one of his arms, speaking in a warm tone, to which Mina could only watch the scene with an uncomfortable expression on her face. After all, she didn't want to be a third wheel, but the workshop was so cool that she always ended up coming. Besides, she really considered Momo a good friend and liked spending time with her. Alright, let's leave it at that. Let's eat, the food is already arriving. After a sigh, Kai commented, still looking somewhat irritated since, to some extent, Momo was right. Although the green-haired boy was incredibly annoying, he had All Might's quirk, and that quirk was a valuable source of information, to the point that, thanks to Midoriya's body still adapting to his quirk, he had been able to obtain much data on the transfer and evolution capabilities of One for All. For her part, Momo smiled cheerfully, then looked at Mina, who seemed quite uncomfortable. She quickly got up and sat next to her, feeling somewhat guilty for unintentionally making her a third wheel. They began to have lunch, and after a while, the beautiful pink-skinned girl asked somewhat curiously. By the way, why didn't Nijire-chan and Midnight come? Because Oni-chan is at a teacher's meeting during lunch, and Nijire-ne-chan is in her internships. Momo replied while elegantly wiping her mouth with a white napkin, to which Mina could only comment with a dreamy tone. The internships, the first step to becoming a hero. I hope a good agency takes an interest in me. Well, for that, you need to give a good performance at the sports festival. Most internship offers come from there and from apprenticeships. Momo replied with a smile. Mina seemed to realize something, then looked at the silent Kai and asked in a somewhat embarrassed tone. Saito, could you give me some advice to stand out? Melt someone's face off, that'll definitely get you in the news. As if it were nothing important, Kai commented casually while the lazy Salem, who had been sleeping in the office, stretched lazily at the door. Salem then ran off to his bowl in a corner, which was filled with piles of meat and kibble. For her part, Momo couldn't help but laugh softly at Kai's joke. Meanwhile, Mina could only make a blank face. Kai really liked to make not-so-nice jokes, but the fact that he was joking only meant he was now in a better mood, so it was time to throw a tantrum to get what she wanted. Yao Momo, Saito is intimidating me. With a tearful expression, Mina clung to Momo while speaking in a sorrowful tone, which made the beautiful black-haired girl smile. She quickly looked at Kai and commented in a teasing tone. Kai, you made poor Ishido-san cry. Now you should help her so she can stand out at the sports festival. After looking at Momo for a moment, Kai could only sigh, somewhat regretting having voted for her. After all, he had brought problems upon himself without knowing it. Although, well, she got 5 votes, so she would have won anyway. It was an inevitable fate. Alright, after classes we'll meet in the gym, and I'll write a training routine along with some ideas so you can give a good performance at the cultural festival. Yay! Upon hearing Kai, Mina quickly exclaimed excitedly while stretching her arms, which at the same time made Momo smile contentedly. Momo felt a comforting warmth in her heart upon seeing how Kai was always by her side and supported her, even when he didn't like it much. This genuinely made her feel his love and how important she was to him. There really was no better man in the world than her. Kai.139 Chapter 96. Fighting Style? At the end of classes, Momo and Mina showed up at Kai's private gym at UA. One he almost never used, but since it was part of his perks upon enrolling, he could use it as he pleased. But for some reason, not only did they arrive, other students showed up as well. Among them was Suyu, whom he had already met and got along with relatively well, so that was fine. But in addition to her, there were 3 other people. One was a petite girl with fair skin and a slender build, short black hair, and what appeared to be 2 cables hanging from her earlobes. Besides the girl, there was Kirishima, a robust boy with red hair who could harden his body, and another thin student with blonde hair and a curious black lightning-shaped mark on the left side of his bangs. All of them were looking around somewhat uncomfortably due to the way the terrifying blue-eyed boy was staring at them. Well, can I know why all these people are here, Momo? Kai asked as he stared directly at Momo, who only smiled shyly but quickly responded in an almost childlike tone, like a girl caught doing something mischievous. He, Well, they were also unsure about the sports festival and needed a few tips. Upon hearing Momo, Kai could only sigh exasperatedly while massaging his temples, now genuinely regretting having voted for her, to the point where he was very tempted to find the other 3 people who voted for her to thank them, very specially for such an immense favor. "You're going to be my downfall," Kai muttered under his breath, to which Momo just gave a sweet smile, like an innocent child. Hee. Well, since it is what it is, let's go one by one. Tell me your names and what you're feeling insecure about, and I'll give you my perspective. After one last sigh, Kai spoke while staring intently at the uncomfortable strangers in front of him. At that moment, Mina spoke up excitedly, trying to lighten the mood while also showing the others that Kai was just a grump and not as bad as he seemed. "I'll go first, Ashido Mina." An introduction wasn't necessary, but fine. "What are you feeling insecure about?" Kai could only roll his eyes at the energetic pink girl, who quickly replied with a huge smile on her face. "Everything. I don't know how to be more attractive to the agencies." Hearing Mina, Kai could only facepalm while sighing, then looked at the energetic pink-haired girl and commented casually. "Alright, show me what you can do. I don't know what could make you more attractive to the agencies, but I suppose that as long as you're more effective, that should increase your chances." "Okay, then I guess I'll start with the basics. My quirk is acid, and it allows me to shoot acid from my body. Also, I can control its solubility and viscosity." Mina responded as a whitish liquid began to seep from her hands. Kai nodded with a hand on his chin, then asked, "And how do you usually use it?" "Well, I generally just spray it on an enemy or use it to skate like this." Taking advantage of her special shoes, Mina began to skate around the gym, to which Kai asked curiously, "And what fighting style do you use?" "Fighting style?" Mina tilted her head cutely, prompting Kai to ask with a blank expression. "Don't tell me you want to be a hero and don't even know how to fight properly." "Hey, I do know how to fight. I just don't get what you mean by style," Mina exclaimed, looking somewhat offended. Kai just shook his head, then placed his hands behind his back and commented casually, "Then try to hit me. I'll only use the strength of a normal human, and I won't use my arms. If you manage to land even one hit on me, I'll do anything you want." "Really?" Mina asked, surprised and excited, to which Kai nodded casually before responding. "Really? So go ahead and try to hit me. Hee, I'll gladly accept this gift." Mina commented with an evil smile on her face, while Momo could only shake her head. After all, she herself had fallen for the same trick who knows how many times. Meanwhile, the other 3 students, who were hesitant to speak up, wore different expressions. The boys were filled with curiosity and anticipation, while the girl watched Kai skeptically. "Go ahead, give it your best shot," Kai said with a slight smile as he looked into Mina's curious yellow eyes with black sclera. She quickly exclaimed excitedly, "Here I come." Right after speaking, Mina accumulated acid in her hands and skated across the floor using her quirk, starting to circle around Kai, who simply stood still without moving an inch. Mina quickly hurled the accumulated acid at him, making sure to dilute it so as not to hurt him. "You don't have to dilute it, go all out." While dodging with minimal and fluid movements, as if he were dancing rather than evading, Kai commented calmly. Mina hesitated a bit but, seeing Momo's nod, quickly exclaimed in a serious tone, "Then I'll give it everything I got." Using the same tactic, Mina launched acid at Kai again, but this time it was corrosive enough to melt the floor. The blue-eyed boy casually dodged it with minimal movements, preventing the acid from even coming close to grazing him. After repeating the same tactic a few more times, Mina realized it was utterly useless. Kai could dodge anything she threw at him. So, using her great mobility, she approached him to try to land a punch, but Kai, with the same ease as before, dodged by slightly moving his head. Feeling frustrated by Kai's faint smile, Mina began to use anything that came to mind, flinging acid everywhere and throwing all kinds of strikes. She ended up adopting an almost acrobatic style that primarily used her legs, as they were longer and stronger, allowing her at least to make that annoying Kai move a bit more. But still, she couldn't even graze him. "Well, that'll do. As you could see, you don't know how to fight. You were just throwing random punches without any technique or strategy. Plus, you waste too much energy and leave too many openings for a counterattack." After some time, and without even a single drop of sweat on his face, Kai commented calmly to the severely exhausted Mina, who was breathing heavily on all fours on the ground. After taking a couple of deep breaths, she could only mutter in a low, ragged voice, "Damn. Yeah, whatever you say. First of all, you need to work on your stamina. You didn't last at all. You also need martial arts training. Later, I'll give you the names of styles that suit your acrobatic leg-based approach so you can find a good teacher. As for your quirk, you need to think of more effective ways to use it. For example, you could expel large amounts under pressure, like an acid gun. You could also coat your fists and kicks with a more acidic and viscous version to increase your destructive power. And you could experiment from there, like creating whips, armor, barriers, etc. You could even use a slippery version to destabilize the enemy or something similar. In short, you have a lot to think about." Ignoring the exhausted Mina, who ended up collapsing on the floor, Kai explained casually. He then turned to look at the other students, who were watching him with various expressions, and asked nonchalantly, still with his hands behind his back, Who wants to go next? Me, Kirishima Eijiro. Saito, I was really impressed by what you did at the USJ, and I want to get a few tips from you, Kirishima exclaimed loudly, looking at Kai with determined eyes. Kai nodded casually before asking. Do you have something specific in mind, or do you want to try hitting me? Actually, I prefer a little sparring match. My style is more based on counterattacks. Kirishima hardened his body and clashed his fists together forcefully, producing a metallic sound. Kai commented casually as he approached one of the punching bags in the gym. Well, I understand why you prefer that style, considering your quirk. But that could cost you dearly one of these days, since your defense might not be very effective against certain types of people, like me. After speaking, Kai threw a casual punch toward the punching bag, stopping just before touching it. Moments later, the bag exploded violently, sending its stuffing everywhere, which greatly surprised the students, especially Kirishima, who observed the scene with a serious expression. Meanwhile, Momo could only smile, amused to see Kai showing off like that. As you can see, this simple punch would let me find out if you're as tough inside as you are outside. And if by chance you're not, you're a dead man. And even if you were, what do you think would happen if that punch hit your head? Kai asked with a slight smile on his face, which appeared especially terrifying from the student's perspective. But anyway, just keep that in mind. You shouldn't blindly trust your defense and should look for an ace up your sleeve, in case it's not effective. Besides, Momo already defeated you once because you couldn't withstand her blows. So you should work on improving your combat style, as it's also terribly predictable given your quirk. And, of course, work on your hardening. If you use it well, you could do interesting things. With a calm stride, Kai reached the gym wall, then turned to look at Kirishima and commented casually. For example, you could harden selective parts of your body to create powerful and lethal attacks that don't consume too much energy, like this. With terrifying speed, Kai drove his index finger into the gym's reinforced walls, leaving several holes. He then commented casually. As you can see, a single finger would be more than enough to kill or incapacitate an enemy, which would undoubtedly be much more efficient than hardening your entire body. Although, if you like doing it that way, you could also do more interesting things than just being a punching bag before counter-attacking. You could, for example, become a sort of reinforced tank that charges at your enemies, or something like that. In any case, the first thing you need to refine is your technique and learn martial arts that specialize in strength. You could even learn something like Aikido or similar arts to surprise the enemy by deflecting their attacks. You could also use it to deal with annoying opponents like me, who can break through your defense. With a complex expression on his face, Kirishima watched Kai walk slowly until he stood once again in front of him, hands behind his back. Kai then asked with a slight smile, which by this point was becoming a bit irritating. So, what do you say? Still want to fight me? Upon hearing the question, Kirishima could only look silently at the blue-eyed boy for a moment. But after taking a deep breath, he clashed his fists together forcefully again, exclaiming loudly. As a man, I still want to. I want to see how far I am from the best student in the class. He, I like that attitude. You're an interesting guy, Kirishima. You remind me a bit of myself. With an amused smile on his face, Kai commented as he looked into the red-haired boy's eyes, finding him much more agreeable. Then he assumed a casual boxing stance, which led Kirishima to ask, somewhat surprised. Really? I thought someone like you was always at the top? Well, although I certainly can't complain about what life has given me, I wasn't born as powerful as I am now. My strength is the result of years of training and hard work. But let's leave that for another time. Let's fight. After speaking, Kai threw a jab that seemed straight out of a textbook. Kirishima quickly covered himself with his hands, but the power was much greater than he expected. He felt his arm ache as he was pushed back several centimeters. Realizing that this was far from all the power the blue-eyed youth possessed, Kirishima wanted to shout for him to take him seriously. But he quickly understood that if he did, he probably wouldn't even realize how he lost, considering the speed and strength Kai had shown at the USJ weren't very different from All Might's, not to mention his strange ability to knock people out. Quickly, Kirishima approached again and sent a punch with all his might at Kai, who defended him in a similar way as he had done. But to his surprise, he felt as if he had hit a metal plate with his bare hands, to the point where his fist hurt. But even so, the blue-eyed boy did not move an inch. You can harden yourself? Kirishima asked excitedly, partly because someone so strong could do the same as him, and partly because, unlike himself, he couldn't see anything unusual about Kai, who looked exactly the same as before. Kai replied with a small chuckle. I can do many things. 139 Chapter 97. Why'd I have to do this? The days passed, and soon the weekend arrived. Kai found himself sitting in his comfortable armchair, with a miniature Salem sleeping on his lap. Keiko sat beside him behind a small table, wetting his hands in a bowl of water, while Yumiko brushed the heel of one of his feet with a tool that looked like some kind of file. Although he was currently enjoying a luxurious pedicure and manicure at the hands of possibly the richest and most beautiful women in Japan, Kai's face showed only a dark expression as he stroked Salem with his free hand. After all, there was a horde of people touching his things in his gym, which he didn't like at all, especially on the day he had his date with Ryuko. Kai, don't be angry with Momo. She's very excited to help her friends stand out in the sports festival. Being the class representative went a bit to her head, and she lost sight of things a little. As she took Kai's hands to start trimming his nails, Keiko commented in a warm voice. Yumiko added in a similar tone as she placed Kai's foot into the special water-filled basin on the floor, then took the other foot and began to file the heel. Don't be mad at Nejire either. She's very excited to help Momo's friends, and that's why she offered to help them train. I told them they could use the UA gym. Kai responded in a dark tone, genuinely annoyed, which caused awkward smiles to form on the pair of beautiful women. They seemed to be at the peak of feminine beauty, combining the sensuality of a woman in her 30s with the softness and firmness of someone in their early 20s, perfect faces without the slightest wrinkle in sight. Well, your gym is better equipped and reinforced, and there's also the training arena you built a few years ago. Besides, there's a curfew at UA, so I suppose the girls thought it was better to bring them here. Keiko replied as she filed Kai's freshly cut nails. I don't like having strangers in the house. Kai added irritably, to which Yumiko commented with a slight smile while checking his feet to make sure they were perfect. Well, Mirio-chan and Yuyu-chan have come over several times, and you didn't mind. Now there are only a few friends of Momo. They're different. I actually like them. Kai looked away and responded evasively, which brought amused smiles to the pair of women. Shortly after, Keiko commented with a small smile. I thought I heard that a couple of your classmates also got along with you. It's just 2, well, 3 if we include Ashido, but there's a bunch of people I don't know. Kai replied as he leaned his head back on his armchair, at which point Sage activated the massage functions, so his master could relax. Look on the bright side. You might come to like them if you get to know them. Besides, Momo avoided bringing the guys you don't like, so this could be an opportunity for you to make friends. Momo has been very happy with her new friends, just like Nejire. As she began to cut Kai's toenails, Yumiko commented with a small smile. Kai opted to remain silent, since the only reason he hadn't kicked them out the moment they arrived was because none of the 4 nuisances from his class were there. The ones who had the special talent of irritating him just by their presence. Knowing it was best to let Kai think for himself, Keiko and Yumiko just exchanged a small smile, then continued with their tasks, relaxing into a calm and comfortable silence. It was interrupted when a message arrived on Kiko's phone. She calmly dried her hands before checking it. Fufufu, we have good news. Some of the promissory notes can be contested, so we have everything we need to initiate Operation Buyback. With a beautiful smile on her lips, Keiko commented excitedly, then looked at Yumiko, who now had a serious expression and quickly asked. When do you plan to confront that woman? It's up to you. We already have everything we need to pressure her, and we've managed to gather the liquid funds, so you decide when we start working. Keiko replied in an equally serious tone as she put her phone away again. Yumiko fell silent while she began to play with Kai's toes, wearing a complex expression. I guess the time has come. I'll also have to confront him and Nejire. After a while, Yumiko spoke in a tone filled with various feelings, prompting Keiko to rise from her seat and gently hug Yumiko to comfort her. At that moment, Kai moved Salem from his lap, then leaned forward and gently caressed Yumiko's face. Don't worry, we're here for anything you need. As for Nejire, I'll do something about it, and if you don't want to face that trash, you can leave it to me. I'll give him a beating in your name and slam the divorce papers in his face. Kai commented in a warm voice, as if he wasn't saying anything wrong, which somehow made the pair of beautiful women smile. They knew perfectly well that Kai was a strange person, and that phrase encapsulated perfectly who the blue-eyed young man was. Despite saying he didn't want to be a hero, he was the first to come to the defense and protection of anyone in the family. Capable of running out in the middle of the night and snatching someone from the jaws of death just for Shino's sake. Moreover, they knew he wasn't as indifferent as he tried to appear. It's not necessary for you to do it. This is something I must do myself, and I don't want you to dirty your hands with someone like him, though I would like you to accompany me and be my support at that moment. Yumiko said as she gently placed her hand over Kai's on her face. The blue-eyed boy quickly nodded, then spoke in a serious tone. Don't worry, I'll be there, even if you didn't want me to. Keiko, I'd also like you to come with me. Although it would be comforting to have the whole family, I don't think you all have the time, nor would it be good to have so many people there. Yumiko looked at Keiko and commented seriously, to which the beautiful black-haired woman quickly nodded. Don't worry, I'll be there with you. Now I have plenty of time, hee. Keiko replied with a small smile, and Yumiko nodded with a similar smile as she commented. Thank you, Keiko. You know, I'm starting to like having free time. Maybe I'll imitate you and retire after all this is over. Yes, let's be free housewives and have Kai support us like the good wives we are, fufufu. Keiko joked with a mischievous smile while looking at Kai, who quickly played along and commented just as amused. Of course, my pockets are deep, and I wouldn't mind a private designer, hee. For her part, Yumiko couldn't help but look closely at the pair of smiling jokers, quickly noticing that there was a hint of emotion in Kiko's words, which made her feel something strange in her heart. Something she hadn't felt in who knows how long, but she quickly shook her head and joined in the joke. That sounds tempting. These days here have made me realize how wonderful it is to have free time for myself and to be with Nejire. Besides, I never gave myself time to be a housewife. Maybe this is my moment to relax a bit, fufufu. Hee, that sounds like a good plan. With Kai's comment, the calm and cheerful atmosphere returned to the room. After a moment, Keiko and Yumiko repositioned Kai in his armchair, then continued with the manicure and pedicure amid pleasant and casual conversation. Meanwhile, Salem happily jumped back onto his master's lap. Seriously, why'd I have to do this? With an exasperated expression, Kai commented while looking at the 8 people in front of him. Among the 8 were some acquaintances like Tsuyu, Mina, and Kirishima, as well as those who had been in the gym, like Denki Kaminari, the blonde-haired boy with a black lightning-shaped streak, and Kyoka Jiro, the girl who had some kind of cables coming out of her earlobes. But in addition to those acquaintances, there were some he hadn't spoken to even once: Uraraka, the girl with brown hair and rosy cheeks; Honda Shiro, the guy who had tapes on his elbows; and Mashirao Ojiro, a robust guy with blonde hair who had a muscular tail on his back. Because it's good to help your classmates, Kai. Mirio Tagata, an old acquaintance of Kai, friend of Nijire, and someone he occasionally trained with, commented with a smile and enthusiastic tone. With an exasperated expression, Kai turned to look at Mirio beside him, who was a young man slightly shorter than him, with a muscular body, blonde hair and strange oval blue eyes without a visible sclera. Mirio simply smiled happily as he began to pat Kai's shoulder familiarly. "Don't make that face, let's help your classmates a bit, ha ha ha. Seriously, if it weren't somewhat fun to train with you, I'd have kicked you out of my house long ago," Kai grumbled, something the young Mirio easily ignored with a smile. At that moment, Momo, who was on the other side, commented while using her secret weapon against Kai: "Puppy eyes. Please, Kai, just help us a little, pretty please, Kai-chan." Nijire, who was next to Momo, quickly joined in the plea, acting just like her. Hearing Momo and Nijire, Kai could only look at them fixedly, cursing that none of the heroes were home today, as he could have thrown the task at them. But now he was alone to endure the annoyance. After a sigh, he turned to look again at the students, making a mental note to get back at Momo since she'd been very bothersome lately and needed a lesson. "Well, what do you need from me? I thought I'd given my opinions to several of those present here. I want you to see my progress and give me your thoughts," Mina exclaimed, somewhat amused. After all, it was delightful to see how Momo and Nijire handled the terrifying Kai so easily. "Alright, then step aside. Those who have the same idea, form a group with her." After casually nodding to Mina, Kai quickly addressed all the students, prompting Tsuyu, Jiro, Kaminari, and Kirishima to join her, now much calmer than during their time in the gym. After all, Momo was really nice, and the blue-eyed boy turned out not to be as terrifying as he seemed, and his advice was genuinely helpful. Seeing that the group of those he knew had formed, Kai turned to look at the 3 remaining strangers, who appeared a bit uncomfortable. But at that moment, the boy with the tail stepped forward and spoke in a firm tone. "Saito, I came because I wanted to have a little match with you. I heard from Midoriya that your quirk is called force control, so I would like to train a bit with you." 139 Chapter 98. Revenge tastes very sweet, Saito. I came because I wanted to have a little match with you. I heard from Midoriya that your quirk is called force control, so I would like to train a bit with you. "Well, it's something like that, but what does my quirk have to do with it?" Kai asked, somewhat confused as he looked at the tailed young man in front of him, who quickly replied with a serious expression. "Because that's the name of my favorite hero's quirk and my inspiration, Iron Palm." "Oh, a fan? What's your name?" A small smile appeared on Kai's face as he asked, which brought similar smiles to the faces of Nijire and Momo. The tailed young man quickly responded. "Ojiro Mashirao." "Well, Ojiro, wait with the group over there. We'll have a match later as you wish," Kai replied casually, pointing to Mina's group. This greatly surprised all the students, as Kai seemed somehow kinder. Ojiro quickly nodded and walked over to the group. "Alright, thanks in advance. It's fine, it's no big deal." Kai responded casually to Ojiro's thanks, then turned to look at the 2 remaining people. He eyed the girl and asked, though no longer as kindly. "And you, the girl who's close to the biggest nuisance at UA, what do you want?" "Deku-kun is a great person, you know," Uraraka replied with an incredibly uncomfortable expression on her face. Kai responded casually. "Could be, but that doesn't change the fact that he's a nuisance. But never mind, what do you want?" "Well, I heard from the girls that the advice you gave them was very useful, so I wanted to know if you could help me a bit too. This is a very important moment for me, and I need to stand out in the sports festival." Doubting whether it had been a good decision to come, Uraraka spoke in a subdued tone. Kai commented casually, not paying attention to the girl's feelings. "Alright, then later we'll see where you're lacking. And that leaves you. What are you after?" Kai looked at the young man, who seemed to have tape rolls on his elbows. He responded in a serious tone, not wanting to be knocked out suddenly. "Well, I'd also like to practice a bit against you and have you tell me what flaws you see in me." "I see. Then we'll do it this way." Kai nodded, then turned to look at Mirio and commented in a strict tone. "Mirio, since you're so keen on helping, you'll face the group that wants to assess progress." "Alright, I'll take care of that," Mirio quickly responded, raising an arm confidently. Kai swiftly turned to look at Nijire and commented casually. "And you, Nijire, since you took part in this, you'll face those seeking advice." "Got it. Leave it to me." Nejire responded cheerfully, raising her arms enthusiastically. Kai nodded in satisfaction before looking at Ojiro and saying, "Ojiro, we'll have a match, so we'll move aside a bit." "Sorry for the trouble." Ojiro bowed his head in gratitude, then approached Kai under the somewhat surprised gazes of the others, as it was evident that he was being treated with a certain preference. "Don't worry." Kai nodded casually toward Ojiro, but at that moment, Momo raised her hand and asked in a timid voice. "Kai, what about me?" "Oh, Momo, I have special training for you." "Salem." Kai spoke with an evil grin on his face, then called his lazy pet. This made Momo break into a cold sweat, and she hurriedly replied with evident panic in her voice. "Kai, I don't want to train with Salem, he's too rough." "I don't know what you're talking about." Kai commented casually as he looked toward the entrance of the main house, where Salem was running to find his master, evidently happy. Kai spoke to him in a malicious tone. "Salem, train a bit with Momo. Show her what happens when you bother a calm guy too much." After meowing cheerfully, Salem quickly grew in size to match that of a normal panther. At the same time, Momo exclaimed with an almost panicked expression. "Kai, forgive me, Salem doesn't know how to hold back." "Don't worry, I'll leave you as good as new afterward." Kai responded casually while walking briskly and gesturing for Ojiro to follow him. Momo wanted to protest, but at that moment, an excited Salem leapt toward her with extended claws, forcing her to create her armor to defend herself as they gradually moved deeper into the forest. Kai, as Momo's lamenting screams echoed from deep within the forest, Kai reached a secluded spot to have his match with Ojiro. Meanwhile, Mina approached Nejire and asked in a low voice, covering her mouth with one hand as if trying to prevent someone from reading her lips. "Nejire-chan, why did Saito suddenly start treating Ojiro nicely?" "Because Kai is happy to meet a fan of his dad, fufufu." Nejire responded with a cheerful smile and without lowering her voice in the slightest, greatly surprising those who could hear her. At that moment, Kai's voice echoed, sounding quite annoyed. "Nejire, speak out of turn again, and you'll be next." "Fufufu." Kai-chan got angry. "I can't tell you more." Nejire responded with an amused smile on her face, covering her mouth with one hand due to Mina's utterly stupefied expression. She then walked toward Uraraka and Sato, speaking cheerfully. "Alright, guys, we're going to have a little training match. Attack me with your best." You're going to advise us?" Uraraka asked a bit uncomfortably. Nejire responded with a small smile. "Oh no, I'm not very good at that, so Kai will do it. He's able to know anything that happens around him, even if he doesn't see it directly with his eyes. By the way, my name is Hato Nejire, 3rd year at UA." "You're our senpai?" Uraraka and Sato exclaimed in surprise. Nejire nodded cheerfully, then commented with a small giggle while pointing at Mirio, who was joining the other group. "Fufufu, yes, Tagata is also a 3rd year, so don't hold back, come at me with everything. Kai will tell you later what you need to improve." As all the students lay on the ground, exhausted and covered in bruises, Kai began to speak casually without a single drop of sweat on him, looking incredibly fresh and calm. This only brought bitter smiles to the faces of the battered students. "Well, I saw significant improvements in Mina, Tsuyu, and Kirishima, but I can't say the same for Kaminari and Jiro. Although there were improvements, you still have a way to go, especially in the physical aspect. You need to train a lot." While the praised ones smiled happily, Kaminari and Jiro could only smile bitterly. At that moment, Kai turned to look at Uraraka and Sato, who Nejire was healing using the ability of her accomplice. It allowed her to accelerate healing in herself and others by utilizing the large amount of bioenergy her body produced, so much that it even served as a reference for the vital reactor. As for Uraraka, you're lacking in spatial awareness and martial arts training. You don't even know how to throw a proper punch. Also, consider using support equipment to improve your mobility. Your quirk has a lot of potential to exploit. Later, I'll give you a specific list on that. Kai spoke casually as he looked at Uraraka, who nodded now that she was healed. He then turned to look at Sato and continued. "As for Sato, you're quite good technique, decent agility, and creativity in using your quirk. However, as you may have noticed, you're lacking in offensive capabilities. Using a weapon could help you. Also, working on your spatial awareness and training in a martial art more focused on speed would do you good. By the way, you and Uraraka could work together on that. With your quirks, you could use some very effective 3-dimensional movement tactics." As his last wounds were being healed, Sato nodded with a serious expression. After all, he had been given a tremendous beating and hadn't even been able to touch the cheerful blue-haired girl, making him painfully aware of how far he was from being a professional hero. At that moment, Kai looked at all the students and commented casually. "Although you're still quite weak, I must say that, overall, you're not that bad. If you train properly, you'll likely stand out in the sports festival and attract the attention of a couple of agencies. Keep in mind that the flashiest ones will attract more attention. Even so, that doesn't mean being flashy is necessarily good, unless you want to live off merchandising. In that case, be as flashy as you can. Anyway, that's all from me. Later, you'll receive an email summarizing this information, detailing viable tactics for you, and a small training routine, along with the names and some basic moves of martial arts suitable for you. So I hope you'll leave me in peace because next time I'll charge you a fortune for this consultancy. Goodbye." After speaking, Kai began to walk toward where Salem was playing with Momo, leaving behind all the students along with Nijire and Mirio. They could only shake their heads at Kai's behavior before continuing to help the students. Tagada-senpai, your quirk is really amazing. It seems invincible. Kirishima commented as he looked at Mirio, who smiled cheerfully and replied. Ha ha ha, it might seem that way, but it's not easy to control. It took me years to be able to do something useful with my quirk. Also, it's not invincible. To this day, I haven't been able to beat Kai even once. Upon hearing Mirio, all the students turned to look at him in surprise. Suyu commented while Nijire finished healing her. Saito-chan is really powerful, he'll be a great hero in the future. That's hard to say. Kai only entered UA because they gave him a bunch of benefits. The truth is, being a hero bothers him quite a bit. That's why he's so harsh with you. Nijire commented with a slightly disappointed tone, which led Mina to ask in surprise. Even though his father was one? I'd say it's precisely because his father was one that he doesn't want to be one. But anyway, don't pay attention to that. I can only tell you that Kai is really a great man, but I suppose you already know that. Nijire commented with a small smile. Jiro nodded with a serious expression. Although I wouldn't go so far as to say he's a great man, the way he treats Momo and that he even decided to help us shows he's not as bad as he seems, though he's quite terrifying. Yes, but once you get used to him, he's really a good friend. He even helped me create this training suit, so my clothes wouldn't fall off when I use my quirk, and he's also helped me a lot to improve my skills. As he showed the students his seemingly normal sportswear, Mirio commented cheerfully. This caused the other students to look at each other, all aware that there was more to the story, which led them to look at Ojiro, who seemed to understand what was going on. A little later, Kai arrived where Salem was playing with Momo, not giving much importance to the conversation the others had about him. After all, sooner or later, they would find out that his father had been Iron Palm and that he was crazy, which would hopefully prevent him from having to keep wasting time with them. Although he liked a couple of them, it wasn't enough to have them at his house all the time. Kai. I curse you. In a voice that almost seemed to come from a specter, Momo muttered while lying on the ground completely exhausted, disheveled, dirty, and bruised. Her armor was in pieces, and piles of destroyed equipment surrounded her. Salem had her trapped as if she were prey and was cheerfully gnawing on what was left of her leg armor. Revenge tasted very sweet for a lazy cat. Ha ha ha, I hope you learned your lesson. Now let her go, Salem. HMPH. Seen the scene, Kai commented amusedly, to which Momo could only huff in annoyance. The black cat with blue eyes reluctantly released his sweet prey and shrank back down to jump onto his master's shoulder, looking quite reluctant and discouraged. They definitely didn't let him have enough fun. Ha ha ha, don't look at me like that. You brought this on yourself. As he laughed shamelessly at Momo's pout, Kai approached the bruised girl and began to heal her with his mystical palm. She closed her eyes, as if refusing to look at him. After a while, when she was fully healed from scratches and bruises, Momo asked in a contemplative and solemn tone, still without opening her eyes. Kai, will you really never try to help someone? Are you truly capable of seeing a tragedy happen before you and doing nothing to prevent it? Noticing that the question was serious, Kai sat on the ground next to Momo, remaining silent for a moment as if pondering his words. After a while, he began to speak in a contemplative tone, very similar to Momo's. Well, I suppose you already know, but I can only tell you that it depends. If it's a real tragedy and the only way to prevent it is for me to act, the first thing I'd consider is the consequences of doing so. If they're not too serious, I'd act. If they are, I try to help as much as possible without harming myself. Although, as you well know, that only applies to strangers. If it involves any of you, I'll do whatever is necessary to ensure your well-being, regardless of the consequences that brings. But I imagine that's not the answer you want to hear, and I can only tell you that I'm sorry. I'm not a hero, and I never will be. Upon hearing Kai's answer, Momo remained silent for a long time. Although she knew that would be his response, it hurt a bit to hear it. She respected and valued true heroes greatly, like Uncle Jiro, but at the same time, she could understand him in a way. After all, Kai had lost too much due to his father's heroism. Well, I'll be at the house. I hope you come back soon. After a while, Kai stood up from the ground while speaking. At that moment, Momo extended her hand to grab his, then commented in a soft voice. I ended up like this because of you. Carry me. Ha ha ha, alright, allow me to be your steed, sweet princess. Somewhat amused by Momo's spoiled behavior, Kai imitated a character from a drama that Momo liked. She responded with a small smile as Kai picked her up in a princess carry. Hee, it's good that you know your place, commoner. 139 Chapter 99. Thank you, R18. Amid a beautiful wooden terrace overlooking a lake, under the starlight, stood a gorgeous woman with straight golden hair, sapphire blue eyes, and a curvy, slender body. She was wearing an elegant dark blue spaghetti strap dress with a slit up the leg, having the romantic candle at dinner she had always dreamed of. In front of her sat a handsome young man with perfectly groomed jet black hair and mesmerizing blue eyes, dressed in an elegant gray formal suit over a white shirt and a brown tie that matched his leather shoes. He was serving her a glass of wine with a slight smile. You are devilishly handsome, did you know that, darling? With a dreamy look, Ryuko remarked as she took her wine glass and gazed intently at the young man before her, who smiled warmly before replying. I doubt I'm more handsome than you look stunning. Foo, you're quite the charmer, but you should wear a suit more often, you look enchanting. Ryuko commented with a slight grin before tasting the exclusive wine Kai had procured for the occasion, who responded with a small smile. I wouldn't say I'm precisely a charmer, I'm just speaking from the heart. Hee. A timid little laugh escaped from Ryuko's beautiful cherry-colored lips, while a slight blush appeared on her cheeks, enhancing her charm by several levels. After a moment, the beautiful golden-haired woman looked into her lover's eyes with fascination, then commented in a dreamy voice. Thank you for fulfilling my dream, Kai. This night is what I've always dreamed of since I was a little girl. Hee, it's too soon for that. First, you have to try my culinary skills. Kai remarked with a slight grin, causing Ryuko to ask in surprise, as she knew Kai could cook but rarely did since Nomori didn't like him doing it. You cooked? Yes, I had to slip away early from the training group Momo organized to finish on time. But let me present the amuse bouche Kumamoto oyster with champagne pearls and cucumber air. Pointing toward the entrance of the safe house's terrace, Kai responded cheerfully and with perfect pronunciation. At that moment, Sage came flying onto the terrace with two beautiful plates floating around holding an appetizing oyster on a bed of ice with translucent champagne spheres along with a light white foam, which was the cucumber air. How did you learn to make something like this? Ryuko asked, surprised, as the plate landed gently in front of her, to which Kai answered with a slight smile while Sage placed her hands on her hips with a proud expression on her face. Well, Sage searched for recipes and we practiced a bit, I hope you like it. You're really amazing, Sage. Ryuko commented with a smile as she looked at the beautiful fairy, causing Sage to smile cheerfully and respond a bit shyly. Hee, Master was the one who prepared them. You're a sweetheart, Ryuko said cheerfully as she looked amused at the curious fairy, who smiled happily before bowing like a proper waitress and commenting in an elegant tone. I'll be at your service. After speaking, Sage quickly disappeared, at which point Kai pointed to Ryuko's plate while commenting in a serious and elegant tone, acting like a gentleman. Please, madam, honor me with your opinion. Foo, alright. Ryuko responded with a slight smile before taking a small taste of the oysters, at which she opened her eyes in surprise and then commented. This is exquisite, Kai. I didn't know you had so much talent for cooking. Hee, neither did I almost never cook. I even had a plan B to order a complete dinner from a restaurant not far from here, in case it didn't turn out well. Kai replied cheerfully before trying his own creation, finding it quite decent. Foo, the girls will be very jealous when they find out you prepared all this for me. Ryuko commented with a mischievous smile on her face, resembling a playful cat, to which Kai could only shrug helplessly. Well, Nomori never liked me cooking, and the same goes for Shino, so there was never an opportunity. Hee, those two are quite traditional, but after tasting these delights, I think they'll change their minds a bit. Ryuko commented with a slight grin as she finished eating her oysters. At that moment, Sage arrived with two more plates floating around her. Looks like the entree has arrived. Wagyu A5 tartare with black truffle emulsion and quail egg yolk cured in soy. As the plates landed in front of them, Kai commented elegantly while looking at Ryuko, who happily nodded, thus beginning an elegant romantic candlelit dinner, filled with casual conversations and cheerful giggles. That was delicious. You're really good at everything, Kai. After dinner, Ryuko commented, looking genuinely satisfied while savoring the wine. At that moment, soft music played as Kai stood up from his seat, then approached the beautiful blonde woman and spoke with a slight smile. Not at everything, but that doesn't matter. May I have this dance? Of course. With a huge smile on her face, Ryuko elegantly extended her hand to take Kai's, then rose from her seat and began a smooth and fluid dance on the terrace under the candlelight. This warmed the beautiful woman's heart, who looked almost hypnotized at the young man she was dancing with until she could no longer contain herself and jumped to cling to his neck, initiating a passionate kiss. In the midst of the passionate kiss, Ryuko crossed her legs around her beloved, revealing one of her attractive legs through the slit of her elegant dress. Kai began to walk toward the house while holding her elastic and perfectly shaped rear, but at that moment, Ryuko broke the kiss to speak with a panting voice filled with desire. Let's not go inside. Let's stay here. Hee, how naughty. Kai commented with a slight smile, which colored Ryuko's already red face a bit more, while a mischievous smile appeared on her beautiful face. Yes, that's right. You have a very naughty kitten in your hands. What are you going to do? With a voice laden with lust, Ryuko commented as she used her hands to slide down the straps of her dress, soon exposing her beautiful breasts. Although smaller than Nemori's and Shino's, they were still incredibly attractive, especially because they looked incredibly elastic and soft, with a pair of delicate pink nipples in a pointed shape. I suppose I'll have to devour this naughty kitten. While leaning his beautiful girlfriend against the terrace railing, Kai whispered in a deep voice into Ryuko's ear, who visibly trembled with excitement for a moment before exclaiming with a voice full of urgency and unusual desire. Devour me now, right here. It was a mistake to wait so long, I need you inside me now. As she spoke, Ryuko moved her dress forcefully to expose her lower part, tearing it in the process and revealing a sexy light blue thong visibly damp, which she slid to the side using one of her fingers. This allowed her beloved to contemplate her expectant and wet vagina of an attractive pink color, adorned by a small amount of golden hair on the upper part, perfectly trimmed and arranged. Quickly, Kai released his manhood from his suit, causing Ryuko to swallow audibly, partly from anticipation and partly from the fear caused by its size, which even made her doubt whether it would fit inside her. But the excitement was so overwhelming that she opened her beautiful legs even wider with the mentality that if he destroyed her, Kai could put her back together. "You're a very naughty kitten." In a seductive voice, Kai whispered into his beautiful girlfriend's ear while introducing his manhood into Ryuko's warm and delicate pussy, which turned out to be incredibly tight, to the point that he even had difficulties entering, causing a small moan of pain from Ryuko. At that moment, Kai quickly activated his mystical palm to deactivate Ryuko's pain receptors, but she took his hand to stop him while speaking with a voice that was painful but determined. "No, I want to feel this. I need to feel this. Don't take it away from me, darling." "Are you sure?" Kai asked in a serious tone while looking directly into Ryuko's eyes, who nodded with a slight smile before hugging him tightly as she responded with a voice filled with countless feelings. "Completely, I don't want to miss absolutely anything from this moment, and I want to remember it until my last days." "Alright, I'll try to do it slowly." Kai responded in a tone full of warmth while embracing Ryuko's small back, who melted in his arms while replying with a voice full of love. "Thank you, Kai. I love you. I love you." With his response, Kai initiated a warm kiss with Ryuko, who corresponded in the same way, while he slowly pushed his manhood into his beloved's narrow femininity. This caused some painful moans from Ryuko, until after a while, the pair of lovers were completely connected. "I've dreamed of this so many times, but it's better than I could have ever imagined." With her face completely red, Ryuko commented in a low voice while looking with eyes full of love at her beloved, who, after a loving kiss, commented with an affectionate smile. "Thank you for letting me experience this with you, Ryuko. Foo, I wouldn't experience it with anyone else. This naughty kitten is only for you to spoil." Ryuko commented cheerfully while a mischievous smile formed on her face, which made Kai smile warmly, who couldn't help but comment while caressing his beloved's beautiful face. "You're truly a wonderful woman, Ryuko. And you're my dream husband. I really feel so happy by your side. Starting this relationship was the best decision I could have made." Ryuko commented with a beautiful smile on her face, one that expressed her happiness and anticipation for the future, to which Kai commented with a slight smile. "I'm also very happy to have you by my side. Do you want me to confess a secret?" Ryuko asked with a mischievous smile on her face, which immediately piqued Kai's curiosity, who quickly replied. "Tell me. You know, what I like most about this relationship, obviously apart from having you by my side, is having to hide. It's so exciting." Ryuko commented with a mischievous giggle, which gave the illusion that cat ears and whiskers adorned her beautiful face, causing Kai to approach with a similar smile. "Oh, really? How interesting to know." Kai's movement caused a seductive moan to escape from Ryuko's attractive cherry-colored lips, as she felt pleasure coursing through her body and her libido reaching a new peak. She grabbed the lapels of Kai's suit to pull him into a kiss full of passion, using her tongue to explore her beloved's mouth. "Kai, make love to me. I desire you." After separating from her beloved's lips, Ryuko commented while looking with almost predatory eyes at Kai, who responded with a passionate kiss while beginning to move within his beloved's warm interior. At the same time, Kai began to caress Ryuko's exposed beautiful breasts, which were a bit larger than his hands and had a hypnotizing elasticity, to the point that they seemed like two top-quality stress balls. Her hard and pink nipples added a touch of femininity and sensuality so attractive that Kai couldn't help but lose himself in them. As the minutes passed, Ryuko's moans began to become louder and wilder, while she felt waves of ecstasy traversing her body, eroding her sanity to the point that she began to feel that her clothes were itching. This forced her to start tearing her expensive dress carelessly, ending up completely destroying it and remaining completely naked except for her sensual thong. "Kai, take all this off. I want to feel your skin. I want to feel you with every part of my being." With a panting voice, Ryuko spoke while tearing her beloved's suit with one hand and using the other to shred the only piece of clothing left on her body, her tiny and sensual thong. Kai then responded by ripping off his clothes in an instant, remaining totally naked along with Ryuko. 139 Chapter 100. Accepting me. R18. You're a very lustful and mischievous kitty. Kai whispered into Ryuko's ear as he quickened the pace of his thrusts, his hands exploring every inch of her slender body. In response, the beautiful golden-haired woman cried out loudly, feeling an orgasm surge through her body from the crown of her head to the soles of her feet. "Yes, I am your exclusive lustful kitty. So put a collar on me and train me to fulfill all your desires." Even as he increased the speed of his thrusts, Kai couldn't help but look at Ryuko with a bit of surprise. After all, that wasn't the most common fetish around, not to mention he could now confirm that his three girlfriends had rather peculiar tastes. Then again, he wasn't the sanest guy in the world either. Besides, to maintain a relationship like the one they had, you had to be a little crazy, and the crazies were the most fun. "Then I'll have to get a collar for my little kitty." As he gently stroked Ryuko's neck, Kai remarked in an authoritative and lustful tone. This caused the beautiful woman to visibly tremble, her entire body covered in goosebumps, and the pupils of her blue eyes fully dilated. Yes, I want a collar, one just for me that makes me yours. Clinging to Kai, Ryuko moaned between gasps filled with ecstasy, then increased the pace of the thrusts on her own. At that moment, Kai lifted her while sweeping everything off the table, laying her upon it to begin a passionate session. Kai, I'm about to come. I'm coming, finish me off. After a while, Ryuko exclaimed loudly as she clung to the head of her beloved, who was kissing her breasts. Where do you want it? Kai quickly asked as he began kissing Ryuko's neck. She wrapped her arms and legs around him, exclaiming loudly at the same time. Inside. I want it all inside. As Ryuko soared to the heavens from the most wonderful orgasm of her life, making every millimeter of her body tremble, she suddenly felt a warm fluid completely filling her inside. This caused her powerful moan to transform into an almost primal howl, while her body began to shake so violently it seemed she was convulsing. After several minutes of intense tremors and ecstatic cries, resulting from such an aggressive orgasm that it even caused her nose to bleed and a cascade of love juices to gush like a high-pressure hose from her pussy, Ryuko finally calmed down. She stretched out on the table, feeling truly fulfilled, as if she had been born only to experience the happiness she felt at that precise moment. You scared me a bit there, Kai said as he wiped the blood from his beloved's face, checking a hologram with Ryuko's physical information. Her reaction had genuinely frightened him, so he quickly summoned Sage to examine her. Fortunately, it was nothing serious, just a big rush, so shortly after, the beautiful fairy disappeared from sight along with the hologram. Hee, sorry, I got too excited, it was the best thing I've ever experienced in my entire life. With an almost dreamy voice, Ryuko commented as she hugged her beloved with her arms almost without strength and brought him closer to her body, wanting to fully feel his warmth and be connected to him a little more, at which point, Kai commented with a small smile. Well, I was really scared for a moment, I even had Sage check you. I'm sorry. Ever since I was little, when I get excited, my body speeds up. Although this time was a bit exceptional. Don't worry. They've done very rigorous tests on me, and there's nothing wrong. My body is just like that. With an authentically loving expression, Ryuko explained in a warm and caring tone while gently stroking the silky black hair of the man she was sure was the true love of her life. Kai commented with a somewhat concerned voice. Even so, I'd like to start a complete study with Sage's help to confirm. Alright, run all the tests you want, but, Ryuko said with a smile, but quickly a deep blush covered her cheeks. She then added shyly. I want my collar as a reward. You little pervert, but I'll make a collar for you with my own hands. Kai chuckled softly, to which Ryuko responded with an affectionate kiss, releasing the last of her fears and inhibitions. After a moment, she added with a mischievous smile. Darling, you can detect anyone who approaches, right? Yes, I can. Kai replied, giving Ryuko a suspicious look, imagining what his perverted girlfriend had in mind. She quickly added with an even bigger smile. And this area is quite private, isn't it? Very much so. The nearest villa is more than 10 kilometers away, and it's also mine, so it's empty. Kai replied with a slight smile, which seemed to excite Ryuko even more. She quickly added with radiant eyes. That means that if, say, some kitty wanted to take a walk in the open air, no one but her owner could see her, right? Exactly. That perverted kitty could wander around without anyone but her owner seeing her. Kai replied with a mischievous smile, at which point Ryuko asked with an excited expression, like a child about to receive a prize. Darling, wouldn't you like to take a walk around to get to know the villa? That sounds like a good plan. Kai replied, amused as he looked at Ryuko, who gave him a radiant smile before patting his shoulder and speaking with excitement. Then let's go, darling, let's bathe and get ready to take a comforting moonlit walk. Upon hearing Ryuko, Kai couldn't help but tilt his head, feeling confused, as he had imagined a completely different outcome. But he quickly composed himself and asked with a smile while separating his body from Ryuko's. Then let's go, do you want us to bathe together? That sounds too tempting. Sitting on the table, Ryuko thought deeply as her eyes roamed over her lover's perfect body. But after a moment, she shook her head and responded with a smile. But better not. If I bathe with you, I won't be able to control myself. I'll bathe in my room and you in the main room, so we'll get ready and meet in the living room. Remember to wear something elegant. Alright, then I'll wear the blue suit. What do you think? Kai agreed, then asked as he helped Ryuko down from the table. She responded with a big smile. That's perfect. Let's go. Looking very excited, Ryuko quickly pulled Kai by the hand into the villa. Shortly after, they stopped in front of one of the doors on the second floor, and she kissed him affectionately for a few seconds before commenting with a little grin. Well then, get ready and wait for me downstairs. As soon as I'm ready, I'll come down to find you. And remember, don't spy on me. Turn off your sixth sense. Alright, I won't spy on you, and I'll dress super elegantly. Kai replied cheerfully, causing Ryuko to give him another kiss before commenting excitedly. Seriously, turn off your sixth sense, I'll know if you spied on me. I promise, it'll be a surprise for me, Kai said, amused by Ryuko's behavior, earning one more kiss from the beautiful woman, who quickly added, "Alright, I trust you. Wait for me." After speaking, Ryuko gave her beloved a final kiss before running to the room and closing the door, which brought an ironic smile to Kai's face. After shaking his head, he extended his observation haki to the maximum to check if anyone was nearby. Upon confirming that there wasn't, he quickly reduced it to a minimum, wanting to keep his promise and let Ryuko surprise him. In a short time, Kai reached the main room of the villa, which was the largest and had all the amenities, from a small private terrace to a jacuzzi in the bathroom, where he took a good shower. He then began to put on one of his elegant suits, which the girls had given him. Although they always stayed together, the four of them, when they were in the safe house, everyone actually had a room in the villa. The girls used theirs for little more than storing things they wanted to keep in the safe house, like clothes, perfumes, accessories, and so on, since they generally used the main room, which was Kai's. Until now, only Nomori and Shino had used the items they had in their rooms. Once perfectly dressed and groomed, Kai looked at himself one last time in the mirror while applying a cologne that Yumiko had given him. Though, truth be told, almost all his perfumes were gifts from her. He then left the room and descended the elegant wooden stairs connecting the two floors, sitting on the sofa in front of the fireplace while reviewing some data with Sage about the project he was working on. After a while, Kai received a warning from Sage that Ryuko was on the stairs. He quickly turned his gaze just as the beautiful fairy disappeared along with the holograms. But what Kai saw on the stairs left him completely stunned. On the stairs stood a radiant Ryuko, perfectly coiffed and made up with impeccable attention to detail, perhaps even better than when they had their romantic dinner earlier. But what was truly surprising was that the beautiful golden-haired woman wore only cat ears on her head, being completely naked. As a satisfied smile formed on her face upon seeing the look on the love of her life, which confirmed that he hadn't spied on her, and she had been able to give him the surprise she wanted, Ryuko finished descending the stairs. She quickly approached Kai, who was looking at her with his mouth open. She gently closed his mouth with one of her hands while taking his hand with the other and commented with a small mischievous smile. "Come on, darling, it's time for our walk, let's go." Almost on autopilot, Kai responded softly as he looked Ryuko up and down. She seemed to exude an aura of blinding happiness as she led him to the villa's door, full of excitement. But before opening the door, she quickly asked what contained excitement. "Darling, can you confirm that there's no one outside? I don't want anyone but you to see me." "Alright, there's no one." Having composed himself a bit, Kai confirmed after extending his N to the maximum, wanting to be completely sure there was no one. At that moment, Ryuko nodded excitedly, then commented with a radiant smile while hugging Kai's arm against her sensual and naked body. "Then let's take our walk, darling, your little kitty is dying to have her first stroll." "Then let's go." After nodding, Kai opened the villa's door, which caused a slight tremor to run through Ryuko's body. She pressed Kai's arm tightly against her naked body as he began to walk outside. Upon reaching the open air, a surge of excitement violently coursed through Ryuko's body, as a significant amount of love juices began to flow from her delicate pussy, running down her long, slender legs. "Darling, let's take a little walk." Ryuko panted heavily, looking at Kai with an expression full of lust. The blue-eyed man nodded with a smile. Of course. As Ryuko held onto her lover's arm with all her might and looked around nervously, the couple took a short walk under the moonlight. They returned to the villa when the excitement for the beautiful golden-haired woman became so overwhelming that even a couple of drops of blood appeared from her nose. Once inside, Kai wiped the slight trace of blood from Ryuko's face. She gazed at him with unbridled desire, her love juices dripping uncontrollably onto the floor. Soon after, she exclaimed full of lust while lowering the zipper of his pants. "Kai, fill me." With Ryuko's words, in the middle of the room, a task full of passion began, in which Ryuko begged Kai to keep his clothes on at all times, with him sitting on one of the sofas. She, being completely naked apart from her cat ears, rode him as if her life depended on it, reaching endless brutal orgasms that made her convulse violently until she felt like her lover's semen filled her once again. Feeling full and complete once more, Ryuko collapsed onto Kai, feeling whole and happy. She whispered with a smile full of love and gratitude into the ear of the man who loved and accepted her as she was, with whom she didn't need to hide her dark secrets. "Kai, I love you. Thank you for accepting me. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to know you as you really are. It means a lot to me and made me very happy. I love you." Kai whispered back in a voice filled with affection as he gently stroked Ryuko's back. She whispered softly as her eyes closed from exhaustion. "I truly love you, Kai. You're the man of my life." With those words, Ryuko fell peacefully asleep with a beautiful smile on her face. After a while, Kai carried her to the second floor, cleaned her, and laid her on the bed. He then gave her a massage that would help her recover all her energy and eventually lay down beside her, closing his eyes. "Rest, my perverted little kitty." 139 Chapter 101. I'll be number 1. Soon, another week passed, and during that time, Kai's house was besieged by those who called themselves the Representatives Training Group, whom Momo personally trained with great dedication. She even managed to get Kai to give them advice and have small sparring sessions with them. Although Momo's insistence on bringing strangers into the house was quite annoying for Kai, He could intuit the reason she did it. It was undoubtedly the same reason the beautiful girl wanted to leave her mark on the world by being a hero, something that, although Kai didn't share, he could understand. After all, at one time, he had similar thoughts. Because of that, and because Momo had the lucidity not to invite those who irritated him, Kai ultimately decided to let her have her way and occasionally helped the group. Moreover, he only gave her a symbolic punishment of training with Salem a few times, since no matter how much he understood her, it was important that her actions had a price. One she could remember. Besides, now that the cultural festival had arrived, he wouldn't allow more situations like that. In a secluded corner of what seemed to be a locker room, Kai was playing with Salem, determined to ignore all the people around him, especially the looks Momo was giving him. Unfortunately, only the pussycats had been able to come to support them, since Nejire was busy with a mission during her internship, and it was not good for Keiko and Yumiko to go to such a crowded place. What a shame, I wanted to wear my hero costume, Mina commented in a disappointed tone, sitting next to Momo. Ojiro, the guy with the tail, sitting across from her and not far from Kai, replied casually. To be fair, we can't. But having someone like Saito with us, I don't think the costumes would make much difference, honestly. Kirishima said while looking at the young man determined to ignore them, to which Momo responded with a small laugh. Fu, fairness is sought not for us in the hero course, but for the other courses that don't have the same opportunity to obtain a costume, since a flashy costume could draw a lot of attention. Oh, so that's why they allow support equipment but not costumes. Uraraka, who was sitting at another table with Midoriya and Iida, commented cheerfully while patting the curious device around her waist. Jiro nodded, sitting on the other side of Momo, and then explained while pointing to the fourth annoyance of Ua according to Kai, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy who acted like an aristocrat. Yes, although you have to make a request, and it's easier if it's something created within Ua. From what I read, this is mainly done for two reasons. 1. So that the students of the support course can showcase their capabilities, and 2. Because there are people who require the assistance of support equipment to use their quirks, like Aoyama. While the students were conversing on different topics, the young man with half-white, half-red hair and a huge scar on the left side of his face, Todoroki, walked up to where Midoriya was. He then spoke in a serious tone, drawing the attention of everyone present, who turned to look at the unusual scene. Midoriya. What's up, Todoroki? Somewhat surprised by the sudden call, Midoriya turned to look at Todoroki and asked, a bit confused. The young man with two-toned hair responded casually but seriously, with one of his hands in the pocket of his PE uniform. Objectively speaking, I believe I'm above you in terms of practical strength. Yes, of course. Feeling confused by the sudden outburst from the young man in front of him, Midoriya replied in an uncertain tone. Todoroki then added while looking directly at the green-haired boy, who had lowered his head. But even so, you managed to get All Might's eyes on you, didn't you? Todoroki's words alarmed Midoriya. But the young man with the large facial scar continued speaking. I don't feel the need to meddle in that, but I'm going to defeat you. Todoroki turned to look at Kai in a corner and then commented in a more serious tone. And you too, Saito. In response, all Todoroki got was an uncomfortable silence, while the black cat that the terrifying young man always carried turned to look at him, somehow expressing mockery and disdain on its cute feline face. But at that moment, Midoriya, still with his head down, began to speak. I have no idea what you want from me by telling me all this. You're definitely stronger than I am. I think the vast majority of people are probably no match for you. Besides, everyone, even the guys from other departments, is aiming for the top with all their might. As he spoke, Midoriya began to clench his fists and fill with emotion, to the point where he raised his face to look directly at Todoroki, then announced with strength and determination. So I can't give up either, so I'll go for it with all I've got. The confident announcement from the usually shy and nervous Midoriya greatly surprised the students, especially Todoroki and Bakugo, who looked at the green-haired young man with different expressions, surprise and challenge in Todoroki's case, while in Bakugo's, only irritation was visible. Well, guys, it's our time to enter, please, let's do it in order. Suddenly, Momo's voice was heard in the locker room, completely shattering the tense moment. The students quickly nodded, then got up from their seats with different expressions, but they all shared something in common. They were determined to do everything possible to start their careers on the right foot. Well, everyone except Kai, who had to be dragged out of the locker room by Momo. Ua's sports festival, where the apprentices of the hero world aim for each other's throats, and also for the top. Our great annual contest. And let me guess, you all came to see them, right? The miraculous newcomers who, with nerves of steel, took care of a massive villain attack. From the hero department, the first-year class. You're here for Class 1A, aren't you? As Kai exited through one of the stadium doors where the cultural festival would take place, a powerful voice resonated in the stadium, coming from a prominent professional hero and Ua teacher, present Might. This caused great euphoria among the audience, especially in a certain group of heroes with colorful costumes and robotic cat ears, who carried a large banner with the names of two students. Whoa, there's really a lot of people. Seeing the enormous number of attendees, Midoriya commented nervously while looking around, at which point Iida commented to himself in a somewhat worried and serious tone. Can we give our best with so many eyes watching from all directions? This is also another link in the Academy's great hero training system. Wow, they're really praising us. I'm starting to get nervous. How about you, Bakugo? Kirishima, with a somewhat anxious expression, commented while looking around, then looked at Bakugo next to him and asked with some excitement. The blonde replied with an arrogant tone. There's no way I'm getting nervous, you just have stage fright, loser. They haven't been here long, but they're full of talent. Hero course, Class 1B. President Mike continued announcing the students who entered through different doors, placing special emphasis on the hero courses, then introduced the others more quickly. Following them are classes C, D, and E from the General Education Department. F, G, and H from the Support Department are also here, and the Management Department, classes I, J, K, all the first years are gathered. After the students gathered in front of an elevated platform that served as a stage, the entire stadium could see one of the women publicly recognized as one of the most beautiful heroes in the world. She entered, walking with a firm yet elegant step, as if she were on a runway. It's midnight. Suddenly, one of the students shouted as if he had seen his greatest idol, which caught Kai's attention. He turned to see where the voice was coming from, finding someone incredibly short, the height of a small child, with hair that looked more like a bunch of purple grapes than anything else. That guy seems familiar for some reason, but I don't remember from where. Was he a character? But he's not in the class, how strange. While Kai tried to search his memories among the students and the multitude of spectators, a great commotion had arisen due to Midnight's appearance. Despite having changed her costume to a more modest one in her long retirement, not only had she not lost followers, but on the contrary, they had grown like foam, becoming even more famous than before. Seeing the commotion, Midnight couldn't help but smile mischievously at Kai, who simply rolled his eyes. At that moment, she forcefully whipped the typical BDSM whip, one of the few things she used from her old costume, along with her handcuff-shaped bracelets, which caused a loud noise. Silence! Midnight announced loudly, with a serious and authoritative tone, which instantly silenced the entire stadium. She then began to announce in a similar voice. Bakugo Katsuki, representing the first-year students. Upon hearing his name, Bakugo began walking toward the stage, while several students from Class 1A looked confused, especially Midoriya, who couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Huh? Ka-chan? Well, he was first in the entrance exam, so it makes sense. Shiro, who was near Midoriya, explained in a low voice, but was still overheard by a girl from the general course who was nearby. She commented with an expression full of disdain. Yes, from the heroics entrance exam. Shortly after, Bakugo reached the microphone on the stage. He casually glanced at an annoying guy with black hair and blue eyes who was playing with a black cat, then commented in a flat, emotionless tone. I promise that I'll be number one. Bakugo's words generated a great stir among the students, who began shouting all sorts of things at him. The blonde responded with an arrogant expression, simultaneously making a throat-slitting gesture with his thumb. You'll be perfect stepping stones, I'm sure. While Bakugo's taunts provoked an even greater reaction among the students, he couldn't help but look at Kai, who didn't even glance his way and instead simply played with his cat, as if he couldn't even perceive his existence, which greatly angered him. But at that moment, Midnight's voice resonated again through the speakers. Alright, with that, we can move directly to our first event. In the preliminaries, as they're called, a lot of good people end up drowning in their tears here every year, and this year's first round of Destiny is. As Midnight spoke, behind her appeared a huge holographic screen showing the names of different tests changing rapidly, as if it were some kind of roulette. Shortly after, it stopped, displaying a single name in large letters, Obstacle Race, at which point the beautiful heroine pointed to it and spoke with an alluring smile. This one. Seeing the next test, the students looked at each other surprised, but the holographic screen quickly changed to show different images. At the same time, Midnight explained in a serious tone, perfectly executing her role as a judge and captivating both the students and the spectators. Not only those in the stadium but even those at home couldn't help but look at the woman of almost divine beauty with hearts practically in their eyes. It's a race among the 11 classes. The track makes a ring of almost 4 kilometers around the stadium. We always talk about our freedom on campus, foo-foo-foo. Midnight turned to look at the students, and with a soft smile on her face, added. Well, this is what it's about. You're free to do anything, as long as you stay on the track. With Midnight's words, the students quickly approached one of the doors that automatically opened, at which point the beautiful heroine began the countdown for the first major event. Let's begin then. On your marks, get set, go. 139 Chapter 102. Don't ask it. Nemori's words. All the students started running as if their lives depended on it, which inevitably caused a huge jam at the narrow gate, something that didn't affect Kai in the slightest. He simply stayed casually in his place, while Salem watched with curiosity and mockery at the guys squeezing past each other to get through. However, for Momo, things were very different. The moment Midnight gave the starting signal, she immediately produced and equipped her armor, which was heavily inspired by a certain millionaire, playboy, philanthropist hero. It allowed her to easily fly over the students, and although it wasn't as fast as the armor that served as inspiration, she could still easily leave the others behind. Similarly, all those who participated in the representatives training group showed the immense improvements they had achieved in the short time they had been receiving almost Spartan training. This was the case, for example, with Uraraka, who, thanks to the 3D maneuverability device on her waist, could make the best use of her quirk, flying and controlling her direction with the device. Meanwhile, Kai just watched the circus without the slightest intention of moving, despite the pussycats, who somehow were sitting right next to the door, waving their banners and cheering at the top of their lungs. At that moment, Shino and Ryuko looked at each other with conspiratorial smiles, and Mandalay sent a telepathic message to her sister. Plan A didn't work, it's time to initiate Plan B. Understood. With a mischievous smile on her face, Ryuko responded to the telepathic message, looking like a cat about to play a prank. She took her phone and quickly sent a message to the most special contact on her list, which was saved as husband, along with a bunch of heart and kiss emojis. Almost instantly, in front of Kai appeared a holographic screen in mode courtesy of Sage, since he didn't have his phone. The whole family was on the special list where the incredibly capable fairy had to inform him no matter what if they tried to communicate with him. Seeing the message Ryuko had sent him, Kai couldn't help but open his eyes, surprised. After all, she had sent him a provocative image in erotic lingerie with cat ears and the gothic-style black velvet choker that he had personally made and that he now wore everywhere. It had a pendant carved in the shape of a minimalist pixie bobcat's head. In addition, the photo came with a message that said, "This kitty wants to see her owner win, meow." With a surprised expression, Kai couldn't help but look at Ryuko in the stands, who winked at him playfully, which made him doubt whether he should really go and kick teenage butts. But after a moment, he recomposed himself and shook his head, firm in not falling into the temptation of the treacherous plan his perverted girlfriend had prepared. Plan B failed. It's time for Plan C. Seeing her beloved's expression, Ryuko instantly knew what he was thinking, so she quickly informed Shino through the mental connection, who already had her phone in hand. Shino responded in a serious tone, while sending a message to her contact, "Darling," with a slight blush on her cheeks. Right now in front of Kai was an invisible holographic screen showing an image of Shino in a tiny and transparent black maid outfit, which left practically everything in view. She had cat ears on her head and a choker similar to Ryuko's, although with the head of a minimalist Mandalay cat instead, along with a message that said, "This maid will serve her master with all her heart for winning the sports festival." Knowing it was an orchestrated plan, Kai gave Shino a meaningful look, who smiled at him shyly. He then looked away with dignity, not letting himself be bought by such a macabre plan, while Sage made sure there was no record of the little incident. It seems we'll have to use Plan C." Seeing Kai's attitude, Ryuko commented cheerfully through the mental connection with Shino, who quickly replied in a similar tone. "No, it's better if we bring out the heavy artillery. Kai is going to play dumb to see what we're planning. Then let's go all out. Today our husband will fall one way or another, ha ha ha." Ryuko commented with an evil smile on her face, something that rubbed off on Shino, who looked amused at her boyfriend while taking her phone and sending a new message. Seeing the new message, Kai couldn't help but be completely stupefied. After all, in the photo this time were his three girlfriends, with Ryuko and Shino in the same outfits, while Nomori wore a black Playboy bunny suit that left her enormous breasts exposed, on which she had heart-shaped nipple covers. On her neck was a black choker with a pendant carved in the shape of a minimalist Saluki dog's head. In the photo, Nomori was sitting in an elegant chair resembling a throne with her legs crossed and her hands on her knees, having a sensual expression on her face. Ryuko and Shino stood at her sides with one knee on the armrests of the chair and their hands on Nemori's shoulders, with Ryuko having a mischievous expression and Shino looking somewhat shy. As if they wanted to show it off, on their visible hands, all the girls had on their ring fingers platinum ring with personalized black diamonds matching their respective colors. The message accompanying the provocative photo made Kai dizzy for a moment. "Your loved ones hope to jointly relieve your fatigue after winning the UA first-year sports festival." With a look expressing his incredulity, Kai looked at each of his beautiful girlfriends, who returned mischievous smiles. Although in Shino's case, a slight shy blush could be seen on her face, which led the blue-eyed boy to shake his head, somewhat amused, then disappear from sight, moving at absurd speeds. Although much of his change of mind was due to being offered too much, basically any man's dream, and he didn't want all the girls' effort to be in vain, the reality was that since he was at it, he might as well take the opportunity to free himself from having the girls making plans to make him stand out in the future. After all, he was quite sure that sooner rather than later, things would soon go south and his fame would resonate once again. For their part, the girls, knowing they had achieved their goal, looked at each other with complicity and victory. But at that moment, Tomoko, who had been watching with curiosity the constant exchange of glances of her friends and companions, quickly hugged Shino while cheerfully asking, "How did you do it? What do you mean, ragdoll?" Shino asked back somewhat nervously, while quickly hiding her phone, to which Tomoko asked with a small smile, "How did you convince Kai to take the sports festival seriously?" "It's a trade secret, foo-foo-foo." Ryuko commented somewhat amused, which caused Tomoko to jump on Ryuko to hug her and start asking insistently, "Come on, tell me, pretty please, foo-foo-foo, if you're a good girl, maybe I'll tell you." Ryuko commented with a smile while playfully stroking Tomoko's beautiful turquoise green hair, who couldn't help but pout grumpily while complaining, "Stingy, Meanwhile, Chitora, who had been watching the whole event discreetly, couldn't help but shake his head with a small smile. Really, neither Shino nor Ryuko were the best at hiding things, and for a long time, he had had his suspicions. But even if it was what he imagined, he was 100% willing to support his best friends and companions in their madness if that was what made them happy. Using his absurd base speed, combined with some emission to accelerate even more, Kai advanced down the track at great speeds, quickly catching up to the leaders in the race, who were all from Class 1A. Midoriya was at the front running, showing for the first time in public decent control of his quirk. Head-to-head with Midoriya was Todoroki, who propelled himself using his ice, while Bakugo followed closely with a crazed expression. Bakugo used the explosions in his hands to propel himself forward and fly, all the while shouting all kinds of insults with an almost torn voice. After watching how the people he had given advice to were applying them correctly, Kai nodded, somewhat satisfied for not having wasted his time, then accelerated again to catch up to Momo, who was much further ahead, so much so that they would very likely change the competition rules to prevent something like that from happening again. Not long after, Kai stopped near the entrance gate to the stadium, where Momo landed and unequipped her armor, which fell to the ground turning into dust. She then took Kai's offered arm, with a big smile on her face, looking genuinely happy, and they walked together down the hallway under the stands, re-entering the stadium where they were met with great euphoria from the fans. Who would have expected this result? As Momo and Kai entered the stadium, Present Mike's excited voice resounded throughout the arena, which was flooded with cheers of euphoria from the stands. Momo waved to them with a cheerful and shy smile on her face, while the hero announced the result aloud. The winners are Yayorozu Momo and Saito Kai. It's a tie between the two best students of Class 1A of the hero course. With Present Mike's announcement, a new wave of excited cheers filled the stadium. The Pussycats joined in on, waving their banners as if their lives depended on it, while smiles full of happiness and pride could be seen on their faces. "What made you change your mind, Kai?" Momo asked happily as she walked beside Kai, hugging one of his arms, to which the blue-eyed young man could only respond casually while shrugging his shoulders. "Don't ask. They offered me too much. Fufufu, alright." Momo responded, somewhat amused, soon arriving in front of Nomori, who looked at them with shining eyes full of pride, while holding back her desire to run to hug them and cover them with kisses. After a while, through the door entered Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugo, with the green-haired young man looking in the best condition, since Todoroki was forced to use his heat to thaw his almost frozen body. While Bakugo's arms visibly trembled as he looked filled with shock and hatred at Midoriya and, incidentally, at Kai, who completely ignored him. Not long after, several more students entered the stadium, among them Mina, who quickly skated up to Momo and Kai, then tried to complain with a huge smile on her face. After all, she had done much better than she expected and also wanted to tease the grump who had tired of saying he didn't want to stand out. "Don't ask. They offered me too much." Just before Mina could speak, Kai spoke in a firm tone, then looked away, leaving the cute pink girl in shock, which made Momo smile amusedly. She quickly released Kai's arm, then approached her friend, while the blue-eyed boy walked away to start casually playing with Salem, so Momo could have a pleasant chat with her friends. 139 Chapter 103. Kai isn't your boyfriend. You did a great job, Ashido-san. Upon reaching Mina, Momo congratulated her with a cheerful smile on her face. "Hee, I think so too. Even though I wasn't among the first, I think I did pretty well." Mina commented happily while raising her arms with excitement. At that moment, Jiro approached and added with a smile. "Well, I'd say the training did us a lot of good." "Jiro-san, I also saw that you did quite well," Momo said cheerfully, to which Mina nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, I saw it too. You did great against the robots, and the way you used your quirk to run was super cool." "Hee, thanks. Although I have to say, I still have a lot to master. I made many mistakes. But even so, I feel satisfied. I know that next year, when I manage to master everything I have on my plate, I'll do much better." Jiro nodded with a smile as she looked at the amplifiers Kai had created on her forearms and boots. This not only allowed her to make powerful ranged attacks but also enabled her to move at high speed using sound as propulsion. By the way, Kaminari did pretty well too. Propelling himself using electromagnetism turned out to be more useful than I thought, although he's still an idiot and did worse than me. While looking at Kaminari in the distance, who was boasting in front of Kirishima, Jiro commented in a mocking tone, to which Mina added with a sharp and somewhat teasing look. "Although it's true that the way Saito recommended improving your speed is similar, aren't you paying a lot of attention to Kaminari, Jiro?" What makes you think that? He's just an idiot that's fun to tease." Jiro immediately retorted defensively, looking genuinely offended, which only made the pair of girls laugh as they gazed at her with knowing expressions. "Hey, Yao Momo. You can't tease me with your boyfriend right there," Jiro replied annoyed while pointing at the smiling Momo, who responded in a cheerful and casual tone. Fufufu, Kai isn't my boyfriend yet." "What? Kai isn't her boyfriend?" With surprised expressions on their faces, Jiro and Mina asked in unison, looking incredulously at Momo, who nodded casually as if it were something obvious, then asked somewhat confused. "Of course he's not. We're still too young for that. Why are you so surprised?" But you're always together, you hug all the time, you even live together. No matter how you look at it, he seems like your boyfriend. Mina commented, feeling somewhat incredulous, to which Momo nodded understandingly. Oh, it's because of that. Well, that's because we've been together since I can remember, so being by his side feels, how should I say, natural. Besides, it's not like we live just the two of us, there's also Oka-sama, Oni-chan, Nijire-ne-chan, and Aunt Yumiko. Somehow that sounds very romantic. Jiro commented in a soft voice, to which Momo nodded happily. Hee, now that you mention it, you're right. Yao Momo, yet, do you mean you'll go out with Saito in the future? Mina asked in a low voice while looking at Momo, who nodded again with a smile, then explained as if it were something very obvious. Of course. Kai will be my husband in the future. Even Mom approves and supports me with that. Your worldview makes me a little dizzy. The world of the rich is something else. Jiro commented in a low voice while looking incredulously at Momo, who looked back somewhat confused, but at that moment, Mina asked with a bit of concern in her tone. Yao Momo, aren't you afraid that another girl might snatch Saito away from you by waiting until you're older? Snatch Kai away from me? What do you mean? Momo asked back while tilting her head cutely, looking quite confused, to which Mina replied, looking even more worried about her friend's romantic future. I mean that another girl might get ahead of you and take Saito away with her. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. Kai would never leave me alone. He'll always be by my side. Momo responded with a smile full of confidence on her face, which caused Jiro to ask in a low voice, as she seriously doubted that her friend had understood what Mina was trying to say. Yao Momo, are you sure Saito won't end up marrying someone else? Kai marrying someone else? Just as Jiro expected, Momo asked back with a truly surprised expression, then turned to look for Kai. Momo found him not far from her, standing and playing with Salem, while a pink-haired girl with various bulky support equipment was talking to him full of excitement, and he responded from time to time. Kai marrying someone else? With an expression between surprise and nervousness, Momo whispered the question again, quickly realizing that an unpleasant feeling seeped into her heart, filling her with panic. Before she knew it, she had run to Kai's side and taken one of his arms, then looked vigilantly at the pink-haired girl. Oh, you are. Seeing the girl who had suddenly grabbed Kai's arm, Hatsume Mei commented cheerfully, then tried with all her might to remember the name, at which point the blue-eyed boy replied while rolling his eyes. Yayorozu Momo. Oh yeah, that's right, Yayorozu. Mei nodded energetically at Kai's comment, who could only roll his eyes again, although inside he was somewhat worried. After all, he had heard the girls' conversation, and the direction it took was somewhat problematic. But for now, it was better to play dumb until he could talk to the girls to decide how to handle it. You're the girl from the workshop. Momo commented suspiciously, to which Mei nodded energetically, then exclaimed loudly. That's me, Hatsume Mei, great inventor from support class H and collaborator with your family company. Hearing the girl, Momo turned to look at Kai with an inquisitive expression, to which the blue-eyed boy explained casually. She's talented, so I contacted the CIO, Chief Innovation Officer, to look at her work, and he liked it quite a bit. So now she receives significant funding from the company. I see. Momo commented in a low voice, then looked at the smiling Mei, who was gazing at Kai with shining eyes. Saito, I managed to get special permission from the principal to take exams soon to validate the common subjects and be able to dedicate myself to working on my babies. My workshop is off limits. Knowing what Mei wanted, Kai quickly replied in a serious tone while looking directly into the curious eyes of the pink-haired girl, who smiled, flirtatiously, or at least what she imagined was flirtatious, then spoke with a soft voice. Saito. Just a little won't hurt. The behavior of the pink-haired girl greatly annoyed Momo, who couldn't help but frown. But just as she was about to speak, Nemori's voice resonated through the stadium speakers, announcing the end of the competition, as the last of the students had managed to enter the stadium. And so the race ends. Please, look at the results. With Nemori's words, the holographic screen behind her changed to show the respective finishing positions of the students, with Kai and Momo tied for first place, Midoriya in second, Todoroki in third, and Bakugo in fourth. The top 20 positions were practically monopolized by Class 1A, with Aoyama, the blonde mock aristocrat, being the only one from the class outside the top 20, finishing in 42nd place. The top 42 have earned the right to advance. I'm sorry for the students who didn't make it, but don't worry, we've prepared other opportunities for you to shine. But for those who passed, now the real competition begins. From now on, all the press will be watching, so give it your all. Nemori's announcement brought different expressions to the faces of the students, especially Bakugo, who had a face full of hatred. Meanwhile, Momo looked at Mei for a moment with a bit of wariness, somehow now much calmer, knowing that her outburst was exaggerated and a product of the panic of facing a new feeling. After all, her Kai would never be snatched away by some random girl, and she was completely sure of that. Her confidence came from the fact that she knew Kai too well. Although he was very good with them, with others it was a completely different story. When he met someone new, he would naturally go on the defensive, which made him pragmatic, unpleasant, and even quite manipulative. So the barrier for him to open up to someone was extremely high, so much so that, in his entire life, She only knew of one person who had surpassed it, and that was Tagata, a man. Moreover, Kai had never sought to start a relationship with anyone. Therefore, thinking it over, although from now on, she should keep an eye on that pink-haired girl, the danger was minimal. If she had to be on guard against someone, it would be someone like Nijire, someone very close who had passed the barrier from the beginning. But that would be unnecessary. After all, they had reached an agreement a long time ago regarding that matter. Now here's the second game. I already know what it is, but what will it be? What will it be? While Midnight spoke in a playful tone, the holographic screen behind her once again showed names changing at high speed until she announced loudly. As I said, here it is. When she finished speaking, Nomori pointed to the holographic screen behind her with an enchanting smile on her face, causing countless blushes among the students and spectators. At that moment, the holographic screen showed the name of the event, Cavalry Battle, prompting Midnight to explain what it was about. Participants can form teams of 2 to 4 people. It's basically the same as a normal cavalry battle, but with the difference that each person will be assigned a value depending on the results of the last game. In other words, each team is worth a different amount of points depending on who's in it, Uraraka exclaimed with realization, to which Mina added cheerfully. I get it, you two, be quiet while I speak. Nomori retorted with a slightly annoyed expression, causing the pair of girls to try to make themselves as small as possible. The beautiful heroine then resumed her explanation. Although you're right, the assigned points start from 5 for the last positions, so 42nd place is worth 5 points, 41st place is worth 10 points, and the points for first place are. Nomori made a dramatic pause, looking at Kai and Momo before announcing the result. 10 million. Since it's a tie, each one is worth 5 million points. It's survival of the fittest, with real chances for the last to catch up to the first. Upon hearing the exaggerated score, all the students turned to look at the pair of black-haired individuals with predatory eyes. No matter what place they had finished in, if they managed to defeat even one of them, it was almost a direct victory. But just at that moment, a terrifying pressure fell upon them like a mountain, as a voice that seemed to come from the very depths of hell resonated with a mocking tone. So you want to come after us? Interesting. I didn't know there were so many intrepid souls unafraid of death here. 139 Chapter 104. Iron Palm's son. The words of the terrifying blue-eyed young man threw a bucket of cold water over the minds of all the students, who instantly understood that those 10 million points were sealed. Now they could only fight among themselves for the leftovers, so they quickly began to seek their own groups while Kai laughed casually. Meanwhile, in the stands, the attending heroes began to look at each other in confusion, at which point one of them, a robust-looking man with blonde hair, dressed in a white and green jumpsuit, a yellow cape, and a strange headband with wings on his forehead, commented with some disgust in his tone as he gazed disapprovingly at the young man on the screens. What is this unafraid of death talk? Is that what a hero should say? Who is that boy? Why is he so arrogant? Another hero, a slim man with brown hair and a mask that resembled a dragonfly, asked irritably. A nearby hero commented thoughtfully while staring intently at the young man on the screen, hand on his chin, lost in his memories. For some reason, the surname, Saito, feels incredibly familiar. Wasn't that Iron Palm's surname? Upon hearing the comment, a nearby heroine with light brown hair and a flamingo-shaped scarf exclaimed with sparkling eyes, which drew surprised looks from all who heard her. Hair as dark as coal, eyes as blue as sapphire. That's Iron Palm's trademark. Soon, a middle-aged man with a reptile-shaped helmet covering his entire face commented excitedly as he watched the young man in the arena. But at that moment, a voice filled with disdain and scorn was heard from the back. So we have before us Iron Palm's disgrace, the killer kid. You son of a bitch, do you want to die? The hero with the reptile helmet retorted, full of rage. As he looked back, he found a man seated arrogantly with orange hair styled in a mohawk, street clothes full of studs, patches, and tears, several piercings in various parts of his face, and 2 huge gauges in his ears. He, does the truth hurt a fan that much? The kid is crazy, and the fact that he was the only survivor is too strange. Everyone knows it, don't try to cover the sun with a finger. The only crazy one here is you. How dare you accuse an innocent victim of something like that? Can you still call yourself a hero? The man with the reptile helmet retorted indignantly, while several of those present began to look at the despicable individual with equal parts contempt and anger. However, several around them chose to look away, as if silently agreeing with the mohawk guy. I'm just stating a fact. That old fans of a fallen hero want to play blind is another matter. The mohawk man responded mockingly, which further angered those glaring at him, to the point where several stood up from their seats to teach him a lesson. But at that moment, several heroes serving as event security approached to calm the situation. We cannot allow any disturbance at the event, please follow us. A tall and robust man with short gray hair, wearing a tight red hero suit with a V cut on the chest, revealing his muscles. White gloves and boots, and what seemed to be a thin hose coming from his back connecting to one of his gloves. He commented in a serious tone while looking intently at the people who had stood up. Fine. The man with the reptile helmet commented with contained anger, which elicited a mocking laugh from the mohawk man. At that moment, the hero in the red suit looked at him and remarked sharply. You two, come with us. What, why me? The Mohawk man replied angrily, to which the hero in the red suit responded firmly, looking directly into the guy's eyes. Because you are the cause of this incident. I refuse, I was just stating a fact. Those guys were the ones who wanted to cause problems, the Mohawk man commented arrogantly and full of superiority, to which the hero in the red suit replied seriously, though slightly annoyed. This is the last warning, follow us or we will have to use force. Hey, I want to see how you. The Mohawk man responded condescendingly, but before he could finish his words, he was suddenly enveloped in a red substance that looked like blood, which quickly hardened, immobilizing him and sealing his mouth. He was then lifted off the ground by what seemed to be a robust humanoid dog with a muzzle and carried like a sack. As he was taken away by the heroes, the Mohawk guy couldn't help but look one last time at Iron Palm's son in the arena, only to find him staring directly at him with a slight smile on his face. One that, for some reason, gave him a powerful chill, to the point where he began to sweat cold while his body refused to stop looking at the boy, until he disappeared from view when he exited through the stand's door. So the boy is Iron Palm's son? He's like the second coming of Iron Palm? Is he really crazy? You can't be criticizing the victim? Is it really safe for someone like that to be at UA? Do you want to fight Iron Palm's fandom or what? The gossip that Iron Palm's son was competing in the sports festival soon spread like wildfire among the stands, which inevitably generated endless discussions that soon reached the ears of the pussycats. They could not help but display dark expressions while clenching their fists, filled with anger and impotence. Although there were voices defending Kai, those labeling him as crazy or a murderer were unbearable to hear. This was especially the case for Shino and Ryuko, who began to feel incredibly guilty for having set up their whole plan to make Kai win the festival and stand out, as that had undoubtedly caused this to happen. But at the same time, they knew this was something inevitable, it would eventually occur, and only Kai's excellence could silence all that gossip. For her part, Nomori, who managed to hear some of what was being said in the stands, had an incredibly cold expression on her face, casually glancing at all those spreading nonsense, as if storing them in her memory. Meanwhile, the students preparing for the start of the next game couldn't help but look at Kai with different expressions, especially Momo's training group, who had already learned the whole story. With a casual expression, as if he couldn't hear what was being said about him, Kai lifted the irate Momo, who seemed about to shout at the stands, and then seated her on his shoulders, while Salem jumped onto his head. At that moment, the beautiful black-haired girl commented in a worried and angry tone. Kai, don't pay attention to them. Don't worry about that. I knew something like this could happen and came here despite it, so it doesn't affect me. Besides, in a way, it's something inevitable. This is the hero legacy my father left me. In a casual and calm tone, Kai explained as he walked toward the competition area, leaving Momo in silence, not knowing what to say in response. She felt incredibly angry and powerless at the same time. After all, it had been so complicated for Kai to relax about heroism, but now, most likely, all that hard work had been lost thanks to some loudmouths who didn't know what they were talking about. Meanwhile, at Kai's mansion, Keiko and Yumiko were watching the giant cinema screen in front of them with expressions full of indignation, while using their virtual assistants to take notes and make all kinds of calls. The world of heroes and showbiz was about to receive a new wave of upheaval after almost a decade of tranquility. Well, it's time to start. Just as the counter on the holographic screen reached 0, Nomori commented in a much more serious tone, and although she still maintained her previous style, it was evident to anyone that she was not in a very good mood. At that moment, President Mike's voice resonated throughout the stadium, extinguishing any trace of discussion and reigniting the public's excitement. After 15 minutes forming teams and strategies, 13 cavalry teams have been formed. There are some very interesting teams. The guest commentator, Aizawa, commented in a serious tone as he looked at the teams in the arena, at which point President Mike exclaimed full of excitement. Now, raise your battle cries, it's time for a bloody battle at UA, light the signal fire. With the announcement, all the cavalry groups, which generally consisted of 3 students acting as the horse and 1 as the rider, approached the demarcated area in the arena. At that moment, President Mike announced with excitement and anticipation. I won't ask if you're ready or not. Now begins the countdown to the battle royale. 3, 2, 1. Start, Nomori announced loudly, which initiated a massive charge of students trying to steal the headbands marked with a point value on the heads of each team's riders. Although many teams began to fight among themselves, there was one person who especially caught Kai's attention, a young man with short blonde hair and violet eyes who was shouting stupidities with exaggerated expressions, moving from one side to the other copying quirks. Sage, study that guy. I'll approach him in a bit so he tries to copy me. Kai quickly ordered his reliable assistant through their mental connection, who promptly responded in a serious tone, standing by his side in mode. Understood, master. The reason for Kai's interest in the boy was very simple, although he had more or less identified how One for All made modifications to give quirks to its bearers. The problem was that so far he had not discovered how to copy his own quirk to give it to someone else. If One for All was rare, his own quirk was a damn mystery. Unlike the quirks he knew, his quirk was too strange, to the point that he couldn't identify his quirk factor responsible for his aura and haki. Although his body wasn't precisely the most normal in the world, with his muscles and bones being excessively strong and compact, and a myosin that was freaking insane, allowing him to have base strength, speed, and endurance that easily surpassed strengthening quirks. His aura and haki were a complete mystery. Although he had done some tests, the most he could replicate in others was his strength, something not very useful now that he had the vital reactor. But if that guy managed to copy his quirk, or at least his aura, it would be a gigantic advance in his somewhat stalled project of giving aura to the girls. Although, now that he could give them his pirated version of One for All with the next update of the accomplices, it wasn't so high priority, so he'd take it easy. As Kai casually watched the blonde boy with Momo on his shoulders, the ground suddenly turned soft, as if it were quicksand. At the same time, a group came running toward them, led by a man with beige-colored hair and a face that resembled a skull, lipless, with exposed teeth. He served as the horse for another man with gray hair, no eyebrows, and enormous eyelashes that framed his eyes like some sort of mask. Those 10 million points are ours. 139 Chapter 105, my apologies. Those 10 million points are ours. The gray-haired guy shouted loudly, but to his surprise, Kai casually leapt into the air, avoiding the liquid ground. After all, while he could walk on water using his aura, simply a matter of enhancing the surface tension of a liquid to support his weight, his haki couldn't do that, and he was only willing to use his haki and physical strength in public. There it is, the first attack on the pair with 10 million points. Will they achieve their goal? The excited voice of Present Mike echoed through the loudspeakers, causing an ovation from the stands. While in the air, Kai turned toward the group that had attacked him with an annoyed expression. In that moment, a deep terror invaded the students, who became completely motionless where they stood, like statues, nervously watching the young man in the air. Go play horsies somewhere else. Otherwise, your participation in this event ends here. Understood? As he landed on the ground, Kai spoke in a dark tone that resonated throughout the arena, while his conqueror's haki spread, terrifying all the students. Whoa, whoa! What's going on here? Why does everyone look like they've just met the devil? Is Saito the terrifying? Present Mike asked loudly over the loudspeakers, to which Aizawa commented in his typical tired voice. He certainly is. He's undoubtedly the strongest first-year student and very likely the strongest in the academy, but in this case, I suppose those expressions are due to his quirk. Oh, how terrifying. But what will the students do against the strongest? Present Mike announced loudly, his voice echoing throughout the stadium, which greatly excited the audience. The cavalry team that had tried to attack Kai quickly nodded with expressions of terror, then slowly backed away. At that moment, Kai deactivated his conqueror's haki and began to casually walk toward a corner. Looks like they've chosen to retreat this time, Present Mike commented in a commentator's voice, though much less animated than before, to which Aizawa added in a serious tone. A wise choice. Saito and Yaoyorozu are not easy opponents to deal with. One with immense strength and the other with the ability to create anything that might help her. They have power and flexibility, so the wisest thing in these circumstances is to retreat. Why do you have to scare people like that? Momo asked in a slightly accusatory tone while squeezing her thighs around Kai's neck. He replied casually. That's how my quirk is. I'm supposed to use it to win. Or what do you propose we do to win this? At Kai's question, Momo could only remain silent. After all, he was right, and there wasn't much she could say in response. So instead, she began to pet Salem while looking away and loosened her grip on Kai's neck, which made him smile amusedly. After a while, as Kai chatted about random things with Momo, the blonde-haired guy with the ability to copy quirks approached stealthily from behind, which made Kai smile somewhat amused, deciding to play dumb. How can he imagine that a group of 4 people can be stealthy? Thinking really isn't one of his strengths. Shortly after, the boy managed to get close enough to touch him, at which point he began to laugh hysterically, full of arrogance. Ha 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 ha, Class 1A is so basic, Sage. As he turned to look at the crazy guy, Kai quickly called his trusty assistant, who promptly showed him a hologram in mode while responding through the mental connection. No luck, master. He couldn't copy anything, his quirk didn't react to you. That's a shame, but start a research project on it. Also, gather all the information you can about his quirk and remind me to have the guy try to copy One for All. I'm interested in what might happen. Kai commented with a slightly disappointed tone while looking at the bewildered face of the blonde-haired guy, who didn't seem to understand why his quirk didn't work. Why didn't it work? I'd like to know that too, but oh well, goodbye. With Kai's words, a powerful pressure hit the blonde guy's group like a truck, blanking their minds. Shortly after, they fell unconscious to the ground like puppets whose strings had been cut, which shocked not only the students but the entire stadium, as it seemed the blue-eyed boy had killed them with a glance. What happened? Monoma's group has fallen to the ground. We have the first elimination, Present Mike announced excitedly, to which Aizawa commented in a tired voice. Most likely Saito's quirk, that quirk is really powerful. Kai, let me do something. You can't do everything yourself. Momo commented with a slight pout on her face, which made Kai smile amusedly as he replied casually. Alright, then take care of the explosive nuisance that's flying towards us. Momo nodded with genuine enthusiasm and happiness, sporting a beautiful smile on her face. At the same time, a futuristic red armor emerged from her arms, quickly attaching itself to her body automatically with a mechanical sound. Die! When he was close in the air, Bakugo shouted loudly while extending his right hand toward Momo's neck, where she carried the coveted 10 million point band. Leaning slightly to the side, Momo dodged the attack while grabbing Bakugo's wrist with her left hand and placing her free palm near the explosive boy's stomach. My apologies, Bakugo-san. Momo apologized in a calm tone while activating the repulsor in her right palm, which sent Bakugo flying through the air. At that moment, he was caught mid-air by Shiro's tape. Bakugo, we told you not to mess with Saito and now Momo. Mina, who was part of Bakugo's team, exclaimed loudly, looking incredibly angry, to which Kirishima, another team member, added. Yeah, they're on another level, not something we can handle. Shut up, bastards, Bakugo shouted full of rage while holding his aching ribs, wondering at the same time if they were fractured. But look at this interesting team. Kai commented casually while looking at Kirishima, Mina, and Shiro, the members of Bakugo's team, which caused everyone's skin to crawl. Saito. This is. Mina felt especially uneasy under Kai's gaze and tried to explain herself, knowing how much Bakugo annoyed the terrifying blue-eyed boy. But at that moment, Momo squeezed her thighs around Kai's neck and reprimanded in a serious tone. Kai, leave them alone. They're free to team up with whoever they want. Of course they can. Kai commented casually as he walked off in another direction, which prompted an irritated scolding from Momo. Don't do anything dumb, or I'll tell Oni-chan on you. Tell on me for what? What did I do? Kai replied nonchalantly, playing the innocent, to which Momo scoffed mockingly. Yeah, right, like I don't know you. A playful argument broke out between Momo and Kai. Meanwhile, Kirishima, Mina, and Shiro could only wear complex expressions as they watched the scene. At that moment, Kirishima spoke in a more serious tone, to which Mina and Shiro nodded, while Bakugo remained unusually silent. Let's go somewhere else. While Kai and Momo were playfully arguing, they were suddenly attacked by a huge ice pillar. Kai punched the pillar, making it explode into 1,000 pieces, revealing on the other side Todoroki atop Iida, along with Kaminari and Hatsune Miku, as well as a few other teams that wanted to try their luck. Kai, I want to do it. Momo quickly spoke loudly while taking her guard over Kai's shoulders, who responded with a slight smile. Alright, we'll leave them to you. Just tell me what you want me to do. Stay on the left side and keep your distance. We're in a defensive battle. Momo ordered in a serious tone, to which Kai nodded, while Salem meowed as if asking for her task. You won't do anything either, Salem, I'll handle this. At Momo's serious words, Salem could only meow indifferently, then lie down on her master's head and close her eyes for a little nap. After all, her master was able to keep her fixed on his body without the slightest movement, even when moving at full speed. Iida, move forward, Todoroki ordered in a serious tone while clinging tightly to the young runner, who responded in an even more serious tone as he activated his quirk again. Understood. Hatsume, the protection. Todoroki quickly ordered Mei to his right, who used one of her gadgets to create a grounding pole while responding. My baby is ready. Kaminari, Todoroki quickly announced loudly, to which the spiky blonde-haired boy quickly responded. Got it, 1.3 million volts. With Kaminari's shout, a powerful electric current struck all the nearby teams, including Kai, who didn't even move from his spot, receiving the current without flinching. For her part, Momo simply used her quirk to create an electrical insulator between her and Kai, allowing her to completely avoid the attack. As the electricity halted all the other groups, Todoroki used Mei's grounding pole to freeze the ground and trap all the other teams, which caused great excitement in the stands. At that moment, President Mike spoke with enthusiasm. Todoroki took care of the crowd in an instant. He froze them right after Kaminari's electric shock stopped them. I suppose he considered the number of people who avoided the same tactic in the obstacle race. Aizawa commented casually while watching the arena, at which point President Mike asked somewhat confused. But why isn't Saito using his power to knock out the opponents? Is it due to some limitation? I doubt it. Most likely Yayorozu wants to showcase her skills, so Saito is just going along with it. Aizawa explained in a serious tone, which generated several discussions and cheers among the audience. I'll only be useful for one more minute. While staring intently at Kai and Momo, Iida commented in a serious tone, which caused everyone to turn to look at him a little surprised, but he continued speaking. So I entrust the rest to you, Iida? Todoroki asked somewhat confused, at which point Iida bent down a bit, getting into a more suitable position for a sprint, while activating his quirk at full power and speaking in a serious tone. Hold on tight. Immediately after, Todoroki's team shot off at great speed toward Kai and Momo, thanks to Iida's quirk and the floating boots Mei had created. But to the entire team's surprise, Kai casually jumped to the left, dodging them, while Momo extended one of her armored hands. My apologies, Todoroki-san. Just as he was in front of her face, Momo apologized with a smile and activated the repulsor in her glove, while the ice and fire boy widened his eyes, stupefied. Instinctively, he activated his flames, which didn't help much against the blow he received, nearly knocking him unconscious. Todoroki-kun, cold guy. The entire group exclaimed with concern as they tried to move away and supported Todoroki as best they could. He looked around with unfocused eyes, feeling the world spinning. But at that moment, in the corner of his vision, the imposing form of a hero enveloped in flames appeared, causing his mind to reel. Did I try to use my left side? As he regained his composure, Todoroki murmured softly, at which point Iida asked with a concerned tone. Todoroki-kun, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine, and sorry, guys. It didn't go as I expected. Todoroki commented while looking into the distance at Kai and Momo, who had gone back to chatting among themselves as if nothing was happening, since no one dared to approach them anymore. Don't worry, Todoroki. Saito and Yaoyorozu are way too strong, but at least we tried. Kaminari responded confidently, looking quite well despite having used his strongest attack just moments before. The electric guy is right, cold guy, don't worry, ha ha ha. Mei commented cheerfully, to which Iida nodded seriously. Yeah, Todoroki-kun, we have to stay strong to at least take second place. You're right, we still have a lot to do. Let's go, guys. Todoroki nodded with a determined expression, and his entire group agreed firmly. Yes. 139 Chapter 106. Why do you love him so much? Time's up. The second round, the cavalry battle, is over, President Mike announced loudly as the timer hit 0, bringing the entire battle to an abrupt halt and causing a great ovation from the stands. The 4 teams that have advanced to the final round are, in first place, Team Yaoyorozu, President Mike declared tensely while the camera is focused on the black-haired pair casually walking toward the exit, the girl happily holding onto the boy's arm, who carried a cat on his shoulder. In second place, Team Todoroki, with President Mike's announcement, the camera is shifted to focus on that team, allowing the spectators to see Todoroki's dark expression. However, the hero kept talking. In third place, Team Midoriya. The camera is turned to the green-haired boys team, composed of Uraraka, a young man with a bird's head, and, lastly, one of the nuisances of Class 1A according to Kai, the poor imitation of an aristocratic blonde with a laser quirk. Then President Mike announced the last team. In fourth place, Team Bakugo. With that announcement, the camera is focused on Bakugo and his team, who, unlike their leader, looked rather cheerful. Meanwhile, the rebellious blonde youth wore a face filled with hatred, as if he were about to kill someone, darting his gaze between the green-haired boy and the black-haired boy, as though deciding whom he hated more. These are the 4 teams that will advance to the final round. President Mike spoke with great excitement, prompting a strong ovation from the audience, before adding in a calmer tone. Now we'll take a 1-hour lunch break before the afternoon's activities, see you then. With President Mike's last announcement, both the students and the audience left the stadium, leading to a small gathering of Class 1A at the exit, where everyone began exchanging their opinions. It was at that moment that Kai quickly said goodbye to Momo. See you later, Momo. Alright, see you a bit later. Momo said her farewells casually before approaching Mina, who was standing off to the side near the security rails, her face looking sad. Sorry, I knew Saito wouldn't like me teaming up with Bakugo, but I really wanted the chance to move on to the next round and stand out. As soon as Momo reached her, Mina spoke in a low voice, sounding somewhat guilty and keeping her head down. Don't worry about that. You have every right to team up with whoever you want and to think about what's best for your career. Don't worry about what others think. Momo replied with a small smile, placing one of her hands on Mina's shoulder. Mina raised her head and spoke softly. Yeah, I know, but I still feel a bit bad. You see, I like Saito, even though he's grumpy and sometimes a bit scary. He's a good guy. He makes me laugh. I have a lot of fun when we eat together in his workshop, and his advice helped me a lot. Foo, it's good that you think so highly of Kai, and don't worry about him. Although he can be a bit childish and grumpy at times, especially in class, it's not like he's really angry that you teamed up with Bakugo. He might not have liked it, but it's not that serious, Momo said playfully as she looked at the worried Mina, who couldn't help but ask in surprise. Are you serious? He's really not mad? Then why did you start fighting with him? Ah, that's because he's very vindictive and might have made you guys suffer a bit for teaming up with someone he doesn't like. Like making you Tron with Salem or something like that. And Salem, while very cute in his small form, doesn't know how to hold back, so fighting against him is quite painful. Momo answered with amusement, watching Mina's surprised expression, who quickly asked. Then why did he leave like that? Because I told him I wanted to eat with all the girls to console them for not making it through, so he went to the workshop. Momo commented with a smile as she leaned on a fence next to Mina, who asked curiously. Why not eat in the workshop like always? Well, Kai is extremely protective of his workshop, and since I want a private moment just for the girls, it's better to do it in the cafeteria. Momo explained casually, to which Mina asked curiously. What do you mean by extremely protective? Well, to Kai, his workshops are very special places, and he takes care of them as best he can, so he would never agree if I asked to use them without him. He even banned me from entering the workshop at home once. Momo explained casually, surprising Mina a bit. Mina couldn't help asking. He banned you from entering? Yes, on one occasion I accidentally broke a Galileo compass that Kai had in his home workshop, and he prohibited me from entering for almost a year. And even after he let me back in, he wouldn't take his eyes off me, and that lasted a couple of years until he got over it. Momo recounted, half amused, half nostalgic about that event. Although she felt bad at the time, now it was just a funny anecdote to her. Now I understand what extremely protective means, Mina muttered quietly. Shortly after, she asked, looking a little uncomfortable. But if he's like that with you, why do you love him so much, Yao Momo? Momo turned to look at Mina, a bit confused, but seeing her expression, she realized Mina was serious. So Momo decided to express a bit of her feelings. Well, although Kai certainly isn't perfect and has several oddities that can be quite exasperating at times, the truth is that his virtues far outweigh them. Also, if we set aside his boundaries, like his workshop and a few other things, he's always there for me when I need him. He's like my older brother. He spoils me, teaches me, protects me, takes care of me. In short, don't you have siblings, Ashido-san? Well, I have an older brother, but I don't see him that way, Mina answered, feeling a bit awkward, causing Momo to chuckle softly and ask with a knowing smile. You never saw him that way? Not even once? Well, when I was little, I did have the idea of marrying my older brother, but at that time I didn't understand how relationships worked, and the idea of being with my brother for life sounded great. But when I learned what that actually implied, that idea died off. Mina explained more seriously, making Momo nod in understanding. That's exactly what I went through. For as long as I can remember, I wanted to always be with Kai and have him be my husband, since I always saw him as my greatest ally and my personal hero. But unlike you, I didn't have any ethical, biological, or moral problems. Kai isn't my brother, so I allowed myself to explore my emotions, and over time I realized that what I felt was truly love, and that I want to start a family with him. Yao Momo, and are you really sure that Saito feels the same way about you? Mina asked in a more serious tone, causing Momo to sigh and then speak in a more subdued tone. To tell the truth, until just a few hours ago, I had never questioned it. For me, being with Kai was so natural that I thought that when we graduated, we would naturally get married. I'd work as a hero for a good while, fulfill my dream, and then retire to have our children. You've got your life pretty planned out, Mina commented with a complicated tone, feeling strange for some reason. Momo responded in a soft tone filled with affection. You have no idea how much. Even Mrs. Yoshiko has been secretly teaching me how to cook and do household chores, and little by little I've been taking care of Kai's things. For example, yesterday I was ironing his shirts just how he likes them, with starched collars and cuffs and neatly pressed folds. But you guys are really rich, why would you have to do something like that? Mina couldn't help asking, confused, as she looked at Momo, who returned her gaze with equal confusion, as if not understanding the question. What does money have to do with that? As his wife, how could I allow another woman to take care of Kai's things, his intimacies, his secrets? That would be like giving away my place in his life, Momo stated, sounding both puzzled and serious. But her expression quickly turned into a nostalgic smile, full of affection and devotion, as she added warmly. You know, I used to envy Mrs. Yoshiko a bit because Kai trusts her a lot and treats her very well. Not only does he pay her a fortune, but she also knew things about Kai that I didn't, and that bothered me. Besides, it was thanks to her that he always looked ready for anything, always so handsome and elegant, which made me feel jealous, as if she were his greatest ally and not me. But now that I've gradually been taking my place, I've started to learn little details about him that make me feel even closer, like we're truly the perfect accomplices. It makes me think about our future life together. Having his meal ready when he comes out of the workshop after building something that will make a lot of money, then going out to take a walk and watch a movie. And when the kids come along, we'd all play together in the garden with Mom and the girls. And I suppose Saito didn't know anything about these plans, Mina murmured, leaning her elbows on the rail she was resting against and sneaking a glance at Momo, who couldn't help but give a bitter smile as she softly replied. You're right, we made up a whole story without taking Kai's opinion into account. Mina asked, confused, as she looked at Momo. The beautiful black-haired girl let out a small laugh and answered with her typical elegant manner. Don't worry about that. More importantly, I need to correct that mistake. Certainly, you had to talk to Saito and ask for his opinion, but Mina nodded seriously, though her expression was somewhat strange. She quickly recovered and asked. What will you do if he doesn't agree? That's a big question, and honestly, I don't know. I don't even want to think about it. That would be a devastating blow, Momo replied, sounding worried as she lifted her head to look at the sky again. But what happened to all that confidence you had a while ago? Where did that, Saito would never leave you, go? Mina asked with a smile, trying to cheer her friend up. Momo couldn't help but smile sweetly as she answered. It hasn't gone anywhere. I know Kai loves me, well, he loves all of us, and he'd never abandon any of us for anything in the world. Suddenly, Momo's expression turned bitter as she added in a worried tone. But that's more like family love. In my particular case, it's as if I were his little sister. So now you're afraid he might not love you romantically, Mina said in understanding. Momo nodded and commented worriedly. More than just that, but yes, now I'm afraid, and I don't know what to do. But that's something you can't run away from. You have to face it, Mina answered seriously, and Momo could only nod with a sigh, then speak in a low voice while lowering her gaze. Yes, we have to talk seriously and confront Kai properly. Hearing Momo's words, Mina couldn't help looking at her strangely and confused, but just when she was about to ask, Jiro and what appeared to be a floating uniform arrived. We were looking for you. Where were you? Jiro asked as she looked at Momo and Mina leaning against a security rail. At that moment, a melodious female voice was heard, seemingly coming from the floating uniform. Yes, when we left the stadium, we didn't see you. Actually, we were waiting for you. Yao Momo wants to have a girl's lunch, Mina said with a cheerful smile. Momo nodded with a smile. Yes, I wanted all the girls to eat together in the cafeteria. Oh, but I just saw Ochako-chan and Suyu-chan heading to the cafeteria with Iida and some of the other boys. The floating uniform commented happily, to which Momo replied with a small smile. Well, if that's the case, we four could have lunch together. That's fine by me. Suyu and Uraraka are pretty close to Midoriya and his group now, so they'll probably have lunch with them, Jiro said casually. Momo smiled slightly and noted. They certainly are quite close now, but let's leave that aside. Let's head to the cafeteria, and you can tell me how you felt during the cavalry battle. Well, it wasn't bad. Actually, it went pretty well. My speakers worked quite effectively, but Midoriya's, Todoroki's, and Bakugo's teams were too strong, Jiro said seriously, prompting Mina to add, somewhat uncomfortably. In my case, I didn't feel like I contributed much to the team. Most of it was Bakugo flying here and there with his explosions. I had a lot of fun, though in the end they took my headband before I realized it, and he got disqualified. Amid this cheerful conversation, where they exchanged their experiences from the cavalry battle, some gossip, and a few scattered giggles, the girls walked toward the cafeteria, drawing looks and sighs wherever they passed. All the while, Momo wore a happy smile on her face. After all, for the first time in her life, she had friends her own age apart from Nijire. 139 Chapter 107. Make a deal. After separating from Momo, Kai began to casually walk through the campus toward his workshop, but when he was close, All Might appeared within his detection range and swiftly approached him at high speed. This surprised him a bit because since their last conversation, the #1 hero had been avoiding him like the plague. I am here, All Might said his iconic phrase as he landed. At that moment, Kai asked, somewhat confused. And what's this about? What do you want from me, All Might? Well, Kai Shonen, actually, I wanted to thank you for the help you gave Midoriya Shonen. It really helped him a lot, and his results today prove it. All Might thanked him with his typical heroic smile, to which Kai shook his head casually before explaining. I didn't do it because I really wanted to. Being the class representative means a lot to Momo, and since she asked me to give your boy a couple of tips, because it looks like you're terrible as a mentor, I just taught him a basic technique from my father, nothing more. You're quite direct, Kai Shonen. All Might commented, somewhat crestfallen, but he quickly regained his enthusiasm and noted with a look of realization. But you're right. Iron Palm's force control had many similarities with One for All, so it's only logical that the techniques your father developed would be useful for Midoriya Shonen. I don't like where that comment is heading, Kai remarked, shooting All Might a sharp look. All Might smiled a bit uncomfortably, but just then the blue-eyed boy spoke with a slightly irritated tone. But if what I'm imagining is correct, it turns out there's something I want from you, so I'm willing to make a deal. Oh, that's a relief, Kai Shonen. Do you want another duel? All Might asked more cheerfully, but Kai shook his head and then explained. No, now you're too weak for that. Actually, I have a very important matter at hand, and I want your support in it. If you agree, I'll train your boy for a couple of weeks after we return from the apprenticeship. What do you have in mind, Kai Shonen? It sounds serious. All Might asked gravely. Kai nodded with a more serious expression and commented. If I tell you, it's because you've agreed. Otherwise, I won't say a word. That's how serious the situation is. It's hard to accept without knowing what it's about. All Might replied a bit evasively, to which Kai nodded and began walking as he spoke. You're right. Follow me to my workshop. I'll give you some superficial information so you can make a decision. All right. All Might nodded understandingly and followed Kai to his workshop with a serious demeanor. After all, if something could worry someone of the blue-eyed boy's caliber, then it was quite grave. Once inside his workshop, Kai showed All Might a sofa where he could sit, while he went over to the coffee machine and turned it on. At that moment, he turned to look at the #1 hero and asked, pointing to the table where the coffee machine and a heater stood. Coffee or tea? Green tea, please. All Might responded casually. Kai nodded and then poured some water from a nearby dispenser into a teacup, took a tea bag out of one of the drawers, placed it in the cup, and heated it using his electricity. Then he set it down on the table in front of the #1 hero. Your quirk is really convenient. Quite. Kai nodded casually as he poured himself a cup of coffee from his modified coffee maker. At that moment, All Might asked in a serious tone after taking a sip of his tea. So, what is it that you have at hand, Kai Shonen? Well, here's the thing. I want you to come with me to hunt down a villain. Kai explained with a smile, greatly surprising All Might, who couldn't help but ask, confused and astonished. Are you serious, Kai Shonen? Very serious. Kai nodded with a serious expression. Meanwhile, Salem, who had been on his shoulder the entire time, jumped down to lie on the sofa. I never expected you to ask me something like that, but I don't understand. Why do you need to hunt a villain yourself? You need a license for that. And why would you need my help? Is he that strong? All Might asked, full of doubts. Kai answered evasively after setting his cup down on the table. I want to hunt him myself because I consider him especially dangerous, and for that reason, I'd like your support. But I need more information. Although if he's a villain, you could leave him to me, and I'll take care of it. All Might responded kindly, to which Kai shook his head and then explained. No, I want to go personally. Things could get complicated, and I don't trust your strength as much anymore, you're too weak. Then maybe I could organize a raid with more heroes, if that's the case, All Might suggested with a bitter smile, but Kai again shook his head and spoke seriously. No, that might alert the guy the first one to hunt, and it would be counterproductive. In any case, what I want is for you to help me hunt down a villain. I assure you that if he turns out not to be a villain, you can walk away, and I'll still train your boy for a couple of days. What do you say? Fine, alright. But if it's something I can't agree with, I'll try to stop you. After thinking for a moment, All Might agreed. After all, he wanted to know what the boy intended, or else he might go off and do it alone. Good, so let it be clear that since he really is a villain, you agree? Kai confirmed, looking into the symbol of peace's eyes, who nodded seriously. Yes, I agree. Alright, then let me tell you. By investigating what happened at the USJ recently, I managed to identify a rather dangerous individual who I suspect has the ability to steal quirks. So what I want is to hunt him down because his existence makes me very uneasy, and I want your help with that. Kai explained seriously, greatly surprising All Might, who couldn't help but stand up and shout in astonishment. What? Just as you heard. After I managed to track down that guy with the hands, I quickly realized he was receiving orders from someone else at a distance. So I focused on finding that person and managed to infiltrate several of their systems, which led me to conclude that they have the ability to steal quirks and give them to others. That's how they've managed to build an army of what they call nomus. Kai explained seriously, a version very close to reality, and then took a sip of his coffee. In truth, thanks to Trace, a skill card that was basically a pirated version of Tomoko's quirk, allowing him to mark a target and know its position and weaknesses at all times for up to 3 months. Kai had identified their hideout. With Sage's help, he infiltrated all systems within a 10-kilometer radius, allowing them to notice a remote connection. They followed it and discovered what he'd just explained to All Might. Kai Shonen, do you know where this person is? After a moment to absorb all he'd heard, All Might asked with an incredibly serious expression, to the point that his usual heroic smile had vanished. Kai answered seriously. Not yet, but I'm very close, so soon I'll have the exact location of this individual, and I'll go hunt him down. What I want is for you to back me up in case things go wrong. Also, I'll ensure that my family organizes a raid to capture the guy with the hands. Kai Shonen, don't get involved in this. Give me the information you have, and I will personally take care of putting an end to that villain. All Might said, looking directly at Kai, who could only sneer mockingly before shaking his head and speaking seriously. That's not going to happen. I got the information myself, and I won't rest easy unless I deal with him personally. So you have 2 options. Either you come with me in exchange for me training your boy, or I go alone. I'm not willing to negotiate. Don't get involved in this. That person is far more dangerous than you imagine. Leave him to me. All Might spoke with deadly seriousness, looking almost threateningly at Kai. This greatly angered the boy and the cat beside him, both now covered in crackling electricity as a brutal pressure filled the room. Kai spoke in an angry tone. I already told you that's not going to happen, and if you think you can force me to give up the information, try it. Let's see how that ends. All Might, for his part, looked sharply at the cat and the obviously enraged boy before him, which inevitably made him think. After all, the boy alone was already quite dangerous and had grown stronger since their duel. He doubted he could defeat him in his current state. And with the cat, who was also quite strong, the odds were heavily against him. After staring at Kai for a moment, All Might sighed tiredly and sat down again, taking another sip of his tea. This allowed the blue-eyed boy to calm down somewhat and pick up his coffee cup again, while the cat lay down on his lap, looking more relaxed. The name of the guy you're talking about is All for One, also known as the symbol of evil since the birth of quirks. At one time, he dominated all of Japan, and One for All was created to put an end to him. I thought I had finally achieved that, but it wasn't the case. He's returned once more, and I have to finish him. After a few moments, All Might explained gravely, and Kai nodded, then commented casually. I read a conspiracy theory on the internet that said something similar, so it turned out to be true. Who would have thought the day would come when you'd regret passing on your quirk so soon? Will you ask the boy to give the quirk back to you? I don't know yet, I'm not even sure if it's possible since it's never been attempted. And I really want to nurture my successor. But it's too soon for him to face someone so dangerous, and the same goes for you, Kai Shonen. That villain has lived a very long time and is extremely dangerous, which is why I want you to leave him to me. All Might said seriously, recalling the words Kai had told him some time ago. The boy then spoke firmly. I've already told you that's not going to happen. You're too weak now, and even if you recover your quirk, from what you're telling me, he already escaped once. So no matter what happens, I'm going to hunt him down myself, with or without you. Hearing the boy's words and tone, All Might could only remain silent as he considered them. After all, Kai was right. He still didn't know if he could get his quirk back. Moreover, Kai Shonen was incredibly powerful and had a whole range of abilities that made him a real challenge. If he was so confident he could hunt him down, he must have something to back that confidence. Besides, it would be hard to get the information from him if he wasn't willing to share, and All Might didn't want to push him into becoming a villain or vigilante over this. But just as All Might debated what to do, Kai went into his office and came back with a folder, placing it in front of the symbol of peace. Then he returned to his seat and commented with a confident smile, as if he had just presented the key piece to achieving his goal. Also, as a bonus for your cooperation, I prepared this little gift. Hearing Kai's words, All Might couldn't help but look at the folder in confusion before picking it up and opening it. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. After all, the first thing he saw were photos of a man who strongly resembled young Midoriya. The man was accompanied by a woman with light brown hair and 2 small children, plus another on the way, along with a complete report about him. This is, All Might asked, stupefied. Kai smiled amusedly and then cheerfully explained. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Midoriya Hisashi, your boy's biological father. He's currently in Canada, happily married, with 2 beautiful children and another on the way. Kai Shonen, I told you I wasn't interested, All Might said with a complex tone, not knowing what to think. Kai commented playfully. Check a bit further into the files, you'll find something interesting. Now curious, All Might flipped through a couple of pages filled with evidence of Midoriya's father's infidelity. He reached a section showing 2 photos, taken at different times, of a woman with dark green hair. In one, she looked young, slim, and very beautiful. In the other, older and slightly overweight. Next to them was a representation of the same woman looking incredibly attractive, even more so than in her younger years. What is this, Kai Shonen? All Might asked in a complex tone, his eyes fixed on the woman's photos. Kai responded with a small, business-like smile. Well, that's Midoriya Inko, your boy's mother. The picture on the left is her a few years back, the one in the middle is current, and the last one is a representation of the result of a non-invasive treatment I would personally perform. What do you think? Kai Shonen, let's drop this subject. I'm really not interested. As for your proposal, I accept. Let me know when you find the location. All Might quickly stood up and spoke with a serious tone. Kai spoke casually. Wait a second, I'll give you a copy of the data I've obtained so far. All right. All Might nodded and remained standing near the door, watching as Kai went to his office for several folders. His gaze couldn't help but drift toward the folder on the table until the black-haired boy soon returned. With a meaningful smile, Kai picked up the folder with Midoriya's family information and placed it on top of all the others. Well, I'll contact you when I have the information. By the way, try not to let this leak. If it does, I'll blame you because you're the only one who knows right now. Kai commented as he handed over the pile of folders to All Might, who nodded seriously. I know, Kai Shonen, and don't worry, I'll make sure it doesn't leak. I'm the one most interested in All for One's whereabouts. After a casual goodbye, All Might left the workshop with the folders, the first of which contained information about Midoriya's family, something he had forgotten to tell Kai Shonen to remove, earning a mocking chuckle from the blue-eyed boy. 139 Chapter 108. The matchups. After reviewing some things on his computer with Sage, Kai ate something quick, and then returned to the stadium, where everyone had already come back. He was the last to return, but when he arrived, his eyes couldn't help widening slightly in surprise at the clothes worn by the girls in his class and some others. What happened to your uniform, Momo? Kai asked while holding back laughter as he saw Momo in an orange cheerleader uniform with the letters UA on the chest. She responded with a dark expression on her face. I was tricked by Kaminari-san. He said that it was an order from Aizawa-sensei and Kon-sensei that the hero course's female students had to come dressed like this, and I even made the uniforms with creation. Hearing Momo's explanation, Kai glanced briefly at the girls from the other class, who were wearing exactly the same outfit. Some had an expression similar to Momo's, while others seemed to be enjoying it quite a bit. He then started walking toward where Kaminari was standing, smiling wickedly alongside the small boy whose hair looked like a bunch of purple grapes. You look good, but let me deal with a little matter concerning Kaminari. Don't hit him too hard. He still has to participate in the festival. Momo commented with a slight smile, greatly surprising the nearby girls. At that moment, Kai spoke casually. Don't worry, if I go too far, I'll heal him. Shortly after, Kai reached the smiling Kaminari and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. At the same time, he used his conqueror's haki to emit a terrifying pressure, causing the electric boy to visibly tremble. Kaminari turned to face Kai, filled with panic, and spoke in a halting voice. Hello, Saito. You know, the prank was fine and all, and I might even have found it funny, but why did you have to involve Momo? Kai said in a dark voice, staring into Kaminari's trembling eyes. The terrified boy, legs shaking, replied. I let myself be tempted and didn't consider the consequences, Saito. Wrong, very, very wrong. Because of that foolish decision, I'm now obliged to at least take one of your arms off, or people will think they can make fun of Momo whenever they want, and that just can't happen. Kai commented with a demonic smile as he gripped Kaminari's shoulder tightly, to the point of making it crack. At that moment, Salem jumped off his shoulder and grew in size to stand in front of the little grape-haired man, who was slowly backing away, his face completely pale. Mercy, Saito. I'm still young, it was just a little joke. I swear I'll never do it again. Utterly terrified, Kaminari pleaded, completely drenched in cold sweat and with violently trembling legs. He truly felt he was facing a demon disguised as a human, mainly due to the terrifying pressure Kai exuded. In response, Kai smiled even more wickedly and commented. You know, since we're classmates, and you've been to my house, and it would look bad for Momo if one of the students under her care were absent from the festival, I'll let you participate, and after the tournament, I'll only break your arms. How does that sound? I'm very generous, aren't I? Mercy, Saito, nearly crying, Kaminari begged for mercy, completely convinced that the terrifying blue-eyed boy was capable of carrying out his threat. At the same time, he cursed mentally the moment he let himself be convinced by the pervert from Class B, who until just a few moments ago, seemed like a nice guy to him. Meanwhile, not far from there, the girls of Class 1A gathered around Momo, watching the scene with various expressions. That was when Jiro turned to look at the relaxed high-class girl and asked in a worried tone. Momo, are you sure about letting Saito handle Kaminari? Look at him, he's about to burst into tears. Don't worry, girls. Kai is just scaring him. At worst, he'll just break his leg and that's it. He won't do anything too extreme. Momo answered with her typical elegant mannerism, appearing quite happy, causing all the girls to turn to her, dumbfounded. And you don't think breaking a leg is something extreme? Mina asked, full of incredulity. Momo nodded casually and then explained. Well, it might sound bad without context, but we're talking about Kai, someone who could kill him with a casual punch. So, taking that into account, do you think it's very extreme that he only breaks a leg? Besides, that would be the worst case scenario. He'll probably just hit him a bit and that's it. Momo explained with a small smile, which inevitably made the girls nod. After all, Saito was indeed a very strong and therefore very dangerous guy. Though you're right, we can't allow Saito to do something like that. Jiro commented seriously, which made Mina smile wickedly and nod, adding with a mocking tone. Yeah, we can't let Kaminari get hurt, right Jiro? Hey, what is that supposed to mean? Jiro quickly snapped back defensively. At that moment, Tsuyu commented with a more serious tone. I think we should stop Saito right now. Yes, we should go, Uraraka agreed, and Momo could only sigh and nod, then spoke while walking toward Kai. Alright, I'll talk to him. Upon reaching Kai's side, Momo placed her hand on his shoulder, causing the blue-eyed boy to turn and look at her. At that moment, she spoke with a small smile as she looked into his eyes, wanting to show how much she appreciated him defending her. Kai, let him go. Don't do anything to him. We're at the sports festival and I'm not mad about it, it even seems kind of fun. If you say so, Kai commented casually while delivering a light punch to Kaminari's shoulder, causing the poor boy great pain, though he didn't dare move. Momo then turned to look at the electric boy and spoke in a serious tone, staring directly into his eyes. And Kaminari-san, I hope there won't be any more pranks like this in the future, it was really in poor taste. Oh of course, Yayorozu-sama, I would never think of doing something like that again. Kaminari quickly responded with a firm tone, trying to hide his pain. Momo nodded, satisfied, then took Kai's hand and walked away. I trust you, Kaminari-san. Momo commented casually as she left. Salem returned to her master after electrocuting the annoying dwarf a bit. At that moment, President Mike announced to the entire stadium. The lunch break is over. We will now reveal the final game. But before that, we have good news for those who didn't reach the semifinals. This is a sports festival, so we prepared games for everyone to participate in, and when they're over, we'll start a one-on-one tournament between the 14 finalists. Upon hearing President Mike's words, a visible excitement appeared in most of the finalists. At that moment, Midnight climbed onto the stage again, holding what looked like a box with a hole in the top, and then spoke in an enthusiastic tone. Now we will draw the tickets to determine the matchups, and since the first group only has 2 members, they will get a free pass to the next round. Additionally, the 14 finalists can choose whether to participate in the recreational games or not. We are sure some of you will want to rest and save your strength. So now we'll go with the second group, Team Todoroki. With Midnight's words, Todoroki and his team went up on stage, where each of them reached into the box that Nomori placed on a table and drew a numbered ball. This was quickly followed by the other finalists, who were called up by the beautiful hero. And these are the matchups after the draw. Once all the finalists had drawn their respective lots, Midnight announced loudly. At the same time, all the stadium screens showed the pairings, with Kai and Momo at opposite ends of the second round, indicating that they would not meet until the final. Damn, I'm up against Todoroki. My championship dreams end here. Seeing her opponent, Mina couldn't help commenting, disheartened. Momo responded with a small laugh. Foo, don't worry. Have more confidence in yourself. You've improved a lot with the training. It's true I improved, but do you think it's enough to beat someone like Todoroki? Mina asked, somewhat discouraged. Momo smiled and asked. Well, look at it from the following perspective. What's the main objective of participating in the sports festival? To catch the attention of hero agencies, Mina answered hesitantly, to which Momo nodded, satisfied, then explained. Exactly. So, do you think there's anyone else among the finalists against whom you could better showcase your skills than Todoroki-san? I think not. Your quirk is a very good countermeasure against his ice. Plus you're agile, fast, and your technique has improved a lot with training. So far from being a bad thing, I think what you have before you is a great opportunity. Well, seen that way, it really is a good chance to shine, Mina commented, somewhat pensively. At that moment, Uraraka, who was nearby, spoke rather gloomily. In my case, I really did get a bad matchup, since I won't be able to touch Kaminari-kun. Certainly, although he's an idiot, Kaminari is dangerous with his electricity. Touching him means game over. Jiro agreed with Uraraka's words, and the invisible girl added cheerfully while waving her cheerleader pom-poms. Don't give up, Ochako-chan. Though I think you could use your ability to fly to force him to use his most powerful attack. After that, it'll be an easy win. Tsuyu commented with a serious expression while looking at the other matchups, and Momo nodded in agreement. I agree with that idea. Although he can now use his attack a couple of times, you should find a way to force him to use all his power. Yes, you're right. I'll try asking Deku-kun for ideas. He's good at that kind of thing. Uraraka commented cheerfully, then ran off to find Midoriya. This caused the girls to exchange amused glances. At that moment, Mina teased in a mock dreamy tone. Ah, love. Shortly after, the recreational events began. The girls of Class 1A and 1B, already dressed as cheerleaders, decided to stay and cheer, although some from Class B chose to participate in the games since they still wanted to show off a bit to the recruiters. As for Kai, he decided to return to his workshop to kill some time. At that moment, Sage showed him a hologram in mode of a message sent by Ryuko, informing him that they had escaped and wanted to meet him in a secluded place. Kai quickly sent them a map of how to get to his workshop, then took one last look at the matchup brackets before heading to his workshop. 139 Chapter 109. Get lost. Between laughter, Momo had been cheering on her classmates who were participating in the recreational games alongside Mina, Jiro, Hagakure, Uraraka, and Tsuyu, as well as a few girls from Class B. Although it was embarrassing, it was a very fun and memorable moment for her, to the point that she did not forget to take some pictures. Once the recreational games were over, Momo began walking toward the stadium exit, accompanied by the other girls. At that moment, Mina commented with a cheerful smile, wiping the sweat from her forehead at the same time. It was way more fun than I imagined, hee. Now I even feel bad about the scare Saito gave Kaminari. Well, he really did go a bit overboard. Kaminari was about to cry at that moment. Tsuyu nodded in agreement and commented in a casual tone, at which point Momo spoke up with a slight smile. The prank was quite unpleasant, so he needed a reprimand. But putting that aside, Hagakure-san, Jiro-san, Tsuyu-san, was it really okay not to participate in the recreational games? You could have shown more of your abilities. At first I thought about participating, but the truth is that I felt it wasn't the right time. The chances of showing anything attention-grabbing in these games are low, and I'm still having trouble adjusting to my amplifiers. I could end up hurting someone unintentionally, which would be counterproductive. Jiro explained in a calm tone, as it hadn't really motivated her. Tsuyu added in a serious tone. In my case, it's because I don't particularly like recreational games. Although they can draw attention, I've already had my chance and I prefer to watch and learn for next year. I didn't participate because I wanted to be a cheerleader, though also because with my quirk, it's hard to stand out among so many people. I do better in stealthy situations and those kinds of things. Hagakure commented in an upbeat voice. At that moment, Mina asked thoughtfully while looking at the floating cheerleader uniform. Now that I think about it, Saito can know everything that's happening around him without needing to see it, right Momo? Yes, that's right, but why the question? Momo nodded and asked, looking somewhat confused by the sudden question, something shared by the other girls who looked at Mina curiously. That's when the cheerful pink girl commented with a wicked smile. No, I was just thinking, if Saito can know everything that goes on around him, then he should also be able to know if there's something invisible, right? You're right. Momo nodded while turning to look at Hagakure, as did all the other girls. At that moment, Mina added in a wicked tone. Then he should be able to see Toru, and if we take into account her hero costume. No, upon hearing Mina's words, Hagakure could not help but exclaim loudly as she crouched down and hugged herself. This caused a look of realization to cross the girls' faces, and Momo commented thoughtfully. There's certainly a very high possibility that he saw her. No, now I can't get married, Hagakure exclaimed, her tone on the verge of tears, prompting the girls to surround her to console her. But right at that moment, a group of young people walked by their side, among them a student with striking indigo-colored hair, who couldn't help but glance at the small scene. Noticing a particular girl, one who possessed an enchanting beauty, with beautiful black hair and a body so developed and voluptuous that it didn't seem appropriate for her age, the indigo-haired young man could not help but stop. At the same time, a pair of blue eyes filled with arrogance and superiority flashed in his mind, causing him to grit his teeth, filled with rage. He couldn't contain himself and ended up speaking in a dark tone while staring at her fixedly. Must be great to have everything solved from the start, huh? Being able to have fun because by your side you've got the guy who was gifted so much power by heaven that he can be arrogant everywhere. Upon hearing the comment, Momo could not help but turn around in the direction of the voice, finding an indigo-haired boy staring at her intently. She asked, clearly trying to hide her anger. Are you talking to me? The moment the indigo-haired young man heard Momo's response, a malicious smile formed on his face. The answer was all he needed to prove that he only required an opportunity to show what he was made of. After all, his quirk, brainwashing, allowed him to control anyone who responded verbally to him. Who else? Don't you always hang around with that blue-eyed bastard who goes around mocking those of us who weren't so lucky in life? Anyway, for now, bow down before me to apologize on behalf of that bastard." With a grave tone, the indigo-haired boy ordered while looking at Momo with a satisfied smile. But to his surprise, somehow in the girl's hand appeared an elegant short dagger with a curved black blade bearing an impressive relief that seemed like a combination of an electronic circuit and tribal runes. With astonishing speed, she was in front of him in an instant. Without a word, Momo delivered a powerful slap to the indigo-haired young man, sending him to the ground, blood flying through the air. At that moment, she spoke in a tone full of rage, staring intently at the stunned youth on the floor. "You dare try to control me? You dare say that Kai's power was heaven sent? You dare say you want to be a hero and declare war on us? All you do is complain. But do you even know what a training routine is? Have you ever in your life lifted anything besides your lazy backside? Just look at that scrawny body. You dare judge Kai, claiming his power is a handout, when you've never done anything to improve yourself. The power Kai has was earned at the cost of years of sacrifice, blood, sweat, and tears. He has trained for the last 10 years until his bones broke time and time again, without resting a single day, as if his life depended on it. Tell me, what have you been doing? Watching anime late into the night? Complaining about how unfair the world is? Swearing that if you had a better quirk you'd be a hero? Do you even know how to throw a punch correctly? Look, I don't know your name and I don't care, but for your own good, you'd better never dare belittle Kai's effort and pain in front of me again, or I won't be responsible for my actions. Now get lost." Momo scolded with a voice charged with rage, ending by stomping the ground so hard that she cracked it beneath her foot. The indigo-haired boy could only get up and walk hastily toward the exit, drenched in cold sweat, while the beautiful black-haired teenager took deep breaths, trying to calm the whirlwind of emotions in her heart. "Yao Momo, calm down, it's over, it's over." Quickly, Mina rushed to Momo's side and hugged her tightly, speaking in a soft tone in an attempt to calm her, something that was quickly echoed by the other girls, who ran to their class representative and hugged her. At that moment, Momo's eyes filled with tears, and she spoke in a low, trembling voice. "How dare he say that Kai's power is gifted? After everything he's suffered, after all he has sacrificed, after all he's done. It's alright, Yao Momo, he's just a dissatisfied fool who wanted to take it out on someone." Jiro commented in a warm tone, trying to calm the tearful Momo, which was followed by the desperate attempts of the other girls to do the same. After a while, the girls sat down in a secluded area of the garden around a now calmer Momo. It was then that Mina asked in a soft, calm tone, sitting next to Momo while gently rubbing her back. "Do you feel better now?" "Yes, girls, I'm sorry for the outburst. It's just that so many memories came flooding into my head at that moment that I couldn't control myself," Momo replied as she dried her tears with a handkerchief she created using her quirk. At that moment, Suyu couldn't help but ask somewhat curiously. "But Momo-chan, why did those criticisms affect you so much?" "Because I don't think it's fair for someone who has never seen the way Kai trains to dare criticize him. For him, it's more than training. Kai tortures himself every day without rest. It's almost heartbreaking to watch. Especially when he was younger. One time, he even begged me to keep it a secret that he had broken an arm, so they wouldn't forbid him from training." Momo explained with a strange expression that seemed to mix melancholy, pain, and regret. Uraraka couldn't help but ask, surprised. "He broke an arm training and kept it a secret?" "Yes, and I really doubt it was the first or last time something like that happened because he handled it too calmly, as if he were used to it," Momo replied with a bitter expression, causing Hagakure to comment, full of surprise and a bit of fear. "But that's very dangerous, he could have ended up with lifelong after effects." "Yes, it could have happened, and if any of the adults at that time had found out, they would never have let him train alone again. That's why he begged me not to tell anyone, and the next day, he went back to training, as if nothing had happened," Momo commented with a somewhat regretful voice. At the same time, a small mirror appeared from her hand, and she began checking her appearance in it. "Why didn't you say anything? Even now, he might be carrying the consequences of that," Mina asked in a serious tone, looking at Momo, who couldn't help but look up at the sky before speaking again as memories returned to her. "Well, that was because I was very young at the time and believed Kai could do anything. So when he swore that everything was fine and that he wanted it to be a little secret between the two of us, I agreed. Although, obviously, back then he didn't control his powers as well as he does now, otherwise, he would have noticed me the moment I entered the gym. That's why, even today, I regret it a bit. Although luckily, he didn't end up with any after effects. Kai heals incredibly fast and, at the insistence of all of us, he's had some medical checkups in recent years, and I always make sure the doctor examines his arms thoroughly. But apart from being absurdly strong, he has no after effects, which is a big relief. Momo-chan, if it's not too bold of me, I'd like to understand. Why is someone like Saito capable of going so far? What drives him to do something like that?" Suyu asked the question all the girls wanted to ask, in a serious tone while looking at Momo, who sighed heavily, a mixture of emotions swirling in her chest. She looked at the sky for a few minutes, and the girls chose to remain silent, wanting to give her space until after a while, Momo began to speak. "Kai's parents' death was devastating for him. He never returned to being the same after that day. Also, as you saw, the world wasn't kind to him either. They accused him in the worst way, called him crazy, unstable, and some even went so far as to claim that Kai was the murderer of Aunt Elisa and Uncle Jiro. Even though he denies it vehemently, that undoubtedly left a deep mark on him, and I think in some way he blames himself for what happened. He was there at that moment and saw his parents die before his eyes at the hands of a villain without being able to do anything. That's why he wants to be the strongest in the world. That's why he trains so relentlessly and without rest, to the point of self-torture, almost as if he were punishing himself. Also, he never has to go through the same thing again. Momo's words were met with a sepulchral silence from the girls, especially Mina and Jiro. After all, following Nijire's comment, a conversation with Ojiro, and some internet research, they quickly learned the whole story of Saito Kai. The sole survivor of the attack on the former Japanese No. 5 hero, Iron Palm, and his only son, as well as the ruthless stir that the media created against him. Now I can even understand his attitude a bit. Uraraka couldn't help but comment quietly because although she didn't like the blue-eyed young man very much, especially because of how he treated someone she held dear, Midoriya, understanding that his life had been so difficult inevitably made her sympathize with him a bit. I can see why you got so mad. Even I'm starting to get angry just remembering that annoying guy, Mina commented in a serious voice, clenching her fists before her. At that moment, Jiro asked in a serious tone. "Yao Momo, do you think there's something I can do to help? Even though it wasn't exactly a pleasure for Saito to help me. The truth is he still did, and I feel I should thank him somehow." I feel the same way. His advice and especially the training routine he recommended have given me great results. Of course, I'm also grateful to you for all the help you gave me. Before, I didn't even know how to throw a punch correctly, nor was I even aware of it. Suyu said seriously while looking directly at Momo. That's when Uraraka commented in a somewhat uncomfortable tone. The same goes for me. Although I really think Saito-kun should treat Deku-kun better, he's not a bad person and Saito-kun treats him very poorly. I don't think he deserves it. Of course I'm in too. Just tell me what I have to do and I'll do it. Mina added in a determined tone, clenching her hand confidently. At that moment, Hagakure added in a somewhat timid tone. Although I wasn't in the class representatives training group, I'd also like to help in some way. Thank you, girls, I really appreciate that you want to help, but you don't need to do anything special. Kai is a very proud person, so anything you do would only backfire. Instead, be a little patient with him. The whole hero thing is complicated for Kai. Although I'm aware that I haven't handled this in the best way either, I've been talking to mom and several therapists to help me improve, so don't worry. I'm sure that little by little, I'll be able to help him leave this behind. Momo commented with a beautiful smile on her face as she looked at her friends, the only ones she'd had in her entire life apart from Nijire and Kai. But she quickly focused on Uraraka and spoke with some doubt in her voice. As for the way Kai treats Midoriya-san, honestly, I don't know the reason behind it very well, and it's really strange. Under normal circumstances, Kai wouldn't bother with someone like Midoriya-san. Though now that I think about it, Midoriya-san somehow reminds me a bit of Uncle Jiro. 139 Chapter 110. What do you want from me? After arriving at his workshop, Kai left Salem on a couch and headed to his office to check on the interception of the electronic devices belonging to the rats he had discovered at the UA, wanting to see if there was anything new. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Aside from selling the USJ maps and disabling security by pretending it was an electromagnetic attack, the rats hadn't done anything else and had kept a low profile, although he had confirmed that they had ghost accounts with several $1 million abroad. Sage, start putting together the attack plan. In 1 month, if we haven't managed to get anything new out of them, we'll throw them into Alcatraz. Kai ordered his trusted assistant through their mental connection, who nodded with a serious expression. Understood, master. I already have most of it ready, but I still need to adjust the timing of the attack. How would you prefer it? Easy, just set it up so it looks like they ran off together. Fabricate some evidence and let a bit of what they did reach the right people, but don't leave anything explicit. Let the investigators come to that conclusion on their own. That way, we'll pass unnoticed. Kai responded casually as he turned off his computer since he could sense Ryuko and Shino approaching. Sage nodded and answered in a cheerful tone. Understood, master. I'll arrange everything, so the discovery occurs naturally for any potential investigators. I trust you. As he left his office, Kai commented with a small smile through their mental connection, which made Sage smile happily before disappearing to carry out her master's orders. Darling, upon entering the workshop, Ryuko exclaimed excitedly, wearing her blue hero costume as she threw herself toward Kai, who caught her in midair and spun around a couple of times to kill the momentum. At that moment, Ryuko began a passionate kiss as if she had missed him for years, even though they had only been apart since dawn. Kai, wearing her red hero costume, Shino, who walked over normally until she reached Kai, commented with a small smile on her face the moment Ryuko ended her kiss. She then embraced him herself and began a kiss, not as passionate but rather affectionate. What's going on? Why so much excitement? Kai asked, somewhat confused, while holding his beautiful girlfriends by the waist. That's when Ryuko spoke with a tone between anger and frustration. It's because we were worried about you, after everything they said about you in the stands. Yes, Nomori also wanted to come, but since she was busy being the judge, she couldn't, and around lunchtime, We were busy dealing with the guy who started it all, so we didn't manage to come all together. Shino added, somewhat worried, which made Kai smile broadly. He started walking toward one of the couches while speaking in a cheerful tone. You didn't have to worry about that. It's something inevitable given the circumstances. They're simply the consequences of being a public figure, even if it's not intentional. But, anyway, thanks for worrying about me. What do you mean, thanks? Why are you treating us like strangers? It's only natural that we'd worry about you, darling. Ryuko commented, somewhat annoyed, as she sat down next to Kai on the couch. Shino added in a similar tone. Yes, Kai, don't insult us like that. Even if we weren't in a relationship, we'd still worry about your well-being, not to mention now. Alright, I'm sorry. I spoke too much. I was just happy you came to see me. Kai spoke with a smile, tightening his embrace around Shino and Ryuko, which visibly melted the pair of heroines, who let their bodies fall against their beloved with eyes full of guilt. Seeing the regretful looks on Shino and Ryuko's faces, Kai couldn't help feeling a small sting in his conscience. After all, he knew it was very likely something like what had happened would occur, and he stood out hoping the guilt would cause the girls to stop trying to make him stand out in the future. But now that he had achieved it, the looks of his beautiful girlfriends pained him. There's no need for those expressions. It's not that big a deal. Kai commented warmly as he gently stroked Shino and Ryuko's shoulders reassuringly, causing the pair of beautiful heroines to hug him tightly. But we feel guilty. If it hadn't been for us, you wouldn't have gone through that, Shino said in a sad, melancholic tone full of guilt, as she hid her face in Kai's chest. This time we really screwed up, darling, Ryuko added equally sadly, looking down. Kai quickly removed the sort of robotic cat ears from their heads, then gently laid their heads on his lap. At that moment, he began massaging their scalps softly, using slight electric discharges that had a relaxing effect, all while speaking in a comforting tone. There's no need to worry about that. I'm not so fragile that something like that would affect me. Even if that's the case, it doesn't absolve us of our guilt. As a relaxing sensation ran through her body from the crown of her head to the tips of her toes, Shino commented amidst pleasurable moans, to which Ryuko added, almost purring like a cat, with light spasms from the pleasant tingling. Yes, darling, forgive us for being so foolish. We focused so much on wanting to see you shine that we forgot everything else. Alright, don't overthink it. What's done is done. For now, just relax and enjoy. Not long after, Shino and Ryuko fell asleep thanks to the pleasant massage, until after a while, Kai woke them gently, as their rest was over, and it was time for them to return to the stadium. Darling, we'll see you later. We'll go back with Tomoko and Chitora. While fixing her appearance in the office mirror along with Shino, Ryuko commented with a small, happy smile on her face, looking much calmer and more relaxed. At that moment, the beautiful red-clad hero added with a similar smile. Yes, although I think Chitora is starting to suspect us. Do you think we should talk to avoid problems? Kai asked as he walked over to his girlfriends and embraced them by the waist, who leaned on his chest with complex expressions. I don't know. I'm a bit afraid of how they'll react. Ryuko commented worriedly and somewhat fearfully, hugging Kai as if seeking security, to which Shino added, doing something similar. Yes, it'll be a bit complicated. Although Chitora might understand, and Tomoko lives in her own world, Keiko, Yumiko, and the others might react pretty badly. Certainly, it might not be the best reaction, but I think they'll understand. Also, we can't hide forever, especially not from the family. Delaying the moment will only make things worse, and who knows what could happen. Kai commented seriously while gently stroking Shino and Ryuko's shoulders, who had expressions full of doubt. Darling, but we still can't make our relationship public because of our careers. It would be a scandal. Ryuko commented softly as she listened to her beloved's rhythmic heartbeat, which filled her with peace and security. Kai responded seriously. I understand that, but with strangers, it's more manageable. The issue is that we practically all live together in the family. Look, if Chitora started to suspect, it's only a matter of time before the others do too, assuming they don't already have their suspicions. The real problem would be if they find out through other means rather than us confessing it directly, as it should be. Kai is right. That would indeed be serious. Thinking about it, maybe even Keiko suspects something. The other day, she was looking at me a bit strangely, Shino said insecurely, and Kai could only sigh and comment in a warmer tone. See, it's only a matter of time before this blows up in our faces. Why not meet tonight at the safe house and decide how to talk to everyone and clear things up? I guess that's best, though I can't deny I'm very scared of what might happen, Ryuko responded in a low voice, hugging Kai tightly, to which Shino added with a guilty tone. I'm also terrified that the family will fall apart because of us. Don't worry, we'll figure it out somehow, and I'll always be here to protect you. There's no need to worry. Besides, from the start we knew this wouldn't be easy. This is just a small obstacle on the road. Kai commented firmly, tightening his arms around Shino and Ryuko, who nodded seriously. You're right. From the beginning, we knew this would be complicated, so we can only stand firm and accept the consequences of our actions. Shino commented in a resolute, determined tone. At that moment, Ryuko couldn't help but sigh, but shortly after she pulled herself together and spoke firmly, albeit slightly disappointed. I guess it's for the best, although it'll be a shame to lose the thrill of having to hide. Well, that won't be completely lost. After all, besides the family, no one else can know. Kai commented with a small smile, knowing very well Ryuko's curious fetish, causing her blue eyes to gleam mischievously. That's true as well, fufu. Well, it's getting late. We have to go, or Chitora's suspicions will be confirmed. Shino quickly commented seriously while letting go of Kai to check her appearance one last time in the mirror, alerting Ryuko, who immediately did the same. Well, Kai, see you tonight. Shino said goodbye with a smile, then gave Kai a quick kiss on the lips, something Ryuko immediately did afterward, before saying goodbye with a smile. See you, darling. We'll be supporting you with all our hearts. Goodbye, see you tonight. Kai said goodbye, somewhat amused, as he watched his beautiful girlfriends hurry out of the workshop. He then looked at the time on the smart glass of the panoramic window in the office. Well, it's about time for me to head out, too. Kai commented softly as he stretched lazily, then left his workshop while all the lights inside turned off. Shortly after, Kai returned to the stadium with Salem on his shoulder and quickly searched for Momo's voice, quickly finding it in the stands along with the other girls, so he began walking there. But to his surprise, a voice he hadn't felt in many years was approaching rapidly. So you're the strongest of the first year. Before long, a burly man with a beard and a fire mask, dressed in a blue hero suit with flames in various places, spoke in a dark tone, a voice full of authority, as he stood imposingly with crossed arms in front of Kai. Kai simply looked at him without giving much importance and asked casually, "What do you want from me? You have an impressive quirk. You're so fast, you vanish from sight. You could shatter Shoto's ice with a single blow, and you can even knock others out with a glance." Endeavor said firmly and seriously, at which Kai could only roll his eyes before asking again, with a hint of annoyance. "So, what do you want from me? You will surely be Shoto's final opponent, and he has the duty to surpass All Might. Therefore, you'll be very instructive for him and serve as a solid stepping stone for his future. That's why I want you to use everything you've got so that he'll bring out his full potential." Endeavor commented with an arrogant, confident tone, which only caused Kai's expression to become somewhat disgusted and puzzled. Kai then spoke in a slightly sickened tone. "What the hell are you talking about? Go find some other idiot who cares about your bullshit. Leave me alone, you narcissistic son of a bitch. I see you have plenty of guts, kid." Endeavor commented in a pissed, arrogant tone, while looking at Kai with bloodshot eyes. Kai took a determined step forward until they were face to face, as they were about the same height. He returned the look with disdain and spoke with similar arrogance. "Guts are for when you're facing someone who poses a threat. I can split you in half using just one hand, you carnival torch." "I'd like to see that, you arrogant brat." As his flames rose furiously, Endeavor replied in a dark, wrathful tone. But at that moment, a brutal pressure hit him like a truck, somehow pushing him back a few centimeters, while he listened to the boy's voice, loaded with murderous intent. The boy was looking him straight in the eyes with a macabre smile. "Whenever you want, however you want, you son of a bitch, and if you want, right here and now. It'll be a pleasure to make you a head shorter." Due to the boy's words and the brutal pressure forcing him to his knees, Endeavor's back was drenched in cold sweat, something that happened to him with no one else but All Might, causing the number 2 hero to clench his fists in indignation. But just then, the boy spoke in a mocking tone, leaving him a bit confused. "Look at that, you're one lucky guy. They've come to save your ass." 139 Chapter 111, That Boy is Dangerous. Kai Shonen. Right after Kai spoke, All Might's somewhat worried voice echoed in the hallway. A moment later, he appeared on the scene, then placed his hand on Kai's shoulder and spoke in a calmer tone, thus ending the staring contest that seemed to have formed between the boy and Endeavor. "What happened here, Kai Shonen? Well, this pathetic excuse for a hero here came to confront me and spew a bunch of nonsensical nonsense, so I was just about to teach him why that's not a good idea." Kai turned to look at All Might and responded casually, a relaxed smile on his face, causing Endeavor's expression to visibly tense. "Kai Shonen, you can't speak about people that way. Besides, this person is Endeavor, the number 2 hero in Japan." "Well, thanks for the info. I'll make sure to forget it as soon as possible." Kai commented with a mocking tone, looking amused as more veins bulged on the flaming hero's head. All Might could only offer an ironic smile before turning to Endeavor and asking, "Endeavor, what's a hero like you doing in the student's entrance area? I just wanted to have a word with this villain in the making." Endeavor spoke in a dark tone, staring directly at Kai's mocking grin. Kai then commented in a disdainful tone. "Says the one who sneaks into the student zone to confront a first-year student. Yes, very heroic of you." "Motherf," Endeavor exclaimed, offended, but at that moment All Might raised his voice, cutting him off abruptly. "Endeavor, Kai Shonen is right. You shouldn't be here, and your presence could cause you serious legal and reputational problems, so you'd better come with me to the exit." Upon hearing All Might's words, Endeavor stared at him silently with bloodshot eyes. After a moment, he snorted irritably and began walking toward the exit, causing All Might to smile wryly and start walking behind him while saying goodbye. "See you later, Kai Shonen. Try not to cause trouble. Don't worry, and try to keep the number 2 hero well monitored and in check. Number 1 hero, he. Kai commented with a mocking tone, which turned into a small chuckle as he saw the rabid dog's flames crackle violently. This made All Might's smile falter, and after a moment, he spoke again in a nearly resigned tone. Seriously, Kai Shonen, don't cause problems. Ha ha ha, fine. Kai replied, amused, and then walked off with Salem on his shoulder toward the stands where Momo was. Meanwhile, Endeavor couldn't resist looking back to stare intently at the dangerous boy's retreating figure. After a moment, he turned his gaze forward and commented in a dark, yet evidently serious tone. That boy is dangerous. He certainly is. All Might replied seriously, which greatly surprised Endeavor. He couldn't help but look at All Might and speak in a solemn tone. For even you to acknowledge it, he must be even more dangerous than I imagined. He is, in more than one sense. But that's why he's here. Principal Nezu made a great effort to get him to enroll. We can't allow someone like that to fall into the villain's hands. All Might replied seriously as he walked alongside Endeavor, who could only remain silent, his mind full of deep thoughts. By the time Kai reached the stands, he found the entire Class 1A seated in their chairs, except for Midoriya and that blonde guy with the laser from his stomach. One of the class's biggest annoyances, since they had the next duel. Momo was surrounded by her friends, Mina, Jiro, and the invisible girl. Meanwhile, Uraraka and Tsuyu had their own group, along with the annoyance known as Iida. Seeing Momo so entertained with her friends, Kai chose to sit in the corner seat and not draw much attention, then started playing with Salem, who wisely chose to remain silent so as not to alert anyone and keep all his master's attention for himself. Audience, the finals you've all been waiting for are about to begin. After some time, President Mike announced loudly, provoking a great ovation from the crowd. This greatly alarmed Momo, who began to look around with worry written on her face. This allowed her to notice Kai in a corner playing with Salem, bringing a pleasant smile to her face. She quickly stood up and walked toward him, attracting the attention of the girls next to her. The first match, from the hero course, Midoriya Izuku. While President Mike announced excitedly and the green-haired boy entered the stadium, Momo reached Kai's side and sat down next to him. She then asked in a tone tinged with mild reproach. Where were you? I was worried because you didn't arrive. I've been here for a while, but I didn't want to interrupt you, so I stayed here. Kai replied casually as he placed Salem back on his shoulder, causing Momo to hug his arm and comment with a small smile. You're such a dummy. Of course you wouldn't have interrupted me. You should have come to say hello. Better not. I'm fine here. Kai commented casually while looking toward the cement arena at the center of the stadium, to which Momo could only respond in a playfully reproachful tone, tapping Kai's cheek with her index finger. You're so mean, did you know that? Versus, also from the hero course, Aoyama Yuga. With President Mike's words, Aoyama entered the stadium, acting as if he were some kind of idol, throwing rose petals into the air and smiling for the cameras. Midoriya, who was already on the combat platform, looked incredibly nervous. At that moment, President Mike spoke again. The rules are simple. Immobilize your opponent or knock them out of the bounds. You can also make the other say, I give up, it doesn't matter if you get hurt. We have our recovery girl standing by. Set aside ethics and morals for the moment. But of course, endangering the other's life is crap. It's forbidden. Heroes only fight to capture villains. After a great ovation from the audience, Aoyama finally stood in front of Midoriya on the combat platform. President Mike quickly announced with enthusiasm. Ready, start. With the starting signal, Aoyama quickly placed his hands behind his neck and then fired a laser in Midoriya's direction. Midoriya swiftly dodged by moving to the side, then rushed forward at high speed toward the blonde boy, catching him off guard. In that instant, Midoriya landed a powerful blow to the boy's stomach, damaging his belt and knocking him unconscious onto the ground. Winner. Midoriya Izuku. With Aoyama's fall, Midnight quickly declared the end of the match in a firm tone, causing a great stir in the stands and a proud, beaming smile to form on All Might's face. President Mike then announced excitedly. An instant victory. Such strength, such control, that was Midoriya Izuku. He really improved a lot in controlling his quirk. I'm genuinely surprised. Also, I felt a certain familiarity with that fighting style. Aizawa commented with a hint of surprise in his tired voice. He then looked over at the black-haired, blue-eyed boy in the Class 1A stands, imagining what might have happened, which inevitably brought a smile to his face. Shortly thereafter, Aoyama was carried out of the combat arena on a stretcher, while Midoriya looked on nervously before exiting the stadium himself. At that moment, President Mike began to announce the next fight with a voice full of excitement. And now, we have before us the second match, from the hero course, Zero Hanta. With President Mike's words, Zero entered the stadium wearing his PE uniform, waving to the cheering crowd. President Mike spoke again. Versus, from the hero course, Kirishima Ajiro. With the announcement, Kirishima entered the stadium and greeted in a manner similar to Zero's, then met him on the combat platform. President Mike announced in a raspy, almost rock-like voice, filled with excitement. With that, we begin the second match. Ready? Start. Well, let's see if all that training paid off, Zero exclaimed loudly as he sent his tape to wrap around Kirishima and try to pull him out of the ring. But the red-haired boy quickly hardened his arms, managing to cut through the tape and free himself. Zero tried to throw him off the platform, but Kirishima is no easy opponent and quickly broke free. Present Mike commented excitedly. Aizawa added in his typical tired tone. Kirishima is a close combat fighter specialized in defense, and Zero focuses on skill and great mobility. This fight will be tough for both of them. That's not gonna be so easy, Zero, Kirishima shouted loudly as he hardened his feet and buried them deeply into the cement. Internally, he was a bit worried because Zero was the worst type of opponent he could have faced. We'll see about that. As he sent his tape out again, Zero responded confidently, though fully aware that things wouldn't be easy since his only real option would be to get Kirishima out of the rain. He simply didn't have the power to defeat him any other way. But to Zero's surprise, Kirishima seemed to anticipate his attack, intercepting his tape midway and yanking it hard, sending Zero flying through the air in his direction. In an unexpected move, Kirishima then pulled his feet out of the cement. Quickly, Zero launched his tape at the ground, then turned to send his tape at Kirishima again. But to his surprise, what he found coming at him was a block of cement approaching at high speed. He barely managed to dodge it by using his tape to pull himself toward the ground. Wow. Things are heating up, folks. Zero tried a quick tape move, but Kirishima read him like a 90s action comic book. Yet the kid's got enough reflexes to dodge at the last second. This is a battle of strategy and raw power. I can't even blink, Present Mike shouted excitedly, standing up on the table, causing a great ovation from the public. That was close, Zero commented with cold sweat on his forehead. Not giving him a second to think, Kirishima started hurling blocks of cement he ripped from the floor at high speed, forcing Zero to dodge and run. In the midst of his run, Zero quickly used his tape to catch one of the cement blocks in the air. He then spun rapidly on himself and flung it back at Kirishima, who was forced to cover himself and was even pushed back a few centimeters by the impact. Not bad, Zero, Kirishima said in a cheerful and challenging tone, making the tape-wielding boy smile confidently. Zero quickly added in a similar tone, a big grin on his face. Well, you're not the only one with ideas. What an impressive display of reflexes and tactics from both sides, Zero dodging and responding under pressure, while Kirishima keeps up the offensive with sheer brute force. This is a showdown of on-the-fly strategies, where every move counts and there's no room for mistakes. Present Mike fulfilled his role as commentator to perfection, amplifying the audience's excitement. At that moment, Aizawa added in a tired yet intrigued voice. Their performance really surprises me, especially Kirishima's. I didn't expect to see such a display from him. The duel continued with an exchange of debris. Zero didn't give Kirishima a chance to get close, though occasionally the tape user tried to catch the red-haired boy off guard to knock him out of the platform with his tape. Soon, the cement platform was in ruins, making it much harder for Zero to move around, causing his expression to grow serious. At that moment, Kirishima hurled a large amount of debris, forcing Zero to use his tape to propel himself elsewhere. But mid-flight, Kirishima smiled, sending a stone he had secretly sharpened. It struck Zero's tape with precision, unsettling his opponent. Surprised, Zero quickly raised his other elbow to send out more tape and avoid hitting the ground. But that brief moment of distraction proved fatal, as Kirishima, unwilling to waste the opportunity he had created, hardened his body, especially his legs, and shouted loudly, charging forward at great speed like an enraged bull. Iron Juggernaut, 139 Chapter 112, Ashido vs Todoroki. Iron Juggernaut, Kirishima's surprising speed was more than enough to leave Seto with no chance. He took the full brunt of the charge, was knocked unconscious, and at the same time sent flying through the air. But when he left the combat zone, he was caught in mid-air by what seemed to be a hand made of cement, which softened his fall. At that exact moment, Midnight exclaimed loudly. The winner, Kirishima Ajiro. I won. A cheerful Kirishima couldn't help but shout excitedly while waving to the thrilled audience. At the same time, memories of his training with Kai passed through his mind. Although it hadn't been the most pleasant in the world, it had truly helped him a lot. In what looked like a field created solely and exclusively for fighting, Kirishima was kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily, with several bruises and scratches across different parts of his body. In front of him stood a relaxed Kai, stretching comfortably after giving a beating to the poor young man before him. Well, even though your punches have improved, you're still too slow, so your only destiny is to be relegated to being a human shield. Therefore, if you face someone who isn't willing to attack you head-on, you'll have nothing to do, which basically seals off any path for you to become an independent hero. Really, is there no way? Kirishima asked between heavy breaths, the result of his exhaustion, to which Kai casually commented. Well, you don't have technique, nor agility, and much less speed, so all you have left is to use your head, not just to use your quirk creatively, but also to create opportunities for yourself. What do you mean? Still obviously tired, Kirishima asked curiously as he sat down on the ground, to which Kai responded in a casual tone while picking up a leaf from the ground and tossing it into the air. Look, the worst opponent for you is one like this leaf. Kai began swatting at the air, trying to grab the leaf, but each movement created a current of air that made it drift away, almost as if it were evading him. At that moment, he added in a calm tone. The one who tirelessly flees the fight, or in other words, the average villain. That's why you have to be smarter, study how they act, and predict their next move. When Kai finished speaking, he delivered a slightly off-target punch near the leaf, but the wind created by his movement pushed it right into his hand, as if he had anticipated its trajectory. He then explained while casually playing with the leaf. What you need is to learn to predict your enemy. And of course, you also need a way to surprise them, which means you need a more creative way to use your quirk. Aside from hardening yourself, it also noticeably improves your strength, at least from what I've seen. But don't get your hopes up. That doesn't guarantee you anything. It only gives you an opportunity. And so Momo won't say I never teach you anything, I'll show you a little trick. With a calm motion, Kai rolled up one leg of his black sweatpants, showing Kirishima his incredibly defined calf muscle, which was quite impressive. Then he took a stance with his legs apart, putting tension on the exposed leg. Watch closely how this works. It's not something especially difficult or complicated, but it can help you achieve something like a charge or similar move to get close to an enemy. As Kai spoke, his calf muscle seemed to swell and contract, accumulating tension before releasing it all at once. He stomped on the ground with such force that it cracked, and immediately after, he shot forward at terrifying speeds, as if launched by a spring, stopping several meters away. You could try to replicate something like that using only your brute strength enhanced by your quirk. You could even attempt something crazier, but first study very well how your quirk works and don't do anything stupid, or else Momo will drive me insane with her scolding, understood? Yes, I understand. Kirishima nodded and responded thoughtfully, causing Kai to laugh for a moment, amused, as he adjusted his pants again. Meanwhile, in the stands, Kai couldn't help but cover his face with one hand upon hearing the ridiculous name the redhead had given to the trick he'd shown him. It made him wonder if it was time to cross that idiot off his list of acquaintances. After all, Kai himself was already pretty bad at coming up with names, and hanging around with that idiot might worsen his problem. Did you teach him that, Kai? Momo couldn't help but ask curiously, seeing how Kai was acting. He answered evasively while turning his back. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anyone capable of saying those names out loud with so much pride. Foo, alright. Momo commented in a somewhat amused tone, although her expression was filled only with love and pride. Then she rested her head on Kai's shoulder with a warm smile. Meanwhile, Present Mike's excited voice echoed throughout the stadium, which was roaring like crazy. This was a display of pure strategy and determination. Seto kept Kirishima at bay with those precise and calculated moves, but he didn't count on the redhead's cunning. Kirishima took advantage of the slightest lapse and unleashed his masterful blow, Iron Juggernaut, an explosive attack that broke through every defense. It's incredible how Kirishima turned a tactical duel into a pure force charge, securing the victory. What an intense battle. Soon, the next battle began. This time it was between Bakugo, another of Class 1A's troublemakers, and Tokoyami, a strange guy with a black bird's head who liked to speak in a sophisticated manner, very similar to how characters in epic anime speak. There weren't many surprises, and Bakugo ended up winning since Tokoyami's quirk, a sentient dark specter, was weak against light and therefore against the blonde's explosions. Now we continue with the next fight. After a short break, during which Mina walked toward the locker room, Present Mike announced with great excitement. This caused Momo to cling nervously to Kai's arm, at the same time staring intently at the dueling platform. At that moment, the presenter hero announced. From the hero course, Todoroki Shoto. With the announcement, Todoroki stepped into the stadium with an expression full of hatred and eyes almost bloodshot. Present Mike enthusiastically announced again. Versus, also from the hero course, Ashido Mina. Looking visibly nervous, Mina entered the stadium and began waving to the audience, who cheered with all their might. She then walked to the combat platform, where Todoroki awaited with an expression that scared her a bit. Ready, start. With Present Mike's announcement, Mina quickly used her quirk to slide across the ground, trying to approach Todoroki. But at that exact moment, Todoroki lifted his gaze and spoke in a dark, hate-filled tone. My apologies. As he spoke, Todoroki stomped the ground forcefully, causing it to freeze at high speed. A huge amount of ice shot forward toward Mina, who barely managed to jump to the side using her agility. Even so, half of her body ended up frozen, and the ice didn't stop there. It started forming a giant iceberg in the air. But just as the iceberg reached the stands of Class 1A, it exploded into 1,000 pieces, creating a sort of snowfall over the stadium and leaving the enormous iceberg sliced in half. This caused all the spectators to turn their heads toward that place, quickly noticing a young man with black hair casually lowering his extended fist. Present Mike's electrified commentary followed, making the stands go wild. What just happened here? A brutal ice attack was repeatedly destroyed by a single punch. This is Class 1A. This is the first year of UA, ladies and gentlemen. Among those who looked on in surprise was Todoroki himself, half of his body nearly frozen by the brutal effort. He stared at the terror of Class 1A with a deep look. But his gaze was interrupted when he was struck by a powerful kick covered by some sort of incredibly hard gel, sending him flying off the platform. Alarmed, Todoroki quickly used his ice to create a barrier and avoid falling off. Then he looked back at the spot he had been just moments before, only to find a smiling Mina with a good part of her uniform corroded, revealing her attractive pink skin. That immediately gave him the information he needed. The girl had freed herself from his ice using her acid. Darn, I thought I had it, Mina commented with a tone full of excitement. She then began skating toward Todoroki at high speed, looking somewhat rushed. After all, she had seen in class what Todoroki's frozen state meant. His power decreased, so she had to finish him off before he used his fire to melt the ice or else she'd be done for. What do we have here? This is unexpected. Todoroki seemed to have control, but what a surprise Ishido gave us. With an incredible kick and using her ingenuity to free herself from the ice, she's put him on the ropes. We'll wait to seize every opportunity. Her agility and speed are impressive. The pressure is at its peak, one of the most critical moments of the battle. President Mike quickly commented in a rough, almost rock-like voice, once again provoking a powerful roar from the stands. Todoroki, for his part, still refusing to use his fireside, quickly froze everything around him to send attacks of ice shards toward Mina, who easily dodged them with her impressive skill and technique. She never stopped moving, skating rapidly closer to him. Feeling his body failing him due to overcooling and the nearly paralyzing pain where he'd been kicked, Todoroki began running along the platform's edge while sending freezing attacks. Each weaker than the last, toward Mina. She started dodging them with almost acrobatic movements, jumping and sometimes using her acid like a whip to change her position midair, never once stopping her approach. What determination from Todoroki, staying strong despite his body beginning to fail. But Mina doesn't fall behind, showing impressive skill while dodging every attack and closing in at full speed. President Mike commented excitedly, unable to hide his surprise at the impressive performance by the first-year girl. Although Todoroki was fully aware that he needed to heat himself up to fight and win the battle, the look from his father in the stands was almost painful, making him even more stubborn about winning with only half of his power. But at that moment, Mina put her hands together and shouted loudly, then launched a high-pressure stream of corrosive acid in his direction. Acid shot. Since he couldn't use his ice due to his nearly frozen state, Todoroki almost instinctively used his fire, managing to protect himself from the attack. But in doing so, he lost his internal battle, causing an image of his father's mocking smile to appear in his mind, filling him with insane rage. He quickly sent an attack at Mina using his fire as well. The abrupt change in temperature caused a brutal shockwave that hit Mina head-on. She barely managed to cover her body with a super-resistant version of her acid, but she still couldn't avoid being sent flying off the platform. She then collided with the stadium wall and fell to the ground, at which point the acid became liquid once more. The winner, Todoroki Shoto. Midnight quickly announced the winner and then ran to Mina's side. Although she looked a bit dazed, she was in perfect condition, even if her acid had further damaged her already scant clothing, revealing even more of her appealing pink skin. What an unexpected turn of events. Todoroki, pushed to the limit, finally unleashes his true power in an explosion of rage that shakes the entire stadium. What an intense showdown, both fighting with everything they've got, but in the end, that last attack from Todoroki was devastating. This is what makes these battles unforgettable. Despite having won, Todoroki didn't look satisfied at all. Instead, he just stood there, looking at his hands with hatred. But right at that moment, a powerful shout echoed through the stadium, accompanied by a burst of fire shooting into the sky. Well done, you finally got it. Your fire is the key to victory. You, who carry my blood, will be the one to fulfill my desire. Hearing his father's words, Todoroki could only clench his fists in frustration, then walk heavily and painfully toward the stadium exit. Meanwhile, Nomori reached Mina's side and asked seriously as she crouched beside her. Are you alright? Can you stand up? Yes, just a little dizzy, Mina replied, sitting on the ground as she adjusted her hair, still damp with her acid. Nomori nodded and then commented with a smile as she stood up. Alright, then head to the infirmary for a checkup. I will. Mina nodded, then tried to fix her clothes a bit and started walking toward the exit, where she found Momo waiting with a smile, holding a white blanket to cover her. Thank you, Yao Momo. Mina thanked her with a moved smile as Momo covered her with the blanket. Momo commented with a small giggle. Don't worry about it. What's more, congratulations, you really impressed the audience. Even though I lost, Mina asked with a disappointed tone. Momo nodded with a small smile, then cheerfully explained. Yes, even though you lost, Kai praised you, and you know how grouchy he is. Really? Mina asked, surprised, with a strange sparkle in her eyes. Momo nodded happily, then spoke as she began guiding Mina toward the infirmary. Yes, he said you did pretty well, although he complained that if you had used your acid correctly, you would have won with that first kick, hee. Hee, typical. Mina responded somewhat amused, but at that moment she spotted Jiro and Hagakure, the girl with earphone jacks and the invisible girl, which brought a smile to her face. You were amazing, Mina-chan, Hagakure commented excitedly as she approached, and Jiro nodded, commenting with a cheerful smile. Yes, it was really impressive. 139 Chapter 113. I'm not a porcelain doll. After accompanying Mina to the infirmary, Momo returned with the girls to the stands of Class 1A, where she found Kai in the same corner where she had left him. Curiously, Kai was now talking to Ojiro, which surprised and pleased her in equal parts. She quickly approached the pair of young men and greeted them with a smile. Hello again, I didn't expect to see you two talking. Well, actually, Ojiro was just telling me something that happened to him in the cavalry battle. Apparently, there's a guy with indigo-colored hair who has the ability to control people when they respond to him. Kai commented in a slightly interested tone, prompting Momo to reply seriously, fully aware of whom he was talking about. That quirk is dangerous. Yeah, the truth is I don't remember much of what happened. I only recall the end, where luckily I managed to free myself from the control and found myself as part of his team. But it's a fact that he managed to control us in some way, and I lost my memories after I answered one of his questions. Ojiro commented with a serious expression, causing Momo to nod and then ask curiously. But Ojiro-san, why did you come to tell Kai about this? Are you afraid he might have other intentions? Yes, actually, when we left the stadium after the event, I heard him cursing Saito and the 5th place we got, quite angrily. So I thought it would be best to tell him so he could be on guard. After all, that power is quite dangerous. Ojiro nodded and explained his reasons, which earned him a cheerful smile from Momo, while Kai placed his hand on his shoulder and commented in a casual tone. I understand. Thanks for the information. In the coming days, stop by my workshop. I'll lend you a key to my gym so you can train there. There's equipment that might be very useful for you. Oh, I really didn't do it expecting something in return, so I feel a bit uncomfortable accepting something like that. Ojiro said, looking visibly uneasy, to which Kai replied casually, not giving it much importance. Don't worry about it. I like you, and that's why I'm lending you my gym. There you'll find some data about my father's martial arts, so you might like it. Iron Palm's martial arts? Ojiro asked, visibly excited, causing a small giggle from Momo, while Kai responded as he took out his phone to check something. Yes, the same one, but don't say it too loudly, or they'll start again with the "he's crazy" thing. Oh, sorry. Ojiro apologized with an embarrassed expression, to which Kai waved his hand casually as he commented. It's fine. That's part of being a hero. It doesn't just affect you, but also those close to you. Not knowing very well how to respond to Kai's words, Ojiro could only say goodbye with an uncomfortable expression, giving way to Momo, who sat down casually and then rested her head on Kai's shoulder. At that moment, the blue-eyed boy asked in a serious tone. You know the guy Ojiro was talking about, don't you, Momo? Yes, we had a small altercation, but nothing serious, don't worry. Momo answered in a somewhat uncomfortable tone, since even though she had gotten very angry, she didn't want him to do anything. Kai then asked again, a hint of anger in his voice. Did he try to control you? Yes, but the "will keeper" appeared and nothing happened, don't worry. Momo replied while gripping Kai's arm tightly. Among Kai's defensive and counterattack abilities, there was what he defined as the keeper line, which were conjured swords with strong pacts and limitations whose sole purpose was to block different powers or situations, such as control, like the will keeper, or clairvoyance, like the secrets keeper, which was the sword capable of blocking things like Sir Night Eye's future vision. The way the keeper line swords worked was very simple. They could not be used actively under any circumstances, and their aura consumption was relatively high. In exchange, they were summoned automatically when the user became a victim of the particular attack they were meant to defend against, appearing in the person's hand and preventing the attack. I'll look for him later. Kai commented in a dark, visibly angry tone as he looked toward the center of the stadium. Don't do anything, Kai. It's not worth dirtying your hands with someone like that. Will you promise me? Momo asked with a somewhat worried expression. After all, this was something different than with Kirishima. Kai wouldn't do anything too extreme against him for his joke, but against the indigo-haired boy, who knows what an angry Kai could do to him with how jealous and protective he was. But he tried to control you. Who knows what could have happened if not for the will keeper, Kai commented with a dark expression as he stared at Momo, who responded in a serious tone, meeting his gaze. But nothing happened. Besides, it's not like he could have done much. I was with the girls, and apparently he just wanted to control me, so I'd apologize because he was frustrated about having been eliminated. Kai remained silent, staring intently into Momo's eyes, who returned his gaze firmly, determined to prevent a tragedy. She then asked in a serious tone. Do you promise me? Kai opted to remain silent, then looked away from Momo, who quickly took his face in her hands and made him look at her. At that moment, she spoke in a serious tone. Kai, you've already done more than enough with the accomplice. I'm not a porcelain doll. I'm going to be a heroine, and you have to let me fight my own battles. You can't spend your whole life defending me from everything and everyone. So promise me you won't do anything. This is my fight. Trust me. Let me show you I can handle things on my own. Alright, do what you want. But if things get complicated, you can't stop me from getting involved. After a sigh, Kai could only respond in a somewhat defeated tone, to which Momo smiled charmingly, then cheerfully commented. You're really the best. But let's change the subject. Who do you think will win between Kaminari and Uraraka? Kaminari. Uraraka has mobility and some attack power, but she doesn't have a good defense against electricity. Kai responded after shaking his head, feeling somehow defeated. Momo commented with a small, delighted smile. You're right about that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at the penultimate match of the first round, President Mike announced loudly, renewing the audience's enthusiasm, which began cheering again. The hero announcer then continued. From the hero's course, Kaminari Denki. Just like all his classmates, Kaminari entered the stadium with a cool smile on his face. waving to the audience before walking to the platform. Present Mike then announced his opponent. Versus, also from the hero's course, Uraraka Ochako. Looking especially shy, Uraraka quickly reached the combat platform, but curiously, she now wore what looked like bulky gloves on her hands and large bracelets that looked like weights on her wrists. This caught Kaminari's attention, as he also had a pair of special wristbands, though much more discreet, the ones he was still paying off to the terrifying blue-eyed boy. Ready, begin. With Present Mike's announcement, Kaminari was covered by an electric aura. At the same time Uraraka rose quickly into the air with a jump, simultaneously using the device on her waist. It was a bulky yet elegant belt, white and planed, with pink details and tiny but powerful boosters that helped her move freely in the air. Once Uraraka reached a great height, she deactivated her quirk and used her belt to propel herself even further. She dived downward at the platform, aimed her right hand at the ground and struck it like a meteor as she shouted excitedly. Star impact. Uraraka's punch almost completely destroyed the platform, causing a small earthquake and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Meanwhile, back in the Class 1A stands, Kai couldn't help but cover his face with one hand, then asked in a tone between annoyed and regretful. Why am I surrounded by idiots? Why does everyone have to give such cheesy names to everything? Foo, that's part of the romance of being a hero. Besides, you do it too, Kai, so don't complain too much. Momo commented, amused and somewhat proud to see the attack, since that move was only possible thanks to the impressive devices Kai had developed for Uraraka. These not only allowed her to fly, but were also smart enough to let the girl attempt such madness and come out unscathed. I do it out of necessity. Saying the name makes them more powerful. They do it just because they like it, so don't compare us, please. Kai responded in an offended tone, which only made Momo laugh. But at that moment, the dust settled, revealing Uraraka on the ground, wrapped in what looked like a fine black thread coming from one of Kaminari's wrists. He looked quite battered, with a trace of blood on his cheek, most likely from debris. Winner, Kaminari Denki. With Midnight's announcement, Kaminari moved his wrist slightly, causing the black thread enveloping Uraraka to return to the bracelet on his wrist. Then Nomori approached the unconscious girl on the ground. We need medical assistance, she's unconscious. Upon noticing Uraraka's state, Nomori quickly used the earpiece in her ear. Several people then entered carrying a stretcher. What did Kaminari do? In the stands, Momo asked somewhat confusedly while looking at Kai, attracting the attention of all the students, who also wanted to know. The blue-eyed boy answered casually. Not much. Kaminari just jumped right before Uraraka touched the ground and managed to stay on the platform using the reinforced alloy cable in his wrists. Even though Uraraka's belt prevents most damage, her body still suffered from doing something so reckless without proper training. So he took advantage of that, wrapped her in the cable while she couldn't move, and electrocuted her. I see, so Uraraka was reckless to attempt such an attack. But, well, it's not like she had many other alternatives. Her fighting style is based on contact, and that wasn't an option against Kaminari's electricity. Momo commented understandingly, prompting Kai to reply casually after yawning lazily. If she had listened to me and adopted the heavy projectiles I recommended, things could have been different. Although that would be powerful, it's understandable she chose not to. After all, what you recommended were practically kinetic bombs of several tons, and once fired, she completely loses control over them. That's very dangerous. Momo commented with a small smile, inadvertently making all the students nod as they listened curiously to the conversation. Kai could only shrug and respond without much interest. And because of that mentality, she lost. In a complex situation, that mentality will undoubtedly cost her life. But well, that's not my problem. A bitter smile inevitably formed on Momo's and the students' faces. But at that moment, Present Mike announced the next match, which was between the only person who didn't belong to Class 1A or even the Heroes course, Hatsume Mei, and Iida Tenya, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The fight was quite comical, with Mei completely playing around with the speedster boy and making him use one of her babies. The entire fight turned into a live demonstration of the young inventor's inventions, as she announced each one and its specifications as she used them. She even explained the one she gave Iida, and then left the battlefield when she was satisfied. I like that girl, ha ha ha. Kai couldn't help but comment between laughs, while poor Iida shouted at the top of his lungs in the arena that he had been tricked. The students watching couldn't help but show ironic smiles, although Momo's face formed an expression full of vigilance and worry. Would you let her enter your workshop, Kai? Momo asked in a kind tone, trying to hide her emotions, prompting Kai to ask in a somewhat puzzled expression as he turned to look at her. Why do you ask? Just curious. Momo answered with a small smile that made Kai's skin crawl. He quickly responded in a serious tone. Alright then, and no, I wasn't thinking of letting her into the workshop. That's good, looking genuinely pleased. Momo commented quietly as she leaned her head back against Kai's shoulder. Kai couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief, while making a mental note to talk to the girls about the problem that very night, where things might get out of hand. After all, he had never seen such a scary Momo before. He actually feared for his life for a second, and that was when he was supposed to be stronger. We can't delay explaining things to the family any longer. This is already getting out of control and the consequences can only get worse from now on. Besides, I'm really worried about Momo's reaction to the news and therefore, Kiko's, and also this Yumiko and the damn problem with that rat. The confrontation is supposed to be at the end of the month. Shit, why can't the problems come one at a time? With his mind full of complex thoughts, Kai said goodbye to Momo and began to walk towards the dressing room, since there was little time left before his fight with the green-haired boy started. He wanted to calm his thoughts, since there was something he wanted to try, and for that, he needed to be calm and focused. 139 Chapter 114. Royal Silence, Sage, is everything ready for the tests? As he entered the locker room, Kai asked the beautiful fairy who flew beside him in mode through their mental connection. She responded while showing him a holographic display containing all the data related to the next experiment. Everything is ready, Master. The Royal Silence project can move into the testing phase at any time. Perfect, let's hope things go well. Even though it won't be the most powerful ability, it'll be quite useful if it works as we expect. Kai commented with a pleased tone, then sat down on the floor in a corner, taking a lotus position while Salem settled into his lap. Really, I'm such a damn coward. One of the strange things that happened to Kai when he tried to meditate was that, for some reason, he almost always ended up thinking about everything he had done. He would go over it several times until he finally let it go, allowing him to relax his mind. After a moment in the lotus position, he couldn't help but mock himself for his recent actions. Fear had consumed him, preventing him from thinking clearly and causing him to act almost erratically, making up all kinds of excuses to justify himself. Although he felt he couldn't be judged too harshly for it, after all, it was a deep, primordial existential fear, one that didn't even let him sleep at night and that he tried to ignore with all his might. That profound fear came from knowing he was in a world he remembered as an anime, which inevitably made him wonder, was he real? Was what he was experiencing real? Would he someday wake up in a hospital bed after a coma? But if those were the only questions, it would still be okay, since he had lived with them for years and could handle them. The real issue was that there was another question, just as or even more terrifying, that constantly crept into his mind, especially when he was in that classroom. If this world were real, was it possible to change it, or was everything already decided and he could only be a spectator? Although there were reasons to believe things could indeed be changed and that he was the master of his own destiny. Like the fact that he had healed All Might or saved Shino's cousin, who he was sure would have only met death if he hadn't arrived. There was one crucial event that shattered all his hopes. All Might had passed his quirk onto the protagonist. The moment he realized this, that even though he had healed All Might, the hero still passed on his quirk, all the alarms went off in his brain, filling him with profound existential terror. It was the realization that everything was decided, and he could only change the circumstances, not the outcomes. The results were fixed. What had to happen would happen, one way or another, so those who had to die would die, no matter what he did. This fear had been torturing him relentlessly and was almost winning the battle. That's why he didn't want to participate in the sports festival and came up with tons of excuses to justify himself, because he was terrified that no matter what he did, that damn blonde would take first place. That was the only thing he remembered from that entire arc and the last thing he remembered from the series, or in other words, his last chance to see if things could change or not. For that reason, he cowardly wanted to leave it all to Momo, to see if she could change things. After all, she should be stronger than the character. He had trained her for years, improved her quirk, and given her weapons so powerful that no average student or hero could stop her. If she failed, he intended to reassure himself that he had changed something by killing All for One, when he would no longer be able to verify if he truly had or not. But the moment the girls decided to push him to win, he invented a couple of excuses for himself and decided to play along, since that was the push he needed. The support of the women he loved was what he lacked to face his fear and see with his own eyes whether this so-called destiny was real or not. Besides, he was the strongest, not even All Might could stop him. It was now or never if he wanted to determine whether things would change. But it's time to stop being one. Now I just have to check if the results can really change. But no matter what happens, I must stand firm. Even if the blonde annoyance takes first place despite my participation, it's because it's destiny, and not because this is fake or unreal. So if it is destiny, I just have to find a way to break it. After coming to terms with himself, Kai felt much more relaxed, so he began to breathe deeply using a technique he himself had optimized from his original technique that enhanced his aura and combined it with yoga breathing techniques. At the same time, he focused entirely on his own voice, which quickly allowed him to see his mini-self once again. Over time, and most likely thanks to his hard training along with his constant yoga practice, his mini-self had changed. Although it was still in the same lotus position, somehow it had become much more large and alive, to the point that he could now see it breathing in sync with his own breathing. Its aura was also much denser and stronger. At the same time Kai focused completely on his breathing, his aura began to fluctuate rhythmically, expanding and contracting as if it were some kind of lung, something that shortly thereafter also began happening to the mini-self's aura. This continued for a while until the two auras synchronized, entering a sort of resonance, causing them to fluctuate violently for a time until they calmed down. Both ending in a serene and fluid state, as if they had automatically entered the 10 state. After a while, Kai opened his eyes, which shone briefly with a dark, electric light that quickly disappeared. He then stood up as Salem jumped onto his drowsy shoulder. At that moment, he left the locker room and quickly reached the hallway connecting to the stadium entrance, just as Present Mike's voice announced with excitement. "Give a big round of applause to the invincible Demon King of the Hero Course, Saito Kai." Hearing Present Mike's introduction, Kai couldn't help but smile wryly, even in his state of complete concentration. Deciding to play along a bit, he activated his Conqueror's Haki at low power and walked toward the exit, instilling fear in everyone who looked at him, which for some strange reason greatly increased the audience's excitement. "Ooh, he's really scary, I'm getting goosebumps just looking at him," Present Mike commented with an excited tone, to which Aizawa added in a voice that, although it sounded tired, also felt much more focused and serious. Certainly, and something like that can be quite effective in a fight, as it distracts the enemy and makes them more prone to making mistakes, if they don't surrender without fighting. And facing the Demon King is the hero in training with colossal strength, Midoriya Izuku. Shortly after, Present Mike announced excitedly, and Midoriya entered the stadium wearing a serious but determined expression. "I'll do my best, Saito-kun," Midoriya said firmly as he took his guard. Kai responded casually, shoving his hands into his pockets. "Let's see what you're capable of. Ready, start." With Present Mike's announcement, Midoriya tried to run toward Kai, but at that very moment, a monstrous pressure fell upon him like a mountain, threatening to snatch away his consciousness. However, following the advice All Might had given him, he quickly bit his lip and increased the power of One for All, coating his body as much as he could, which allowed him to remain conscious. Quickly, Midoriya jumped at Kai at high speed, throwing a powerful punch that caused a small shockwave, stirring the air around them. Kai dodged it by the narrowest margin, moving casually to the side. "I guess a certain good-natured guy with antennas told you how to stand your ground, haha." Kai commented in a slightly pleased tone, as he had expected something like that. He quickly contacted Sage through their mental connection. All set, master." Sage responded as she placed her hand on the back of Midoriya's neck. Kai replied with satisfaction, while simultaneously evading another punch from the green-haired boy. "Then let's begin." Kai concentrated completely on Midoriya's voice, then isolated what he interpreted as different voices, directing all the power of his Conqueror's Haki toward those voices in an attempt to intimidate them. The effect was immediate, as Midoriya's next punch was much weaker than all his previous attempts. Seeing the look of absolute disbelief on Midoriya's face, Kai couldn't help but smile, satisfied. After all, his experiment had been successful, and that only proved the hypothesis they had been working on for a while was correct. There was more than just a physical and genetic component to quirks, there was something spiritual. This hypothesis arose as one possible explanation for why All Might lost his abilities after passing on his quirk. If what was actually passed down was the spiritual aspect of the quirk, it would make sense that he could no longer use his abilities. But it had been set aside because it sounded too absurd, even though Kai himself had a mini-self that was the source of his Haki. But once All Might lost his quirk, the data from his body and Midoriya's showed that, although he was correct in thinking One for All duplicated itself to be transmitted to the next host, he was mistaken in assuming that the quirk undid the changes in its former wielder's body. Although the number one hero grew weaker in real time, his body remained exactly the same. Additionally, there was the fact that Midoriya now had the voices that All Might once had in his own voice, along with an extra one that was incredibly similar to that of the symbol of peace. This was more than enough evidence to verify Kai and Sage's theory. They only needed to conduct an experiment to be sure, so they decided to use Haki since it was the most practical option. Project Royal Silence was actually the idea of using Conqueror's Haki to affect the spiritual part of quirks and thus deactivate them in a manner similar to Aizawa's ability. They used the data collected from the homeroom teacher and several hypotheses to form an idea of how to do it, deciding that the first guinea pig would be Midoriya Izuku. The choice of the green-haired boy hadn't been random, he was, until now, the only one in whom they could detect something separate to attack. In everyone else, their quirks were part of themselves, so observational Haki detected them as a single entity, making things difficult. No matter what they tried, the best they could achieve was to make the test subject faint. Meanwhile, Midoriya was beginning to have a panic attack as he felt One for All slipping out of his control, to the point where he could barely activate it slightly. That made him look at the smiling young man who stared at him with those eerie blue eyes and a malevolent smile on his face. But at that very moment, his mind drifted to a conversation he had with All Might some time ago. In the UA's counseling room, All Might sat on one of the sofas wearing an elegant business suit that looked a bit large on his slimmer physique, which, unlike when Kai saw him, was now more muscular and solid, very similar to that of a seasoned boxer, though still smaller than his hero form. "Midoriya Shonen, what do you think of Kai Shonen?" All Might asked seriously to a nervous Midoriya dressed in the UA uniform, who quickly answered nervously. "He's really scary and very strong. I see, Midoriya Shonen. Do you remember why I wanted to pass One for All onto you?" All Might nodded and asked again seriously, to which Midoriya responded more firmly. "To become the next symbol of peace." "Exactly, but there's something else and the reason I decided to entrust you with One for All, and that is Kai Shonen." Because he, despite his age, wields a power capable of competing with me at my prime, and as you've seen, he's not exactly heroic. Depending on the circumstances, he could even fall onto the path of evil. All Might spoke seriously while looking straight into Midoriya's eyes, who wore a stupefied expression, but the symbol of peace continued speaking. So, Midoriya Shonen, your greatest rival is none other than Kai Shonen, and you must face him with the goal of surpassing him because if he really ends up falling into the hands of evil, you will be the only one capable of stopping him. 139 Chapter 115. That can't be. Determined not to fail the expectations of his idol, the one who had given him the opportunity to inherit his power and continue his legacy, Midoriya screamed at the top of his lungs, trying to activate One for All by any means possible. At that moment, as though responding to his call, 8 shadowy figures suddenly appeared in his vision, which somehow cleared his mind, causing One for All to activate throughout his entire right arm. Smash! Without a single second's hesitation, Midoriya hurled a punch with all his strength toward Kai, who wore a look of surprise on his face, unleashing a brutal shockwave shaped like a massive compressed air cannon that shot toward the blue-eyed boy. Meanwhile, Kai was shaken by what he felt from those strange presences, as they had suddenly become much stronger and more vivid. At the same time, he could briefly sense that in some way they were rejecting his intimidation. Without delay, he communicated with his reliable assistant. At the same time he raised his hand to take hold of the sword that had begun forming from Salem's fur. Sage, do you have the data? Yes, master, I have everything. This will be incredibly useful for our research. I'm recording in real time how the green-haired boy's voice is synchronizing with the others. With her hands still on Midoriya, Sage replied in an excited tone, to which Kai quickly responded with similar enthusiasm. Perfect. Simultaneous with his response, Kai brought his hand down at high speed, cutting the cataclysmic air cannon in half. As a result, 2 completely different parts of the stadium were struck by enormous masses of compressed air, though these were much weaker than the original, so they caused no damage but greatly surprised both the audience and the commentators. Present Mike seized this moment to comment with excitement. What a shocking display of raw power. The young Midoriya just showed an incredible power he'd been keeping hidden until now, but it seems it wasn't enough to dethrone the Demon King. Once the impact from the exchange of blows subsided, what remained on the combat platform was an imposing Kai standing tall with a beautiful jet black GN sword in his hand, etched with designs that appeared to be a blend of electrical circuits and tribal runes. He seemed to be looking down at a badly injured Midoriya, whose arm had shattered from the attack. That was impressive, though you're still considerably weaker than All Might. I guess your quirk put its own limit on you, so you couldn't use more of your power, or else you'd be left without an arm. Kai commented casually, wanting to see if that strange event in which the presences had manifested so strongly might happen again. Midoriya responded in a voice full of pain. I haven't given up yet. As he spoke, Midoriya activated One for All throughout his body, then charged at high speed toward Kai, intending to strike with the only good arm he had left. He pushed through the fierce pain surging in his broken arm, only to miss once again because the terrifying blue-eyed young man dodged with maddening ease. However, unwilling to give up, Midoriya continued his assault. This is incredible. What are they feeding kids these days? We're witnessing a martial arts masterclass from none other than the Demon King. Saito Kai, and incredible resistance and tenacity from Midoriya Izuku. Present Mike commented excitedly as he watched Kai dodge the continuous attacks with the bare minimum of movement, prompting Aizawa to add in a serious tone, one that couldn't conceal a hint of what seemed like pride. It's definitely something worth watching. Nowadays, very few heroes possess such a high level of martial arts mastery. The last time I saw something like this was many years ago, and I think we've just found a worthy successor. While evading Midoriya's desperate attacks, Kai carefully studied his voice, quickly noticing something that disappointed him greatly. This was soon confirmed by Sage via their mental link. Master, the synchronization has stopped. Thought so. Oh well, we'll have more chances in the future. For now, let's finish this. Kai commented in a calmer tone, at the same time tilting his head to one side, letting Midoriya's attack pass by. He immediately followed up with a diagonal upward slash across the young man's chest, taking him by surprise and sending him crashing against the stadium walls at high speed, causing a small crash. Winner, Saito Kai. Immediately, Midnight announced it in a firm tone, though she did not forget to give Kai a little smile before rushing to check on the green-haired boy. Meanwhile, Present Mike's excitement-filled voice echoed throughout the stadium. What a great match, what an incredible demonstration of power, determination, and technique. Midoriya gave it his all, but he still came up short against the invincible Demon King. While the crowd roared wildly, Kai walked out of the stadium. At that moment, Midnight reached Midoriya's side and quickly examined his condition, immediately noticing that the slash on the young man's chest had not penetrated more than a couple of millimeters into his skin. It wouldn't even require stitches, let alone leave a scar. Although she had known this ever since she saw Kai make the cut as she'd watched him train for years and could tell a killer cut from a blunt one. Confirming it with her own eyes still filled the gorgeous heroine with pride. She quickly began thinking of ways to reward her beloved while calling in medical support, a feeling shared by a pair of heroines with robotic cat ears in the stands. As the unconscious Midoriya was being carried away on a stretcher, Kai arrived at the hallway leading out of the stadium, where Momo was waiting for him with a smile. She instantly took hold of one of his arms quite intimately, then spoke in a cheerful tone. Congratulations, Kai, and thank you. The kid is pretty weak, so it was nothing, really. But why are you thanking me? Kai asked, a bit curious, as he walked back to the stands with Momo, who answered with a proud smile. Because you let him show a good fight and practically didn't injure him at all. The injuries he caused himself. There's no need to thank me for something so trivial. Even though I don't like him, it's not like I'm going to kill him at the first opportunity, especially with so many witnesses around. Besides, I did play around with him for a while because I was interested in his quirk, that's all. Kai responded with a slight smile, prompting Momo to press his arm more tightly between her ample chest, then speak in a tender tone. Even if that's the case, the truth is I've been wanting to thank you for everything you've done for me during this time. I know I've been a bit of a handful and went overboard a couple of times because I got caught up in the excitement of making Class A the best in this festival, so at the same time, I wanted to apologize. And where is this sudden attack of self-criticism coming from? Kai couldn't help but ask, half amused and half curious, to which Momo replied in a more serious tone as she stopped walking, turning to look him straight in the eyes. Well, the truth is, I've known from the start and wanted to talk to you about it when all this was over. But watching you fight Midoriya, I found myself surprised you didn't destroy him in a single blow. It only took me a second to realize that for my sake, you've been doing a lot of things you normally wouldn't do. The idea of leaving my mark in the academy blinded me, and like a horse with blinders, I kept pushing ahead, ignoring everything else. And while I'm very aware of the amazing results we achieved, Class A dominated the festival and monopolized the finals. I never thanked you even once for it. So I decided to apologize and thank you now. Really, thank you, Kai. Without you, none of this would have been possible. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. I just had to put up with them for a couple of weeks, it wasn't anything extreme. Besides, it's not thanks to me. All I did was rough them up a bit and build a few support items, nothing special. You're the one who really trained them and helped them with their martial arts, tactics, physical conditioning, and so on. You're the best class representative those guys could have had. No one but you could have achieved such an impressive result. While hugging Momo, Kai spoke in a warm, affectionate tone, sending a wave of warmth through the beautiful girl's heart. She couldn't help but sob quietly, hiding her face in his chest as he gently stroked her back. After a while, she gathered her courage to speak in a firm voice while looking straight into his blue eyes. Kai, I love you. I love you, too. Kai answered with a small smile as he gently wiped away Momo's tears. She replied in a resolute tone. I don't mean that kind of love. I mean that I'm in love with you and want to marry you. Hearing Momo's words, Kai couldn't help letting out a sigh, somewhat disappointed that the moment had arrived so quickly. But he truly loved the girl who had been like a little sister to him throughout his new life. Therefore, he decided to be honest with her to avoid any problems or misunderstandings, even if it made the other girls angry with him. After all, it was the least Momo deserved. Momo, I need to be honest with you. I'm already in a relationship, so that won't be possible. Kai spoke in a serious tone, looking Momo directly in the eyes, which allowed him to see her expression shift from serious to utterly astonished before she asked in an incredulous voice. Are you telling me the truth? Yes, it's true. Kai responded solemnly, which inevitably caused Momo's face to darken noticeably. She then spoke in a soft tone. Is it that girl from the support course? No, not at all. I barely talked to her a couple of times. Kai replied, somewhat puzzled by the strange connection, which only further confused Momo, prompting her to ask quickly. Then who is it? I don't know any girl you're close to. Well, for now, I can't tell you, but soon I will. Kai answered, looking visibly uncomfortable, which both surprised and intrigued Momo in equal measure. She immediately began making guesses out loud while cupping Kai's face in her hands and staring into his eyes. It's not Nijire or Tomoko, that's for sure, and if it's not that girl, then it must be someone in the family because you never go out alone, which explains why you can't say it so easily. It can't be Mom, or I'd already know. Aunt Yumiko is tangled in problems, and you didn't know them at first, so it can't be her. That only leaves Shino, Ryuko, and Oni-chan. And now that I think about it, those three have seemed happier lately and have been buying loads of clothes and makeup I never see them wear. But that's the case for all three of them, so who could it be? As she spoke, Momo couldn't help but notice a slight twitch in Kai's expression, which made her eyes fly open, filled with disbelief as she exclaimed in shock. Wait, that can't be. All three of them? You can support me on Patreon, lordanl, and get up to 10 advanced chapters. 139 Chapter 116. The spoiled kid. Upon hearing how Momo had so easily reached the correct answer, Kai couldn't help but sigh in defeat. Women were truly terrifying creatures when they set their minds to it, which for some reason brought a smile to Momo's face, and she quickly asked in a firm tone, completely sure she had hit the mark. When do you plan to announce it to the rest of the family? All right, I won't lie to you, you're right, and about your question, I don't know. We were supposed to talk about it tonight. Kai replied in a resigned tone, to which Momo nodded and exclaimed enthusiastically. Perfect. What's perfect? Kai couldn't help but ask, confused, and Momo only smiled mysteriously. She then playfully snuggled up against one of Kai's arms again. It's a secret, foo. If it's what I'm imagining, I warn you that I won't agree. You're still too young, Kai remarked in a serious tone as he looked at Momo, who protested in an offended tone. Too young? I'd like to remind you that I'm older than you by a few days. They're two completely different things. I'm already a responsible adult, and you're still a spoiled kid. Kai replied in a serious tone as he started walking again down the hallway, to which Momo retorted angrily. HMPH, maybe I am spoiled, but I'm not a kid, I'm already grown up. The fact that you say that just shows you're still a kid. Kai responded with a smug smile as he looked at Momo's angry pout, which made her indignantly retort. You're such an idiot, Kai, but it doesn't matter what you say. You won't escape from me. You're going to be my husband, no matter how hard you try to play hard to get. I'd remind you that the legal age for marriage is 18. Kai noted rather amused, to which Momo replied confidently. Foo, that just gives me 3 years to have you at my feet. I'm an engaged man, you know, Kai said, looking directly at Momo, who returned his gaze and spoke seriously. Yes, and with 3 women at the same time, so what difference does adding 1 more make? Even 2 or 3 more wouldn't mean much. 2 or 3, Kai repeated, a bit confused, really not wanting to know the answer to that question because he could sense a whole ocean of trouble, to which Momo responded with a smile. Foo, yes, 2 or 3 will not be a problem. You know, Momo, I'm not that great for you to want to do something like this. You're a wonderful woman, and you could live a normal, happy life if you just gave yourself the chance to explore the world. Kai commented in a serious tone as he slowed his pace, expressing his sincere feelings, to which Momo asked seriously as she stared at him intently. Would you really be all right letting me go off with another man, Kai? Well, it would be hard. I won't deny it, but when I say I love you, I mean it. I truly want you to be happy, even if it's with someone else. Also, I'm not that special. I'm just a lonely, possessive guy, obsessed with training and creating things. I really don't understand what you all see in me. Kai spoke in a serious tone while looking back into Momo's black eyes. She couldn't help but smile beautifully upon hearing his words, then let out a small laugh as she rested her head on his shoulder. You know, Kai, you're a fool, but you're my fool, and that's not going to change. Although, honestly, I don't understand what makes you think I could be happier anywhere else. You know me, I'm a simple, homey woman, and apart from my goal of leaving a mark on the world, I have no sense of adventure whatsoever. I already have everything. You, the girls, and Mom. It's all I need, and I'm not at all interested in looking any further. Besides, I think you're ignoring something very important. In a way, we spend our whole lives sharing you. We know everything about you, and you know everything about us. For many years now, we've practically lived together. We've perfectly adapted to our way of life, and we're all happy. So adding a small extra ingredient to our relationship wouldn't affect us in the slightest, which is probably why Oni-chan, Shino, and Ryuko can be with you without many issues. It's not a small extra ingredient, Momo. Romantic relationships are complex, and with them come jealousy, envy, and an endless list of problems. We could really destroy the family because of that ingredient, and believe me, that's something I don't want to see. Besides, I really do think you're still too young to make that kind of decision. Kai commented seriously, and Momo asked in a haughty tone. You're telling me I'm too young to choose who I want to marry, but I'm old enough to choose to be a glorified private firefighter, police officer and risk my life every day saving strangers and fighting criminals? Hearing Momo use his favorite definition of the hero career against him, Kai was left silent for a moment as he walked slowly down the hallway, which made Momo smile slightly, but after a while, the blue-eyed boy spoke in an uncertain tone. They're different things. Getting into such a strange relationship can mark you for life. Sure, because it's far worse to share the man I love with the women I love and trust the most in this world than to expose myself to the media for criticism, fight assassins and rapists head-on, or face disasters to save civilians. Yes, that makes perfect sense. Momo replied sarcastically, mimicking the arrogant expression Kai typically wore when he did something similar, leaving the blue-eyed boy speechless, who could only mutter in a low voice. I don't like that tone. Oh really? And to think I learned it from you, foo. Momo answered with an amused air, completely defeating the lover of coming up with random arguments to defend his questionable ideological positions. After a moment, he spoke in a serious tone. Momo, while there's certainly some truth in what you're saying, I still can't help but feel that you're too young and inexperienced to want to enter into such a relationship. That's why I can't agree. I feel like I was taking advantage of you. Why? Because I'm a spoiled kid, and you're a responsible adult. Even though we're the same age. And even if that were the case, wouldn't that also apply to Oni-chan, Shino, and Ryuko with you? I know what I want, Kai, and this isn't some whim. It's something I thought through carefully. That's why I'm going to speak plainly with the 3 of them and make my feelings and my intentions crystal clear. Momo reasoned with a serious and firm expression while looking into Kai's blue eyes, but at that moment, she couldn't help but visibly sadden to the point of stopping her steps. She asked in a desolate voice. Or tell me, Kai, don't you love me? You don't like me? Am I that ugly? Or am I so worthless to you that not even if I agreed to share you, would you give me a little love? Am I an idiot for believing you love me as much as I love you? Seeing tears welling up on Momo's face, Kai quickly hugged her tightly, and the beautiful girl responded by hugging him back with all her strength, as if searching for a sense of security for her aching heart. Meanwhile, Kai was deeply lost in thought, full of doubts, not knowing what to do. He really did love Momo, and he wouldn't mind being closer to her. After all, he'd already gotten used to their strange relationship, and it had turned out quite well so far. But the issue of Momo's age and inexperience truly haunted him. He genuinely wanted the best for her and would curse himself his entire life if he hurt her just because of his possessiveness or if some moment of lust ended up hurting her irreversibly. But at the same time, she was being honest, opening her heart to him and expressing her deepest feelings, which were so strong that she was even willing to share him, and his silence was hurting her. As time passed in silence, with only Momo's sobs echoing in his mind, Kai began sifting through his memories, visiting each moment he spent with the girl in his arms. Every laugh, every game, every joke, everything they had experienced. Even that unpleasant moment when she discovered something she shouldn't have because of him. All of it started to fill him with an unending torrent of emotions that ended up tormenting his mind, to the point that he could only let out a soft sigh to release them. Seriously, why'd I always have to make things harder for myself? How long am I going to keep acting like a damn coward, terrified of myself, of this world, and of every possibility? Momo already told me she's not some porcelain doll, and she's right. Why'd I have to protect her like she's mentally handicapped? She's capable of making her own decisions and facing their consequences, and I have to do that too. So if I'm a possessive bastard and worse, I have to face it, and Momo will have to face the consequences of wanting to be with me. As though a sudden realization had struck the blue-eyed boy, his expression changed to become firm and resolute. At the same time, without him noticing, both his aura and that of his mini-self began to gently fluctuate, intertwining more deeply. In that instant, Kai took Momo's chin and lifted her face so she would look him straight in the eye, then spoke in an almost solemn tone. "You're right, Momo. I'm an idiot, and if you want to be by my side, believe me, that makes me immensely happy. It's just that I'm so afraid of hurting you in some way, but I realize that this stupid attitude is hurting you as well. So if you're really certain, I'll personally talk to the girls and tell them I want to be with you, and I'll face all the consequences." "Really? Do you really love me, Kai?" Momo asked in a tearful voice that almost broke Kai's heart with guilt, so he quickly released her from his hug to cup the beautiful girl's face and give her a soft kiss. "From the bottom of my heart." Kai spoke in a warm, gentle voice as he watched Momo's visibly surprised expression. Moments later, her expression melted with love as she leaned in to start a new kiss loaded with affection and happiness. "I truly love you, Kai, and I want us to be happy." Shortly after, Momo pulled her face away from Kai and spoke in a soft, fluffy tone, clearly happy. Kai nodded with a loving smile before adding with a noticeably guilty expression. "I feel the same way, although right now, I'm being unfaithful and I don't like that. So let's not do anything else until we clear things up. Sound good?" "Sounds good, but it'd better not go past tonight," Momo answered with a bright smile, making Kai smile a bit as he then spoke resolutely. "It's best if we all meet in my workshop when the festival's over." "That's much better. I'll be waiting." Wearing an enormous smile on her face, Momo replied cheerfully as a white handkerchief formed in her hand, which she used to wipe away the traces of tears on her face. At the same time, Kai activated his mystical palm, so her eyes wouldn't swell or anything like that, while his mind wandered among countless thoughts. Was this really the best thing to do? Well, it's questionable on many levels, but now that I've made a decision, I'll move forward with everything I've got. No one's going to take this spoiled black-haired sweetheart from me, though it's hard to predict how Shino, Ryuko, and Nomori will react. I'll have to think very carefully about what to say and how to say it, and honestly, I don't have a single idea how to do it. Also, the next fight is Kirishima's fight against that blonde nuisance, an important match for me. Will the fact that I taught the kid a couple of things and that Momo trained him be enough to win, or will destiny prevail? Whatever happens, it'll be a big event that I need to pay attention to. After a moment, Kai couldn't help but clench one of his fists out of Momo's sight. She smiled charmingly at him, full of genuine happiness and excitement, then grabbed one of his arms and squeezed it tightly, burying it in her ample chest. In some way, that eased the tense nerves of the blue-eyed boy, who asked with a warm smile. "Shall we go?" "Let's go," Momo answered with palpable excitement, almost like she'd gone back to her childhood, which made Kai smile. He gently stroked her hair and then began walking toward the stands.